We could all sing.
What do you want to sing? I'm in.
Yeah, we could do a little ditty, maybe do some
Just a small town girl.
Improvisational, tapping or something like that.
You're gonna miss me when you're gone. How does it go? I don't know it though. Somebody's got to know how to do it.
Mickey, just confirming you're sending a message right to Stas Gayshan.
Hello, everybody. I am happy for the new people. It looks like somebody named Mirel. We have Remy. I'm sure that's the Remy I know. What's up, Remy? And if it's not, what's up, Remy? What's up, Frederick? It's good to see you again. Assuming you're the same Frederick. It's hard when I don't have the faces. I don't promise to memorize people's last names. We're getting a very good close-up shot of Engin. How are you?
Okay, so I think, let's go ahead and start with 8 a.m. This is the time to start. So welcome, everybody. This is your host, Alistair Schneider, CEO of Innouvo. Really happy to be here this morning for the EcoCity Revolution. We're here with our panelists and also Ronnie Deaver, our longest executive advisor at Innouvo, who will be sharing a couple of words with us today. The event is going to be coordinated by Mickey Funderburg from Atlanta, who is our webinar event technology manager. She will be moderating the chat, providing also some motivation for all of you to participate. Keep us on time. She's our superhero here, also an amazing singer. Maybe Mickey, during the event, you can...
Ooh, Mickey, you're our music box. Got it.
So we have wonderful speakers today. We have the CEO of Hyperloop. You've all seen the agenda, so I'm not going to go through the exact, details. Jody from Engin Venture Capital, Samit from, Disrupt2, serial entrepreneur, serial best-selling author, and so on. Amazing entrepreneurs, amazing CEOs and leaders in their fields. The event is going to be recorded. It's going to be replayed live on Facebook, social media. It's brought to you by Innouvo Quorum. We're Boston's most advanced venture studio. I'm going to present a little bit what we do here at Innouvo. We focus on human health, planet health, and new economies, trying to make them more resilient. We are focused, and Ronnie is one of these executives with us, on strategic marketing, client acceleration, venture capital. We believe in co-competition, so basically synergistically working with different organizations, different companies, different cities. We are purpose-driven. We've helped over 40 companies the last 2 years. We've generated over 10 million of funding and strategic partnerships for these companies. We are proud to have had some impact in many places, such as COVID testing, and you will be hearing this morning an amazing team that is actually an alumni of Innouvo in oncology, in CKD, in bioluminescence, in women health, in new energy. We typically help companies that are post-accelerators. So we're not an accelerator. We help companies that are in the startup, round A plus stage. And we do this working hand in hand with ecosystems, corporates, cities, investors to really try to build up these economies and fix some of these problems. But today, we are super happy to you 17 speakers, including the people you're seeing here. There's a bit of reverb. I don't know if someone can mute. So basically 17 speakers, including these companies, these organizations. The agenda, I'm not going to go through it in details because we all have it right. Ronnie, maybe the message to you real quick. So 1 second. So there's some reverb on my end. I don't know if this is my end.
Yeah, Mickey, I'm pretty sure it's Allison's. No offense, Alison. I think yours is the one that's echoing.
So Alison, can you? Okay,
just test 1, test 2.
1, test 1, 2.
There we go. Hey, the reverb wasn't so bad that we start getting a beat. So we're good.
So basically, Ronnie, really glad to have you with us. You've been with us for about 2 years at Innouvo. Yep. And you've helped, many cohorts. You've been there since the beginning, and we thought it would be a good idea before we kick off the event to have a bit of your experience shared with us. can you tell us, how you started with Innouvo?
Yeah. Also, before we get started, guys, great morning, everybody. I'm glad you're all here. It's so exciting that we're starting to have events like this. I mean, when I started in this program, and I'll actually answer your question now, Alistair. When I started in this program 2 years ago, I mean, it was just an idea. I mean, I feel like Alistair reached out to me and he was like, hey, man, come advise some startups. And I'm like, all right, okay. At the time, I was literally living in Cambodia in a meditation retreat, and I was hunched over on a laptop in literally a hut, like actually a hut. I happen to have a bed in it, but it's completely made out of like hut material, thatch, everything, okay? And I have this little cellular device Wi-Fi thing, and I'm advising startups for my first time while in Cambodia. And it was fantastic. Some of the early cohorts of people were very driven. It was unique working with people from France, tying, my Boston experience when I lived in Boston with people who were in France, who are just hungry and willing and able and like trying to figure out, particularly on my end, the digital ecosphere, and really take advantage of that movement in their space. So yeah, my first experience was pretty wild and pretty unexpected. And the reason I'm so excited about this event, Alistair, is because I've been able to enjoy watching you go from theory and concept, right, where we just show up on some Zoom calls every now and then, to like you host events. And last year we had this big event in person with the city of Boston there and the French ambassador there and people from all over the world coming to this event. We had like 100+ people. And then we ended up at an ambassador's house. And it was like, I was like, holy cow, you're doing it, Alistair. And to have this event, and you've got people like Hyperloop, I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. This is exciting. And I hope everyone here is as excited as I am, because this is going to be great.
Yep, and that's what Ronnie does in our program. He pumps people up, he pumps companies. He works on basically a digital agency that's growing, 2 times year over year. He's the best digital marketer I know. And he's
I'm not the best digital marketer. There are people who study it far more than I, but I do have a pretty good sense of it. Operations is more my game nowadays.
Excellent. So Ronnie, what was the most exciting moment with Innouvo so far, you would say?
Oh yeah, man, that's an easy question. For anybody who's here, I think Remy was there, assuming you're the same Remy, but I'm pretty sure you are because you talk to me like you are. But the most exciting moment was definitely the digital, I don't remember the exact name of it, but the digital cohort responding to COVID-19, right? And the reason that was exciting was for twofold. One, as Alistair was saying, what I'm part of, personally in my full-time work right now is a digital agency that's doubling year over year, right? And maintaining a doubling pace through COVID, we actually, team-wise, we tripled. We went from like 6 people to 20 people in like 6 months, which is crazy. But the thing we learned there was that like, even when there's this moment of terror and you don't know what's going on, it's also a moment of incredible opportunity. And it's a moment where people who can take advantage of the moment to have massive action and speed can come out on top of the market with just completely outsized results that you wouldn't otherwise get. There's bigger opportunities if you can get on top of it than if it was just a normal time, right? So when we had that cohort where we're working with people in COVID, I was pumped because I'm like, man, we have all these people here who have a chance to have an outsized result in their efforts, right? In this moment in time. And it was really fun to get to work with these startups who wanted to make that happen, who helped. Some of them were barely trying to survive because COVID hit them so intensely. So they were very motivated, very driven, and to have all those people in the cohort driving forward in COVID, trying to fix things, trying to make progress despite the craziness going around us. It was really inspiring. It was one of my favorite cohorts.
Yep, and I can't agree more with you than this. So Ronnie, advice to entrepreneur and the audience today.
Yeah, I think the number one thing that I've seen that's been unique about this program lately, and kind of the advice I give to everyone, is the last couple of cohorts, Alistair has been very diligent about bringing in people who specifically focus on mindset and like what's your purpose, right? And like, what's your life purpose? And whether you call this emotional development, spiritual development, personal development, I don't care what you call it. It's an incredibly powerful concept to be able to go into your startup and every single day have meaningful life purpose, and even better, have meaningful life purpose plus meaningful life development, right? Because the stronger you are as the founder, the stronger you and everything else you ever do is, right? And so my advice to everyone is, if you haven't found it yet, if you're working on projects and you're losing your steam, like, get really clear and granular. Get a coach, get a life coach. I don't care. Find your way, but find your life purpose in what you're doing, and really get clear about what life you're trying to build. Because the different results I saw, especially in that COVID cohort, of the people who came in, they're kind of like, I don't really know what my purpose is, and I feel like I'm just going to die, to, no, I know what I'm doing. I'm awesome. I love what I'm doing. I'm here to win. When you can make that mindset shift, the way you react to the market, the way you can enact your speed and make effort and change the world, it's 10 times greater. No matter how good your strategy is, if your mind's not in it, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So get real clear on your life purpose.
Completely. And Ronnie, this is absolutely right. It's all in the mindset. It's all in the purpose. You have to lead with the heart. And talking about this, so now moving to the next slide. Today is about, how do we get back to work? How do we get back to CIC? What you're seeing here is the entrepreneur rendezvous every Thursday that we typically go to, where all the investors, entrepreneurs at CIC come together. Today, we can't do it. We'll have a session in a few minutes where we'll be talking about, how we can go back to this normal life that we all miss. How do we get to a healthier world, healthier humans also? Transportation modes. Extremely excited about having, the CEO of Hyperloop, which we met at the very beginning of this adventure, talking about transportation of tomorrow, electric ATVs to go to work. Will we do this one day? Talking about clean, renewable energies. We have some of the best companies that have lined up today, Schneider Electric, Engie. How is our houses going to look like? How are we going to charge the cars? How is the smart grid going to look like? What type of, cyber security we will need to make sure, this is bulletproofed. We have what the synergies are between cities. So we have several cities represented today, from Paris to Boston. Of course, Boston, is mostly represented today. Strasbourg, we have Lyon, we have Dubai, we have Dakar, we have Atlanta. Also today, people from everywhere. We do believe there can be a lot of synergies between the cities. Asking the question also, you'll see with Voatz, e-democracy solution based on blockchain, and they participated actually in the presidential election this year. They're growing big and fast. And basically, how do we all have a voice? How we all integrated in this rebuilding of the society? How do we start in Boston? How do we fix the world? How we repair things? Climate change, COVID, of course, aging population, digital automation, and democracies being endangered. We have hope. So there's hope, because cities is the biggest hope, are the biggest hope, because most population. So let's start here today, and we'll go to our panelists in a few seconds. Today, the objective is really to organize ourselves for what's next, what's in the aftermath. Hear insightful speakers, vision, opportunities, get an overview of what's going on, find your next big thing, find your next investment, inspire you. And this is really an entrepreneur-driven race to zero COVID-19, zero pollution, zero inequalities, and planning for bright future, guys. So change, this is about change, it's about innovation. Change is hard, because if you make the wrong turn, the wrong choice, you pay, negative ROI later on. So is what we're going to talk about the right things to do? No one loves change also. We kind of prefer as human beings being, a little bit more chill and not having to deal with change. So how do we manage that change? How do we bring change? And when there's change, there's winners, there's losers. So we also need to think about the losers, because, if you innovate and you create a new problem, then basically, you're not really improving things. So we have to think about all these things. And then end of the day, for those who are going to be staying with us all day long, we have a Zoom Teeny session where we're going to be on Zoom to discuss, to debrief. So Zoom Teeny, it's a Zoom with a martini or Coca-Cola or beer or coffee, whatever suits you. And feel free to send us emails if you want to get connected to the speakers, the panelists, the entrepreneurs, the investors that are going to be there today and are here today, so that we can bring opportunities to you. So a big thank you to all our partners that you see on the screens, all fantastic organization in our ecosystem, and built here in Boston. And now, with no further ado, introducing our panelists right on time. We have Gayshan, Managing Director of CIC. We have Laura Mendoza, COO of Unima, a COVID-19 company. We have Engin, Vrana, CEO of Spartha Medical. And we have Allyson, Cote, CEO of Ocean State Shield. So welcome, everybody. Very excited to have you for this first event.
All right, Alistair, I'm dropping off panelists. Everybody have a great event. I'll see you on as a attendee.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thanks. So this is exciting. We've assembled you because we see in all of you the solution potentially of what we're all experiencing. So we can't wait to share this with everybody. Hi, Stas. How are you doing?
Great. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. So let's dive right in. For our participants here with us today, we have over 137, subscribed participants that's going to be coming all throughout the day. So with no further ado, Stas, maybe if you want to give us a quick update on CIC. So we all want to come back to CIC. We love CIC. Our venture studio is based there. We've been successful from there, but we want to come back. So can you give us a bit of a perspective of, how you guys have done, what's next, and how we can help to make this become a reality?
Sure. So, hey, I'm Stas Gayshan. I'm a managing director at CIC, the Cambridge Innovation Center, and also now general counsel at CIC Health, our new spin-off COVID testing company. More about that later. So CIC has been around for now 21 years. We are, we think, the world's largest single shared office space for startup companies, headquartered in Cambridge, but also with locations in Boston, St. Louis, Miami, Philadelphia, Providence, Warsaw, Tokyo, and Rotterdam. And we have a sister not-for-profit called the Venture Cafe Global Foundation, which exists in all the cities I just named, and also in Sydney, Australia, and with some other projects on the way. So a quick thing about CIC, our goal is to create a community to help small companies achieve the scale of large corporations and be able to scale their dreams and their visions and their missions to a global world. So we start with a physical infrastructure built around space, layer on that a social infrastructure built around connecting people, and combine them in a way that operates. And of course, this 2020 has been a really challenging year for bringing people together physically, but we've moved a lot of our events from the offline environment, from the physical space to the online environment. And it's given us a lot of opportunity, especially in crossing the cities. So being able to have somebody from Miami give a talk in Boston previously required a flight. Now it requires all of us dialing into a web conference and being able to share knowledge and ideas across the world. And we know that that's been incredibly helpful. Similarly, Sydney and Tokyo, two venture cafes that meet every Thursday, who are similar in time, but separated by a huge distance globally, have actually been able to exchange information, exchange speakers, exchange panelists, and been able to attend each other's venture cafes because they're in the same time zone, even though they're separated by so much physical space. So while the border closures have separated us in some ways, in some other ways, they brought us closer together. So it's really been a remarkable year. There are north of, that is more than 1,500 companies across the CIC locations around the world. And the majority of that in Boston, Cambridge, but lots of companies all around the world working on very many things, including Alistair and his group. So really, really excited to be here and happy to talk more about how to connect innovation across the globe. But that's really the role that we think we find ourselves in, and lowering that initial barrier to entry is really critical for the success and scaling of world-changing technologies, which is why I'm so excited about making the world cleaner.
Excellent, excellent, Stas. And maybe just before we move to some of the next speakers, what have you guys done in terms of COVID-19? Safety for people who are going there. What are sort of measures, process, and what do you guys need? Is there any need from startups or innovators that you think of?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, there's a ton of need. I can kind of go through what we've done, but let's say that until we get the world back to operating as it was before, and likely better, I think the COVID's really given us an opportunity to ask a lot of serious questions that we were too busy to ask for because we were doing things every day. So we were asking the questions and saying, is this the right way for a city to be designed? Is this the right way for people to move from point A to point B? But we're too busy also doing those things to immediately change paths. And there are conversations about what is and isn't doable, what isn't expensive. We're asking a lot of those questions now. One of those questions is, how do we work in a place? Is the place that we work, is it home? What are the benefits of that? What are the drawbacks of that? Where do our kids learn? Does the place we work have to be tied to the schedule of our kids' learning? Because it has been historically, but should it be tied together? Should be tied in schedule? Should be tied in physical space? So for CAC, as we've thought about it, we mostly closed our offices in February. Said, look, if you need something essential from the office, come. We'll minimize the amount of staff. We'll make sure the spaces remove all the pieces of contact, so that we have where we had door handles, we have foot draws. Where we had buttons, we have nanoseptic coatings, and all sorts of other things, making sure our ventilation works, making sure our conference rooms are spaced. But then also thinking about, we really want to re-engage back into the community by saying the office is safe. So one way to do that is to, in addition to taking all the other precautions, to offer large-scale testing. And we went out in May and we said, we want to buy COVID testing so that both our colleagues and also our clients who are coming into the office can come in and say, okay, I feel safe because everyone here has been tested. And what we found in May was a really tragic landscape where testing was slow, but also it was too expensive, and also it was really difficult to buy in the kind of quantity that we needed. And we thought it can't be this way. We can't reopen the office safely until we get back to to feeling like the people around us are our colleagues and not be afraid of them. So we started a COVID testing company under the leadership of our founder and CEO, Tim Rowe, who said, look, maybe we can use our size and scale to buy COVID testing better for ourselves and our client companies. And that turned into, maybe we can use our size and scale to actually partner with large institutions to really scale it. So we partnered with a number of folks. Our first laboratory that we started working with was the Broad, just down the street from us in Cambridge. But we now have the University of Minnesota Genomics Center, a number of other labs all around the country. We have opened up the logistics so that our enterprise is responsible for now convening more than 200,000 COVID tests since August, when we started helping people get set up for COVID testing. And we think that reopening the world is really going to be part of, we're going to have to assure safety in the work environment and the school environment. And we're working on that together with a lot of other partners. So we're not doing the COVID testing ourselves. Our role in this is the logistics convener. So we get the labs and the doctors and the clients together, and we remove the barriers that exist in that world. These barriers have allowed us to get most folks tested in under 24 hours with the world's best technology, PCR, and to do that at about a third of the cost of what it cost in May. And so we're growing and we're scaling that business, but most of it has been, if we can smooth out the logistics path for everyone, then the labs and the physicians and the patients and the employers and the schools can all work together in much better harmony. So we're kind of cleaving at that with an axe, and trying to get the costs way down.
Excellent. Well, Stas, thank you so much. So that's a good transition to Laura Mendoza, CEO of Unima. So Laura, can you tell us a little bit what you do and the story about your rapid COVID test that you guys are bringing to the market?
Sure. Thank you, Alistair. Can I share some slides?
Yes, you should be able to share some slides.
Perfect. So I'm going to talk to you about Unima. I'm Chief Operations Officer. So today, I'm just going to go through to get the whole idea. Today, to get a test for COVID, as Stas mentioned, you have to go to a clinical trial, to the clinical lab, pay over $100 and wait days for your result. The process is slow, expensive, and annoying. But the most important thing, it is not available for most of the world's population. yeah, I can change it. So current diagnostic technologies can detect almost any disease known with a very high level of precision. However, this depends on centralized labs with expensive equipment and specialized personnel, which makes it impossible to scale up to an universal access to diagnostics. So to solve this problem, we developed Find, a fast and low-cost diagnostic and real-time disease surveillance platform technology, which will allow anyone, even those with no medical or technical training, to diagnose a disease directly where the patient is, without using lab equipment, with results in 15 minutes, and with costs that can go as low as $1 per test. So with this technology, we are taking diagnostics outside of the lab and to the place you need it the most, even in the most remote places in the world. So our technology uses shark antibodies, which generate a visual reaction when these detect disease biomarkers in blood, urine, or saliva samples. We print these shark antibodies in microfluidic devices, and the visual reaction is evaluated with a smartphone app, which runs image analysis processes and artificial intelligence algorithms to generate the final result. Automatically, the result, along with contextual information like geolocation date and time, is sent to a cloud server. Our technology has 3 key advantages. It does not require additional hardware, simplifying large-scale deployment of tests at the lowest cost. It has multiplexing capacities and tests that can be built with many different biomarkers to increase sensibility or to detect different diseases in one test. And the platform generates data in real time. Results of the test are uploaded in real time to the cloud for real-time disease surveillance. Also, data can be shared anonymously to other platforms through an API, and it can be programmed for real-time reporting to results to authorities. This test was developed. So here you have a Find antigen test, SARS-CoV-2. This test was developed to be very easy to use even by people without any previous training on its use. In less than 5 minutes, you can detect a COVID infection directly where you are at just a fraction of the cost of current tests. Therefore, it can be used as routine testing in a weekly basis for early detection of cases. So we develop our test for its use at work, at home, or at school with the goal of helping organizations to secure the continuity of their operations by finding infected individuals as early as possible, preventing the spread of the virus in the rest of the organization. We have been running pilots in Mexico with manufacturing organizations. One example is Interloop. Sorry, wait. One example is Interloop, which has 500 employees, and they have been using our test for 3 months so far. And while at the beginning they found several infected individuals who were sent home for quarantine, progressively these cases were decreasing. And in the last month, there has not been any new positive cases, primarily because of the possibility of breaking the chain of transmission. Another example is new pilot with Huevo San Juan, the largest egg manufacturer in Mexico, where 2,500 employees will be tested each 2 weeks directly on the farms and packaging plants and sites out of urban areas. The goal is to eliminate the local transmission of the disease in the workplace, which has affected the productivity of the company. This could represent saving millions in lost revenues due to the pandemic. Right now, our key milestone is to bring our antigen test to the United States. This project started in 2014 in Mass Challenge here in Boston. We know that this is a perfect place for us to launch our test, so we are back. Our goal is to be one of the first antigen tests approved under the emergency use authorization for OTC and at home use. We are running large-scale validations with patients in Mexico, and in a few days, we will start also in Chile. However, one of our most immediate goals is to run a local validation here in Boston. For this, we're looking to partner with local organizations to set up testing sites for this validation. Also, we are starting contacts with potential channel partners for our launch, including hospitals, pharmacies, and retail. We are currently on the semifinals of the X Prize for COVID testing, which could help us open new market opportunities in the US market. And in January, we plan to raise a Series A round to support our growth milestones for 2021. So in Unima, we have a clear mission, and that's to secure a timely diagnostic for everyone, everywhere. And before we were focusing with a platform in emerging markets, but now we're focusing due to COVID in the whole world, basically. So thank you.
Excellent, Laura. So what we found very exciting about this story is that initially the team was looking to develop cheap, affordable test for emerging countries. And when COVID hit, they shifted this technology, this platform, to bring it to to the US, to Europe, and so on. And so, what's a bit, sort of what now we need, so we think, it works. And, to be able to test it is really simple. We have to just compare it against PCR tests. The test result that the Unima team has is very promising. We just need to do, 100, 200 head-to-head tests. And basically, if that is validated, that's going to trigger everything else needed, to bring this to places like CIC or other places. What also great, it's connected to the software. So basically, you can connect it directly to the tracing app. It just makes the world easy. 15-minute tests. You can have a barbecue, you can have a Christmas celebration, test yourself 15 minutes before the guests are coming in. It's affordable. Unlike PCR tests. So that was one of the companies we wanted to feature this morning. Amazing team, hardworking, and also passed with Boston. So Laura, really great. Thank you for presenting this. So then let's move to Engin, who also has a solution that is really interesting, and I will let him expose what this is about.
Thanks a lot, Alistair. My name is Engin Vrana. I am CEO of Spartha Medical. Spartha Medical is based in Strasbourg, and originally we were developing coatings for medical devices, antimicrobial coatings. And when the COVID hit, we started to think about whether we can do an antiviral coating. And in March, we started working on it. And now we have a spray, which is antiviral and also antimicrobial, so it prevents the secondary infections also. And what we are trying to achieve is complementary to what has been taught up to now. There is one part that you can develop the infrastructure for testing when you enter a place that it can be safe for you. But as you are moving, just before the COVID, as we were moving, you might need your own personal protection. And that's what we will like to offer. Something that you can apply to the surfaces, but also apply to yourself. So it is kind of breaking the wall between the personal hygiene and having clean environment. Something that you can use in both parts. And this has two impacts. In the last year, we have used a tremendous amount of disinfectants, tremendous amount of hydroalcoholic gels. We do not know the secondary effects and long-term effects of these. We will see in 1-2 years. And also there is an indisputable ecological footprint of this. So in the next generation, for the cities, especially populated places, we need more biocompatible, more eco-friendly solutions that will not have this footprint. So this is what we would like to contribute to. And the second part is that the economy just before COVID was going towards sharing. We were sharing everything, cars, working places, houses, everything. And that was setting itself. If this happened 10 years ago, maybe that was going to die and go away. But now it is well established. So we need to find the ways to go back to that life. And one of the ways is testing. One of the ways, as Alison will talk about, having surfaces which are safe for a long time. And the other one is to have products or options that you can use whenever you want and whenever you think is necessary. And that's where we come in. You are muted, Alistair.
Excellent, thank you, Engin. So basically, one thing to make it really simple, what Engin is working on. So imagine a table in the C3 workplace, Stas, when there's the co-working places. So a lot of, virus spread of the disease can be done to these surfaces. Well, this type of technology innovation makes it that if a virus hits the table, the virus gets deactivated. So, and then door handles, high traffic areas, payment systems in stores. So we found it was quite interesting, to have Engin today also, pitch his idea and what he's doing. So thank you, Engin. So then let's go to Allyson, Cote from Ocean State Fields. And how is your solution helping us get back to work, get back to business as we knew it before?
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you, Alistair. Good morning, everybody. Admittedly, I'm definitely the wild card entry into this wonderful event today, but I'm really glad to be here. So I am the CEO and co-founder of Ocean State Shields, and my co-founder and I launched this initiative just a few months ago, and we really did it in response to COVID. We are both longtime veteran entrepreneurs in the Providence ecosystem, and we both had a really interesting perspective that when the pandemic hit, we started to see what was going on with businesses and schools and all of these organizations that literally kind of came to a screeching halt. We brought our lives to a halt in order to help people find solutions so that life could continue for the most part as normal as it could possibly be, but do it in a non-toxic, affordable way that is actually going to be, I would say, productive and help keep things on a positive note. So with that being said, we actually have really kind of a hybrid model because we have partnerships in place with several key components. The first of which is SD Labs. They are a Connecticut-based company that actually manufactured and perfected a formulation a little different than what Engin's company is producing, but it works as a long-lasting antimicrobial surface adherent that can be applied to any interior space. But we wanted to also be able to offer some different things. So we really started to bifurcate and put some strategic partners in place that, one, are locally sourced. So right now, Ocean State Shields, we really only work with Rhode Island and Massachusetts-based companies. So I'm super proud about that. It's very core to our mission that we want to be able to support small businesses and help keep them going as well. But our solutions actually now are rather expansive. We have everything from interior panels that we repurposed from our partner Lumeta Lighting that have antimicrobial properties to things that are actually really on everyone's mind right now, especially in Rhode Island with the Take It Outside initiative. So we have created and developed a proprietary igloo that is using not only fire safe materials, they're DOT approved, and it has a ventilation system. So for right now, I think we are just about the only provider that can source these and manufacture these products to help keep companies going. And it's worked. We actually have gotten a lot of traction very early on. We have many clients, we have revenue. And we are currently working with the University of Massachusetts College of Engineering. We're developing 2 proprietary products, one of which I'm super excited about. It's actually a very affordable air scrubber that's just about as effective as a HEPA filter, but it costs infinitely less. The second is actually a touch-free tool that has interchangeable components, things like hand sanitizer, or GPS, antimicrobial lighting units. So we're doing a lot, and we're actually trying to help as many local businesses and schools stay open and try to weather this as best as we possibly can. We know that it can be done, and it can be done without the environmental impact that Engin mentioned, but we also wanted to help protect employers' bottom line. So we're doing it with a very mindful eye towards your bottom line, your labor costs, your material costs, and what we've been able to put together is really kind of a comprehensive package that brings you the best possible options in order to continue going while we move into the next phase of all of this. And hopefully we'll be able to reopen and get back to about as much of the new normal as we possibly can. But we've been able to pivot, and we're excited for the opportunity and the challenge. Hopefully I think I just went on and on. I can talk a lot. I get very excited.
No, this is very good. This is very good. So before we open the floor for questions to students, basically, what do you guys think from what you heard, and maybe Stas, because we wanted to use a little bit the CIC ecosystem, any of those solutions, could be of interest or not, and have, because if we can fix CIC, we can all go back to work everywhere, right? It's sort of the perfect model.
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. So I've already messaged Laura, and she's the first to speak. So I've already messaged her to say maybe we can help on the validation studies. I think Alison, again, let's also talk. My email stas@cac.com if you've got any ideas, just send them my way. Look, I think there's going to be two components of kind of going back to the office. In the short term, going back to the office is going to be, can we keep the office safe? So can we test everybody? Can we distance?
Apologies, Stas, we don't hear you very well. I don't know what's going on. Maybe a bit closer to
Can
the
you,
mic.
can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Yes, perfect.
All right. Every once in a while I'm quiet, and then I forget that that's possible, because usually people tell me to quiet down rather than speak up. There is a so look, my thought is, in the short term, going back to the office is linked around us having physical safety and understanding that the people around us aren't going to get us sick. So that means everybody wearing masks, keeping a distance, sort of air control and others. In the longer term, it's really vaccines and getting to a level where COVID is a distant memory rather than a constant presence. We're probably some months away from that. It looks like the vaccine data is coming out very encouragingly, but of course we won't know until they're approved and distributed. We do know that there will be some significant distribution challenges. At least the early vaccines that are getting approved have to be stored at very, very, very cold temperature. They have to be in vials with 20 doses. So you're going to have 20 people lined up, because once the vial is brought from frozen to room temperature, it has to be administered within a very short window of time. So there's a big logistics challenge in front of us with vaccine administration and getting it out to people, so that whether it's Moderna, Pfizer, any of the GlaxoSmithKline, any of the other vaccines that are coming out, all the early vaccines will have a fairly complicated chain. I think we can expect that the actual logistics of the vaccine administration, getting it out to billions of people around the world, getting anything out, getting Coca-Cola or Pepsi out to 5 billion people is a complicated undertaking. Getting vaccines with a cold chain and distribution chain and administration issues out to everyone is going to be a big global challenge. But I think one that, I think if 2020 was the year of stay at home, 2021 will be the year of vaccine distribution. That will be the big challenge of 2021. But then once we get back there, and it's really critical, because we can't just stay in our homes for the next year. For Alison, what you're working on, for Laura, what you're working on, for Engin, what you're working on, be part of a comprehensive package. I think we're in a world where we don't maybe need as much. We have to be careful, but we know that there's not a ton of transmission through touch for COVID, but that doesn't mean other things don't transmit through touch. So making sure that touch surfaces are clean and usable is actually going to continue to be critically important. I don't think we've spent a ton of time before 2020 thinking about disease transmission in the workplace. It's been kind of like a casual thing, like, don't come in if you're sick, unless you have a project that you have to work on tomorrow. In that case, come in, but don't sneeze on anyone, please. Right? I mean, that's what people told you last year. And, I think we can imagine that behavior will no longer be the case. That people will say, if you're sick, really stay home. And stay home until you're better. Don't take cold medicine and come into the office. I think we're all kind of going to think about the intersection of our health and our workplace and our home very differently going forward. And I'm really excited about all the products that are coming out to make us much more aware of it.
Excellent. So that's why, I think from being a user or client of CIC, I think having these types of, processes in place, being able to do vaccine on site, I think things like this, having, maybe the test like Unima, where, I can test myself, or know people are tested, maybe the community is tested, you can see information. And what do you think about, do you guys already use, so it'd be interesting to know, for Allyson and Engin, does it already exist, solutions that you use for the cleaning of the, office space and walls and, that are.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Where I am right now is one of the larger co-working spaces in Providence. It's Sprout Co-working. And this is where we're headquartered out of. And actually the entire interior of Sprout has been treated with one of our products with electrostatic spraying, SD90 Plus. So I think there's been a really, an interesting shift. I think these products, what Engin and I are working on, and Laura, I'm really excited to learn more about your test because I think that's amazing, is that what we're going to see right now, I think the challenge we're facing is kind of an adoption scale. So people are so used to the brands that have always kind of been recognized as being disinfectants like Clorox and Lysol. And, those for their purposes can be effective. But, what we're doing is something that's truly innovative. And this is a completely different category. It's even recognized with the EPA as being a completely separate category than these other products. So a lot of it is awareness, and I am pleased to say, hopefully, and this will be something that is a continuing trend, is that once people really kind of understand what the product is, its benefits, the fact that it is so much better for the environment, it is so much better for them personally, for their families, for their coworkers, that they're much more apt to embrace it. And ultimately, it saves, a ton of money over money that they're already spending, that at this point, for a lot of companies, in particular the hospitality industry, they simply do not have. So we're really trying to do a very preemptive strike to be able to keep them afloat and do it in a way that really makes sense, but that is kind of pushing innovation to a different level.
To add to that, for example, there is a distinction between cleaning and coating. When you clean a surface, it is clean for that moment. 10 seconds later, you have no control over what will happen. But if you have a coated surface, you have another level of security. Same goes for all kinds of physical barriers, a mask, a surface that will keep things away. This is a passive protection. If you have active compounds that can actually kill bacteria and inactivate viruses, that's a different kind of protection. And the next 10 years, 15 years, I think if these products are safe and if they are not dangerous for us, they will get into our lives more and more. And giving the people the choice of selecting how they protect themselves, for me, is an important thing, particularly for kids, particularly for aged people, particularly for people who have certain diseases, chronic diseases. So I think this is very important. This is one part of the advances in materials, and it will go hand in hand with the developments in the cities.
So Engin, question for you, Engin. So what types of viruses does your solution work with? Does it work also with the flu, with, other than COVID-19?
Flu, we haven't checked yet. It works with HPV. We have checked with HCV. We have the luck of being very close to the Department of Virology in Strasbourg, so we will continue checking. It is a physical interaction with the virus. The inactivation comes from that. And what we are doing on top of that, as a kind of early response module, is we are developing models based on machine learning that can link the properties of the coating with the surface structures of the virus. So next time when we have a sudden pandemic again, maybe not at global scale, we will be able to develop a formulation which is much more effective for that specific virus than the others. So this is where we are trying to go at.
And maybe final question again from my end for you, how are you envisioning your solution be used, for example, in a place like CIC, a co-working place or corporate headquarters? How are you envisioning it being used?
The way I see it is that you come in, you have your spray, you put it on your desk, and you look around you, you see how many people are dead, and if you feel like, you put it in your mouth, you put it in your nose, and whatever you need, it will work like that. So you will decide when you need the safety. Wherever you can go, when you feel that you need an additional level of protection, you put it.
So basically you're putting it in the nose, in the mouth, and if the viruses comes in the nose,
it will prevent the... Exactly. It creates a layer. It is not just for that moment. It is not like a drug. It creates a layer and it stays there and it acts like a barrier for a given amount of time. It is not forever, but for a given amount of time. And with respect to the utilization, we will be able to tell you how long is that time.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you again. So we're going to open the floor. Please ask questions, everybody. I have a question maybe for Stas on transportation. So obviously, and myself, I'm one of these people, coming to CIC. So we can come with our car, we can come with the tube and so on. So, but obviously, I'm not completely comfortable in taking any public transportation this day and age, and so what is the thinking there, to from a standpoint of transportation? Today we're going to talk about e-mobility. I know Elon Musk has this amazing ATV, electric ATV. For me personally, that would be a great solution, coming to CIC with my electric non-polluting ATV, park it in front. What do you guys are thinking of reassuring people to come with the public transportation?
Yeah, so look, I think one really incredible achievement that moving to electric powered mobility gives us is a range of flexibility in vehicle shapes, sizes, and configurations that simply is hard to do in sort of gas powered mobility. So everything from scooters to electric bikes to ATVs to cars to tricycles to motorcycles. I think we're going to have a very different series of shapes coming. So, and the idea that you need to get into a vehicle that, let's say if I weigh 200 pounds and the vehicle I'm in weighs 5,000 pounds, we have to mobilize 5,000 pounds of weight to move 200 pounds of weight. That seems to be an inefficient bit, right? So the transportation is ripe for change. And by the way, I think one thing that I'll tell you, as somebody who came to the US as a little kid, as an immigrant, and have spent a lot of time traveling, one of the questions that always gets asked about the US is, why are we so car-centric? And so far, a lot of the answers have been, okay, look, we need parking here, we need parking there, okay, I hear that. The pandemic has, walked down Newbury Street, walked down the North End, walked down Moody Street in the Waltham, has reshaped the physical geography of our street. We still have to drive there. In fact, we're taking less public transit than we were before. But somehow we've also found a way to remove the parking spots out of the street and insert outdoor seating in restaurants and wider sidewalks. And what I keep hearing from friends and family is, one, why did it take us this long? And two, we all know that's not going anywhere, right? Like, no one's going to want to go back to Newbury Street and say, what Newbury Street needed more of? Parking. And what it needed less of? Outdoor space, right? And it needed narrower sidewalks and more cars darting, right? Like, and I say this as a driver who lives in the suburbs outside of Boston, but like, I'm happy to walk 3 blocks if it means I don't need to worry about being run over on the way to the cafe. And so, I think we're seeing this. The same thing affects the office environment. So getting to the office environment, there are 2 fundamental questions about the commute. One is, what is the mode of transport that I use it in? And 2, how often, right? The how often question, also the where from question, by the way, is critically important, but the how often question actually defines where from. Because if I'm coming into the office, if the world of the office is more flexible, and I don't have to think about work as a place where I go 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, then the work environment, which was already global before the pandemic, right? So all of us who work with people in other countries recognize that my 9 a.m. is not your 9 a.m., right? So I, of course, I'm going to be able to do something differently, because if I need to talk to somebody in Singapore, my 9 a.m. is their 9 p.m., right? So we already have to work in that world. But if we're working in that world, if we're not constrained to an office with the people just around us, then that remaps how we work, and it also remaps where we do it. And
Yep.
so what we're seeing now is people are saying, okay, look, I'm probably not going to have a physical designated desk at my office to go back to anytime soon. If I can, I want to go to the office. I want to see my coworkers. There are some things that are much easier done in person, but there's a whole host of things that we found out we can actually do from home. So maybe I'm not going back to the office 5 days a week. And if I'm not going back 5 days a week, the advantage of a flexible environment where I can come sometimes with the whole group and sometimes just by myself, or sometimes not at all, actually is overwhelmingly better than making a dedicated agreement to a single place and not being able to move from it. And having a network of places to work around the world is more effective as well. So I think we're actually going to see a massive shift towards flexibility generally, and it's driven by transportation, it's driven by traffic, right? We're asking the question, like, if I don't have to go to work at 9 a.m., I probably don't have to think that much about traffic, right? Because in most cities, traffic is beginning of day, end of day, and if beginning of day and end of day aren't the same for all of us, then maybe traffic is, that's one way it gets solved. So maybe we can use more individual transportation. We can think about how we can clean public transportation so that public transit is safer. But one of the ways that public transit will be safer is if we're all moving in, not all in at the same time, all out at the same time, densely packed. But if we're moving in different directions throughout the day at different times of day, then we're going to have to ask a whole bunch of questions about what does that mean in terms of operating hours, right? It's a constant question in Boston is how often is the city open? We've heard even, Mayor Walsh say, look, if it doesn't make any sense that if I'm working with somebody on a different time zone, that I have to live in the East Coast. In East Coast time, and my work shuts down in East Coast time, and my train shuts down in East Coast time. If I need to speak to Singapore at the end of the day.
Excellent, Stas.
Lots of changes coming.
No, but I love all these visions, and I hope we can implement them, sooner than later. And that's the objective of today, is to discuss, how do we actually concretely make the change happen. It's great to have ideas, but let's make it happen. So thank you very much, Stas. So now we are on time for questions. So any questions from the audience, please? This is for you, for everybody. So if you have any questions on the rapid COVID test, on the bio coatings, on the different solution for entrepreneurs and shops, the igloos and or CIC workplaces, it is now. Please don't hesitate. This is for you. We want this to be a community event. So go ahead. We have one question. So you talked a little bit about it, Stas. In a few words, what's the future of co-working? How do you see the future? You sort of alluded to it in the last question, but what's the vision? Is it meeting rooms that we can book, and what's sort of the vision you guys are thinking of?
So I think we're going to go back to a world where we connect to one another with physical density. That's not really a question. It's just a question of how do we get back to doing that safely. I think there's still something about working together in person that is more than working together not in person and working together remotely. There are some advantages to remote, there's some advantages to the physical space. So then our goal is to say, okay, how do we make the physical environment safer? And it shouldn't be a choice between your work or your life. Like that's an outrageous choice, of course, your life over your work. But then if we can make the choice safer so that you don't have to choose between life safety, then we think that's pretty good. We just need to make sure that environment, the built environment, reflects that.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Stas. Any questions from the panelists to each other? Any things you guys want to exchange on together? Any opportunities you see? Make it happen right here.
Alistair, I also want to share something that I think it's important. Like you probably guys remember that 100 years ago, there was a Spanish flu that happened, and it was devastating for the world. And this is the first time, not the only time, but at this scale, a new pandemic has affected us. This means that this is not impossible for this to repeat itself. It will surely repeat itself. We don't know when, and we are very, very lucky that COVID has such a low incidence, that it's not killing children at the same scale as old people, etc. But it's a very good opportunity for the world to actually train itself on how to really respond correctly to a pandemic. And we are very, very lucky that COVID has happened in that sense, the way it has, because most of us, the majority of us are stuck at home, learning stuff, doing that, but it's really not as catastrophic it is catastrophic.
Yes.
It's just not that terrible.
It could have been worse. And actually, you're right. There's an article in Nature that explains that climate change, which we will be talking about today, is responsible also for the pandemic, because animals retreat in the backs of forests, change habitats, find new viruses that have evolved. And then since we get close to animals, we eat them, and so on and so on, we catch this. And you're right, it could have been far worse. It could the challenges we're all facing. This could reproduce more and more, and it could be like a norm, right? So actually being ready, you're right, to remind us of this is important. And in Asia, one thing also I want to add, we have all these cities collaborating. I think Asia or some countries that had been hit in the past by these types of events seem to have, better managed this. So what can we learn from them, right? I don't know if we could, have maybe a next event where we actually bring, some countries who have been living this. So we just copy paste, like we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm pretty sure a lot of the processes we're talking about today are kind of already sort of in place somewhere else. And I think that's the beauty of today, the digital world. We can, collaborate, exchange, and we should learn fast because, you're right, Laura, it could have been far worse and it could be worse tomorrow, right? What if the virus evolves, right? The vaccine is one thing, but some people are saying, it's not necessarily the solution, right? So, so basically, thanks for adding this, Laura. That was very important indeed. Any comments from the panelists you guys want to add?
I just want to add something to it. I think one part of the crisis is our healthcare system. We are seeing that the infrastructure we have is not enough for extreme cases. So everything we talk about, the coatings, the testing, the management of the situation, I think in the next time we should be able to push these all together one side, and the other side we need to imagine new ways of incorporating the health system in our lives. The hospitals should stop being something separate at the corner. We go maybe 2 times, 3 times in our lives. It will come closer to our working places. It will come closer to our homes. It will be different. And again, this is an opportunity to think about this and take the necessary steps so that in the next time we will be much more prepared.
Excellent. Thank you, Engin. So we're about to be on time for the end of the panel. Anything else, final points you want to bring, Alison?
No, again, Alistair, thank you for inviting me. And, just to echo the sentiments of Laura and Stas and Engin, it's actually, COVID actually has been really a harsh lesson, but I think also a good one. And one takeaway that I've actually been really kind of, I would say, touched by is the fact that the support and the willingness to collaborate across industries, across niches, across different levels of expertise has really been unparalleled. So this was a really harsh wake-up call for all of us. But I think that this pivot has really kind of forced us to rethink how we do things. And it's really been amazing how quickly people have been wanting, how quickly they are willing to, go forward with things and look at different ways of doing things and modifying things to try to, to protect the future and be able to get us back to where we need to be. So as bad as a pandemic can be, there are occasionally some pluses, and I think we have seen a few of those, and hopefully we'll continue to see more.
Excellent. Alison, thank you so much. So I think this is perfect words of hope and positivity to end the panel.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
you. Look forward to be back at CIC.
Thank you.
Panelists.
Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you, everybody.
And a better world to come. So we'll be in a better place when all is said and done.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
So now the next panelist is going to be joining. So thank you to our panelists here. Okay, so basically, thanks to our partners who are bringing this event for us, with us. We have many amazing organizations that are changing the world, fixing the world, and trying to improve things. So thank you for all these amazing organizations for being with us. The next panelist, and we're going to be starting at 9:10. So take a break. You can grab a coffee. We have Scott Miller, VP Sales, based in Boston for USA, for ChargePoint. He's going to talk about the future of electric mobility. This is extremely exciting, everyone. So bear with us a few minutes. So if you have a headset on, the music might be a little loud. If it is, feel free to tell us, in the chat, and we'll be more careful on the next ones. But we wanted you to wait for the next panelist to come with a bit of music on there. We'll start at 9:10. Everybody, speak to you soon. Hello, Scott. Welcome to the EcoCity Revolution. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thanks for being here and joining us today. Thanks to all our attendees equally for being here. So we look forward to hearing your presentation on basically the future of mobility and how ChargePoint is playing a role there. We have participants from Boston, but also from Europe. So, feel free to share any insights that can help on both sides of the world there. So you can go anytime you're ready to go.
I can also share my screen, I assume, so I'll try and do that in just a second. It may look like I'm in Boston with the skyline behind me, but in fact, I'm actually calling you from California, where my first trip since 8 months in COVID back to the headquarters of ChargePoint, and we have meetings all day today. It turns out that our first meeting starts at 7 a.m. And so I'm going to get through this and be able to run off and go to those meetings. So I'm really pleased to be with everybody, really excited to be in this very, very exciting field of electromobility and share a little bit about what we're doing and what's happening in the world out there. Let me see if I can share my screen, see if I can get that going. Hold on.
Thank you, Scott. And Scott is VP of Sales for ChargePoint, right?
That's correct. I'm actually VP of our North American sales for fleets. And so it's a little bit of a complicated title. I've been with ChargePoint for almost 11 years now. When I started with the company, we had 400 charging stations installed across the United States and Canada. They were primarily United States, primarily in California. But I remember going to one in Lexington at an Element Hotel. It was what we call level 1 charging station, which basically would charge a Nissan Leaf in 16 hours. And I scratched my head at the time and said, why would anybody buy a charging station like this that would sit out in the front of their parking lot at this hotel to charge a Nissan Leaf in 16 hours? And by the way, a Nissan Leaf had been announced at that time, but had not actually been launched. Neither had the Volt. So it was an industry searching for cars. And that was my start. And I'll tell you just real quickly about my background in the company. My very first job with ChargePoint, I thought it was a dream job, was to literally give away 2,500 charging stations as part of President Obama's ARRA funding program. It was a small grant that the government had given us, but very important for us. And I was basically responsible for helping the city of Boston, city of New York, the city of Washington, D.C., the city of Orlando, Florida, and southern Michigan get their first EV charging stations. I'll show a couple of pictures from that time. Let me see if my slides.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott. So this is very exciting. We do feel we're at the beginning of a new era, probably the golden age of green. It's very much needed with what's going on with the climate and everything else. So thank you for being here. You're ready to go whenever you are.
It's my pleasure. Do you see my slide, my first slide?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'll just quickly talk about ChargePoint. ChargePoint was founded in 2007. So if you add it up, we're about 13 years old. But we announced several weeks ago that the company is going to be going public. Currently, it's trading as SBE, which is the name of the SPAC, the Special Purpose Acquisition Company that acquired us. But starting in the end of December, beginning of January, we will be charting on the New York Stock Exchange as CHPT. And that's a very exciting dream for me to be able to go through with a company that was so small when I started that's going public now. It's a real dream that I've always had. Everything we do in our company is EV charging infrastructure and services. But to be clear, ChargePoint virtually owns no charging infrastructure. We're not a company like Tesla that put our own network out and people are charging their vehicles at our stations. We sell charging stations, charging software, and charging services to customers, and they run their own charging network, but it's all part of the much larger ChargePoint network. We work with drivers to get them RFID cards and other capabilities to log into these stations. And we have now over 120,000 charging ports across North America and Europe. Very, very exciting to see it grow from 400 to 120,000. So what our job is actually facilitate little networks as small as one station, as big as what some people have over 2,000 or 3,000 stations. We have a very notable set of customers. 50% of our business is in workplace, and customers like Google, Apple, Facebook in the West Coast have dominated with large installations of our charging stations. But I can tell you also here in Boston, which is very true to my heart, we have a lot of companies that have deployed charging stations in their parking lots. We have parking companies, we have universities, we have restaurants, we have hotels, trying to deploy this very large charging network. The company is based in Silicon Valley. We have over 750 employees, and 250 of them or more are engineering staff. What I'm doing now, after giving away those charging stations, about my progression within ChargePoint, I actually started the Eastern region and spent 6 years with ChargePoint running the Eastern region, which was basically everything east of the Rocky Mountains, built the organization, built the installed base of charging stations. And then they asked me to go over to Europe to start our European operations, which was really exciting. I've spent in my life 14 years living in France. My wife is French, my children and I are all dual nationals. And so it was great to go back and start building ChargePoint in Europe. We hired a general manager and a whole team over there. It was a very great experience. And I learned a lot about the European charging market, which is quite a bit different from the United States charging market. And I may make some comments on that later. But what I'm doing now is really interesting. ChargePoint's fastest growing business right now is electric fleets. And fleets would be defined as a delivery fleet, would be as a sales force, 5,000 vehicles for your sales force across the country. It would be a utility fleet. It would be a municipal fleet. This is by far the fastest growing market in the EV charging space. And in terms of deployment of electric vehicles, you're going to see an explosion of this going on. As a framework, today in the United States, the average, the number of vehicles sold is only 2% of all the vehicles sold are electric. And those numbers are projected to go way up. I'll show you that in a second. This is what it looks like in Massachusetts. We have, I'm gonna move my thing over here. We have 2,247 public stations in Massachusetts with 3,807 ports. Some stations have 2 ports on them, and that's why you have a bigger number. We have 556 independent customers, and I'm showing where they all are. You can see a lot focused in Boston, but you have them on the Cape, you have them on the islands, and you have them out in Western Massachusetts as well. Some notable customers, our very first customer in Massachusetts, and it was not by default, it was the town of Lexington. I was able to stand on the Lexington Green on a day that was 102 degrees. On either side of me, I had a Minuteman, which was dressed in the full outfit. And for those of you who don't know, from Europe, Lexington is the start of the American Revolution. And it's where the first battle of the American Revolution happened. And I declared in my opening that this is the new American Revolution, the move from fossil fuels to electric. Many different places deployed our stations, including the city of Boston. If you go to Logan Airport, there are charging stations in every single terminal. National Grid, the utility, adopted them in full force. I think they got between Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New York, over 150 charging stations that are open to the public. AstraZeneca is our biggest workplace customer in Boston or in the Boston area, but we have many, many workplace customers. And then of course, the universities, UMass and MIT. Just to get a sense for what they kind of look like. The left, this is a great picture I have. This is our CEO, Pat Romano, at my hometown charging station in Belmont, Massachusetts. Pat came and visited, and I spent about 7 years trying to convince the town that they needed public charging stations. Up until COVID, these stations got a whole lot of use. You can see Century Bank has it. On the right, it's MIT. Those were my kids when they were very little. This is at Fenway Park. So Fenway Park actually had some charging. And I went to many of these introductions, groundbreakings, everything else for new charging stations. It was and continues to be a lot of fun. Electric cars are not new. The electric cars were developed in 1830. And this is a picture of a vehicle called the Ne Jamais Content. I thought that this audience might get a kick out of this. This is a Belgian guy named Camille Jancy. And this vehicle broke the world land speed record of 100 kilometers per hour in 1899. And the turn of the century, there were 33% of the vehicles were gas, 33% were electric, and 33% were steam. And the New York taxi, many people don't know this, but was 100% electric at the turn of the century. But as I see it, and I think as the world sees it, and as President-elect Biden sees it, the future of mobility is surely electric. And clearly, no major industry will transform more over the next decade than transportation. And I'm not just talking passenger cars. I'm talking trucks, I'm talking taxis, I'm talking buses, I'm talking delivery vans. It is a revolution going on, and is surely exciting to be part of this revolution as I see this. In 2040, there should be 60 million electric vehicles, equivalent to 55% of the global light-duty vehicle market. Remember, I said right now, it's about 2% in the United States. So it's going to go rapidly to 55%. There's a lot of transformation that has to happen to make that happen. So the vehicle manufacturers have to build cars that not only are electric, they have to be reliable, they have to be at price parity with today's gas vehicles, and they also have to help an infrastructure to be able to charge these vehicles. Not only an infrastructure that will be there, but in times of power shortages and other things with backup capability and everything else. It's clearly a very exciting time in our business. Here's the graph of what the past has been. When President Obama got into office, he said that we will have 1 million EVs on the road by 2015. He was a tad optimistic. We passed that number in 2018, but it continues to accelerate. In fact, during COVID, the acceleration has happened even further in terms of the percentage of vehicles bought that are electric versus that are gas vehicles, and will continue to accelerate. This is a very exciting thing to be in. You can also look at the breakout between gas, which is the gray, and between ICE stands for internal combustion engine, and plug-in hybrids and battery electric vehicles, the BEVs in blue. And you can see the plug-in hybrids is only a niche getting us to these battery electric vehicles. You can see 55% of these vehicles in 2040 will have a plug, and over 45%, or I think 50% actually, will be battery electric, full battery electric. So what's happening to make this happen? So first, governments are enacting aggressive policies. This is not just the US governments and the state governments, but you probably very well know that many European countries are saying now that they are going to ban the sale of fossil fuel vehicles in 2030, 2035, 2040. And you see cities like Paris and London and Amsterdam setting their own kind of legislation. On top of that, you see massive funding from governments to put in the infrastructure and to allow people to buy the cars. Right now, we're still in a position where the vehicles are more expensive than their equivalent gas vehicles, and the governments and the utilities are stepping in to provide funding. As an example, in Massachusetts today, if you want to get a charging station for your workplace, and you are either an Eversource or a National Grid customer, they will pay 100% for your installation. Installation can represent half the cost of a charging station acquisition. The state of Massachusetts has funding to provide 60% of funding for the charging station. So for people who run businesses in Massachusetts or know people who run businesses in Massachusetts, this is an unbelievable opportunity to get charging infrastructure into your parking lots, you know, as these vehicles are coming, and they are indeed coming. For the longest time, from the movie Field of Dreams, we used to say, if you build it, they will come. And surely they did. I could tell you a story about Google telling us that they were going to buy 50 charging stations, and that's all they were going to need for the better part of the next 3 years. And they came back to us 3 months later and said they needed another 50, and 3 months later and needed another 50. And today Google has over 2,500 charging stations in their parking lot in California. I often have been somewhat frustrated because the rest of the country is not quite as aggressive as California has been. But we've seen with companies like AstraZeneca and others that's happening all over the country as well. You've heard announcements from automakers as they're investing billions in the new EV models. The Volkswagen settlement was a huge thing. Volkswagen completely turned around the company and started investing major league in electric vehicles. Tesla has been the leader and still is the leader. If you look at the market share that Tesla, with all their models, the S, the 3, the Y, and the X, what they're doing and the success that they've had has all of their rivals jealous. And you can see in their market valuation that they are much larger than any of their closest competitors. In fact, I think they are GM, Ford combined is not as big as Tesla today. But this is important because as the automakers are investing, they are going to be bringing out vehicles and they're going to be promoting those vehicles, and people are going to find it easier to be able to get vehicles. When I started, the Nissan Leaf got 90 miles on a charge, and it was a very frustrating 90 miles because in the cold weather, as I learned myself with my Active E from BMW, it doesn't get 90 miles, it only got 60 miles. But now vehicles are standard coming out with 300, 350, 400 miles of range, which totally eliminates that range anxiety. That in conjunction with people putting a charging infrastructure out there has really helped us quite a bit. Consumers obviously and fleets are shifting to electric as well. A funny story, my kids all went to the French school in Boston, and at the time, the head of Bentley, who is now the CEO of Bentley North America, had his kids at the school as well. And I was starting in at ChargePoint. I had been there a couple of years. And I pulled him aside and I said, hey, what do you think? Is Bentley ever going to adopt electric vehicles? And he told me flat out, there is no way, no how Bentley will ever deploy electric vehicles. And just, I think this week they announced that they will be all electric in the year 2030. So when you have companies like Bentley and some of these other companies, they're realizing what's happening out there. So pretty exciting. Here's just some of the companies that have launched electric initiatives. It's sort of the same thing after everybody. Tesla led the way. So Tesla was dominant in passenger cars. They now have 2 models, the Cybertruck that I think many of you have seen, which is a very funky, looks like stainless steel vehicle, and the Tesla Semi, which is a Class 8 semi truck that will be carrying trailers across the country. So they are again leading the way in the fleet space as well. GM, and I'm not going to read these to you, but you can see every major automaker has invested and made announcements relative to vehicles. So from ChargePoint standpoint, what's happening is you're seeing 3 places. You're seeing shared transport, buses, taxis, and I'm not even going to talk about autonomous cars, but that's also a trend that's coming. You have people driving vehicles and delivering goods. All of those, we at ChargePoint are taking positions, are being quite successful. And we say we're creating the new fueling network. It's a different fueling network. It's not like going to the gas station when the yellow light goes on in your car. You can charge at home when you're sleeping at night. You can charge at work when you're there for 8 hours. Vehicles like fleets charge in their depots as they normally do, but they also have the opportunity to go out and charge in the wild. And we at ChargePoint, our job is to put together the infrastructure that will allow this to happen. The city of New York has over 2,000 electric vehicles. It's the largest electric fleet in the country from a municipal standpoint. But their cars sit at rest for 15 hours a day. And so we have a special charging approach for them that they don't have to charge these cars immediately when they get back. In fact, if they did that, they would pay very high demand charges and high costs. So part of the whole fueling network is to provide the flexibility to be able to decide when these cars get charged, how long they get charged for, and how much energy goes into these cars, to do things like level out power usage, to reduce the amount of incoming power to a building that you might need, and to avoid costly demand charges. There are major markets out there that are committed to this electrification, so it doesn't happen by itself. It's not just Tesla. So when Tesla went out there, they showed the world what they can do. They've got other companies, whether it's bus companies or truck companies or passenger vehicle companies doing it. But the energy companies are heavily involved in this right now and have become even more heavily involved. In fact, in the case of Shell and BP, they've actually bought charging station companies to get more familiar with this and are selling those in the US and in Europe. So there are competitors right now. Imagine we, 750 people, competing with the likes of BP and Shell in the United States. Total is actually a partner of ours in Europe. And we're working with EDF very quickly also. But these companies, they have to make sure there's enough power available. They have to make sure that you can get that power to the locations. If you're trying to charge Class 8 semi trucks, you need a lot of power to do that. And if you basically have a depot, you're trying to charge 100 of them, you need enormous amounts of power. The oil and gas companies are also involved because they see a threat to their business. So whether it's buying low carbon credits in California, or whether it's investing in charging state companies like Chevron did with us, people are getting involved quite heavily. But then there's all the other players around, the technology providers that provide technology in addition to charging to make these fleets go and operate properly. Just a couple of pictures. The one thing common in all these pictures is that they all have charging stations from ChargePoint. These are some fleet things, and people say the fleet is late these days and the fleet is not coming and there's not enough vehicles. But this is the city of New York with a refuse truck, an electric refuse truck. They also have an electric street sweeper, shuttle vans. On the right, it's Class 8 vehicles. You can see the Frito-Lay vehicle in California delivering potato chips. This is what's in the middle is called a yard tractor. This is taking things from whether it's a port to distribution facilities or taking things from distribution facilities to vehicles. Very important market. And of course, the bus market is something important. Municipal fleets, and it's not just California. I've got the city of Columbus with over 150 electric vehicles. City of Boston, utilities, and this one is Con Ed in New York. And of course, you're seeing advertisements now of Amazon who bought 100,000 electric vehicles from a company called Rivian that's making electric pickup trucks. By the way, they just announced if you want to start reserving your electric pickup trucks, they're going for, I think, between $70,000 and $75,000. And it's an exciting day for that company, which is trying to be the next Tesla, but in the pickup space. Quickly, the benefits of an EV in this environment, it's not all about the environment. It's important, but when you look at fleets, it's also the ability to lower your costs. The fuel cost is somewhat, I think it's 33% of the cost of gas, and the maintenance costs have been proven, as we've seen from many fleets announcing what their costs are, can be 20% to 25% of what the regular vehicles are. So they can really make a case of this. The other thing is that fleet charging is very predictable. So you know how many vehicles you are, you know how many vehicles are going to be in the depot. And so we're finding third-party finance companies very interested in helping financing these depots, because they know that they can sell based on a per mile or per vehicle basis, and they will get their money back. Unlike the people who are looking at putting EV charging stations at corridors or at gas stations across the highways, you just don't know how many people are going to go and charge there. You have no guess, and the numbers have been ramping, but they've not been ramping as much as we would have hoped. But in terms of a fleet, it's very predictable. So we're finding a lot of third-party companies who are interested in providing financing for this. If anybody's interested in that, they can catch me afterwards. So as a summary, and I'll pause for 5 minutes of questions. EVs are here to stay. They started in the 1800s. They went away because the inertia between the gas vehicles, I can tell you the story on that, but the costs are coming down rapidly. The availability of different types of vehicles at different cost points is going up. Electricity is plentiful and available almost everywhere. There's a big push towards natural gas vehicles and hydrogen powered vehicles, but the problem is that the supplies of that are not as plentiful as electricity. You're going to need a lot of it. The utilities are ready for it, but it's coming. The financial and environmental benefits are compelling, especially for fleets as we go forward. You can tell I'm a little partial of my fleet responsibility right now. Governments, utilities, and other organizations are going to be creating the funding, the mandates to facilitate the transition. I didn't mention, but California is going to outlaw gas vehicles in 2035. They've also made some bold statements about how many vehicles will be fleet vehicles, how many of those will be electric. And then there's a consortium of about 13 or 14 states in the East who are mimicking that, and you'll see more and more with that. You've heard Joe Biden talk about not only helping the states by putting in 500,000 additional charging stations across the United States, but he's very committed to electrifying the fleet of the government of the United States. Alone, the U.S. Postal Service has 200,000 vehicles that they're in process of doing an evaluation of what their next generation vehicle is. And they haven't announced it yet, but my guess is it will likely be either all electric or a very large part being electric. The major industry forces are collaborating here. Current US EV penetration, I think it's 1.5%. I think I said 2 earlier. What can it be in 2025? What can it be in 2040? And what can all our organizations do together to figure out how to make sure that that happens? And with that, I'll say thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure talking to you today. And I'll open any questions that may be there.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. So Scott Miller is VP of Sales North America from ChargePoint. Thank you for this great presentation. We have a few questions in the Q&A. So the one question is about hydrogen. Does it have a better future than electricity for vehicle? What's your point of view on hydrogen?
So hydrogen is used to power fuel cells, and fuel cells, can go a whole lot longer than just regular batteries can. So where I see the hydrogen contribution is in the long distance fleets. So they're going to want to go very long distances, and I think there's a possibility there. There's a company that many of you may know that's called Nikola, that is a takeoff on Tesla, because it was Nikola Tesla who did a lot of stuff. They have announced a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, and it'll be very interesting to see how that actually works out. Hydrogen up until now is not plentiful. It costs very much to put in a hydrogen plant, so to speak, so that you can actually fill these vehicles up. But I think there will be a place for hydrogen.
Excellent, excellent. And please feel free, the audience, to ask questions. This event is also for you to help you understand, these topics. So please contribute. Don't hesitate. Don't be shy. Ask a question. All questions are great. Make yourself known. The second question is there a risk that the batteries in the electric cars explode of burning and any safety issues that we need to think of with this transition?
Yeah, there's always been a concern about that. It hasn't been well founded. In fact, there are probably 10 times as many gas car fires on the sides of the highway than there are electric fires that there are. But it is an issue. The companies, have protected the batteries from that, but I'm not saying it won't happen. It can happen, but it happens unbelievably a lot less than what happens with gas cars.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So next question is, what about the recycling of electric batteries? Aren't we creating a new problem?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of people ask that question when you look at the sustainability of these vehicles over time. There are people working on the recycling of these batteries to make new auto batteries, but also the utilities are quite interested in getting these batteries for storage at their facilities, so they can also be repurposed for storage. An electric battery kind of is no good after it gets down to electric car battery, about 75% of its original range. One interesting thing is
that as these cars are getting older, we're finding that they don't degrade as quickly as people think they were going to degrade. So people were worried about buying a car and having the battery, kind of die on them, which is not happening. But the recycling, there's a lot of efforts in that in a lot of different places. Utilities, repurposing for other uses, and also recycling to be able to put in for vehicles again.
Excellent. And then maybe one question, every transition has winners and losers. So, what's the future, in your opinion, for traditional legacy energy companies? Are they really making the shift? Is it them driving actually some of the transition too?
They're trying. Whether they'll be successful or not, don't know. It's just like the auto companies. They're trying. They went slowly. They went kicking and screaming. But the truth will tell, they've been shocked by the success of Tesla and what Tesla has done. And now there's a bunch of other Teslas coming out that are going to try and do that. And the question is, will the traditional ones, GM, Ford, and the other ones, be able to withstand that? They've all announced electric vehicles. Ford has the F-150 coming out. GM, the electric F-150. GM just announced the e-Hummer coming out, which it's put a lot of excitement. But at the bottom line is they have to deliver, and those cars have to be as reliable as what we found with Tesla and some of the other electric cars. By the way, the electric cars, the reason why the maintenance costs are so much less is they're just really simple. All you have is an electric motor. You don't have oil. You don't have a distributor cap. You don't have spark plugs. You don't have any of the stuff that you have to deal with in a internal combustion engine. So they should be reliable, but the question is, will the big auto companies be able to come out and do something? And will it be Tesla buying GM or GM buying Tesla?
Excellent, excellent. And what's your view on two-wheel mobility, scooters, ATVs, and so on, versus, four-wheel?
Yeah, so Harley Davidson is a proud customer of ours, and they've got their electric motorcycle. I think there will absolutely be a place for those. My memories of Paris is going around the périphérique and having all these little scooters scoot around, and they made a lot of noise. And it would be great to see them not making that much noise and scooting around there a little less. I personally don't ride a motorcycle, but I think the future is great for those. As is for, interestingly enough, e-bikes. There's a big market for that. The batteries aren't as big. You plug it into your regular plugs, but yes, I'm very optimistic on it. You're going to see a completely changed transportation system, in the next 10 to 20 years. And it's going to be so exciting to be part of it, to watch it evolve and see what actually happens.
It's clearly a revolution that is very exciting. So one question from Mo here: how do you generate enough electricity? More EV, more electric need. So how is that going to strain the grid, and what are you guys thinking about this?
You just need a nuclear power plant at every house. That's all. It's easy. No, I'm kidding. The utility companies are all gearing up. Not only are they providing funding, they're also electrifying their own fleets, but they are gearing up to be able to supply this. They compare this to the advent of air conditioning, where nobody had air conditioning and now virtually everybody has air conditioning, and they believe they can handle it. Obviously, there's concerns in places like California, where they have rolling blackouts and things like that. Will they be able to supply it? But they're all over this, and I have confidence that they'll be able to do that. You'll see the traditional supplies augmented by wind. Wind is great because wind comes at night, and so the problem with solar, it doesn't come at night, but solar's out there also. I will mention that in the Nordic countries, these are the leaders in electric vehicles. Norway, I think 70% of the vehicles purchased in the last 6 months were electric. This is not 2, it's not 10, it's 70. In Denmark, they're putting up windmills so that they can supply existing electricity, and they find it they're doing it at night, which is the time when they need it. There's also going to be need for battery storage to store a lot of this. So with all the solar going up, most vehicles are charging at night, so you actually have to store that solar and then be able to charge from the solar as opposed to charging. But I'm convinced that utilities will be ready.
Okay, great. Well, Scott, this is really great. One last question, and we'll move to the next speaker. So the last question was from Christopher Phillip. Thanks for asking the question. Are the movements towards creating new clean electricity sources for e-cars progressing in partnerships such as tidal ocean, current energy for your charging station in Massachusetts, for example?
You said it again, you cut out. I missed that.
Are there movements towards creating new clean electricity sources for e-cars progressing through partnerships such as with Tidal Ocean? Philip?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes and no. I don't think there's a big input on that for the vehicles themselves. It's not focused on that. I think it's focused on overall energy supply, which is the whole equation. So including the homes, including the air conditioning, everything else. I don't know if there's anything out there that's saying we're going to create new sources for this, although there are solar canopies going up, and this is really interesting. There's a synagogue in my close to my town that's putting up this very large solar canopy. They're paying nothing for it because a local company or a finance company is going to take that energy and sell that back to the grid. And under those, they're going to put charging stations because they just felt it was the right thing to do. So you're seeing a lot of those public-private partnerships that will allow, additional supply of clean energy like that.
Excellent. Scott, thank you so much for this presentation. This was really on point. Anyone has any needs or want to contact with Scott Miller, feel free to chat with, send this request in the chat to Mickey or myself, and we'll make sure we make the introduction. Thank you, Scott. This was great. And we wish you a good meeting, good management meeting over the Thank you,
Alistair. One thing, the best place to reach me is probably LinkedIn. I publish a lot of stuff on the electric vehicle business and that. So find me on LinkedIn. I'll be happy to link up with you.
Excellent. And thank you for French American Chamber of Commerce for connecting us also. So thank you, Scott. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
Je vous en prie.
Thank you. And let's get excited about today. This is a revolution. It's really cool to see this new era come together. Hopefully we can all seize a little bit of these opportunities and contribute, and also vet that it's absolutely real and that it's the right thing to do. And that's why the speakers are here today to sort of illuminate us on these aspects. So thank you, Niels. The floor is yours whenever you want to get started.
All right.
Timing wise, let's just make sure. So you have until 10, 10. We say 10, and then we'll open for question.
All right, that sounds good. Just a quick check. Do you see my screen
Yes.
with my opening slide, and do you still have the camera on?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, well, thanks a lot, Alistair. Thanks a lot for having me on this program today. I think we will see a lot of very inspiring ideas and visions. We will also probably talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we have. When we were discussing in preparation of this, we quickly found a few synergies in what we want to achieve with the program and the simple and effective solutions that Fonroche Lighting has to offer. I think in perspective of the previous speaker, Scott, I think we see that there are a lot of very complex and also very simple ideas to work on the opportunity, but also the challenges of a zero carbon situation in 2050. Smart resilient cities, disruptive technologies. We are even talking about ecological paradises. It's all very visionary, very optimistic, and I think that there is reason to be optimistic about some of the things that are going on and that we are working on together. I want to take you through an example of an in-time vision with very focused innovation, but also some very tangible results. I also use a few resources in my narrative. I refer back to information from Our World in Data, but I also use a very interesting series of papers that was released by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, who has been releasing this series of papers about the low carbon transition strategies for the United States. So I will start with a very big picture and then now narrow down to some of the things that we have been doing with success and some very interesting opportunities associated with that. Just to set the perspective, just to remind, and I start with the bad news, but I will then move towards the good news. But we probably all seen this picture, and we can say that the situation today is really worse than what was expected about 10 years ago. Climate change is accelerating, and we are passing very dangerous limits. And you can say, and this is one of the things that I picked up in some of the reports that I read that I found pretty alarming, that right now our planet is warmer than any decade or century, as far as we know, of the entire Holocene. So that is 10,000 years of civilization after the last ice age. So we know that we need to go through a transformation. We have set our objectives on 2050 right now, in particular led by the Paris Climate Agreement. And at the core of the transformation to a zero carbon system is power generation. And we saw in the previous presentation how important the zero carbon power generation is if we want to continue to use so much of those innovations, and we see a few more today, that are based on electricity. The power sector itself is accounting for perhaps about 40% of the direct emissions of CO2, and that is burning coal and natural gas primarily to generate electricity, but also electrification is a vital part of getting to zero in the other sectors. On the flip side, according to the International Energy Agency, we could reach about 40% of the Paris Climate Agreement targets by implementing energy efficient solutions that are available right now. So altogether, we're already good about 75 to 80% with our ambitions, and it's all a matter of choices, priorities, and implementation. And what we see throughout the day, if I look at the program, there are so many opportunities associated with this energy transition, and there are going to be millions of jobs to build the new green economy. So the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network has published low carbon transition strategies for the United States, and the conclusion is that it's very feasible to hit the carbon neutrality by 2050. It's about shifting the system away from burning fuels, because those are really challenging, to decarbonize towards electricity. But the good news is that their models, they show that that situation will have a net cost of not more than 0.4% of GDP in 2050, which is very, very realistic. And electricity in that equation is about 60% of that final energy demand by 2050. And the good news is that we already see all over the United States and beyond that wind and solar are displacing natural gas, not even to mention coal, just purely on a cost basis. It is cheaper, more efficient to make a transition to sustainable, renewable energy. And basically already today, we are at grid parity. That means that the levelized cost of energy services are no higher with clean energy than they are with the dirty variant. And you see on this picture, the Winchester Mountains in Arizona with 450-foot tall wind turbines and a field of solar panels to produce electricity for the city of Tucson. Now, the city of Tucson is a very interesting segue for me to talk about, where we are. And I spent almost all of my professional career in lighting, and in particular outdoor and public lighting. And it's a very interesting space. It's the space that went in through innovation, We just had the LED transition behind us, and I worked about 22 years for Philips Lighting, now known as Signify. And the last year, I worked for a much smaller company from France. I will talk about that a little bit later. Fonroche Lighting. We are part of Fonroche Lighting America here, and we do something very, very effective in perspective of this energy transition with solar street lighting. Now, today there are more than 50 million streetlights in the United States, and if you looked to that sector alone, and every year we are adding more, and we know that our infrastructure that we have, just look outside, is very much obsolete. On average, the streetlights installed are about 25 years old. So that means that the technology we use there is a technology that was available 25 years ago, which tells you something about a tremendous improvement opportunity that is associated with street lighting. And when I look at the reports of the US Energy Information Administration, they estimate that in 2019, the US residential and commercial sectors combined used about 216 billion kilowatt hours for the electricity for lighting alone. That's about 8% of the total electricity consumption and about 5% of the total US electricity consumption, which is massive. So the commercial sector, which includes commercial and institutional buildings and public street and highway lighting, consumed about 141 billion kilowatt hours for lighting in 2019, which is equal to about 10% of that sector. So public lighting, my space, accounts for nearly 5% of global CO2 emissions and about 20 to 40% of the municipality's electricity bill. What is this? And therefore switching to, energy efficient alternatives can bring huge benefits to stretch city budgets. Just an example, and I'm glad that we have a few cities also participating in today's program, because I hope that what I am going to tell you is inspiring for some of the sustainability plans and some of the improvement plans for infrastructure and safety. Public lighting is for Los Angeles was a major improvement initiative, and Los Angeles made a tremendous transition of tens of thousands of streetlights into LED streetlights over the last few years. And today they are saving up to 10 million per year in electricity cost after switching to LEDs, and a further 3 million in maintenance savings, just with changing the traditional streetlight to an LED light. But there are even better alternatives. So look at those. So we are part of the Fonroche Group, and Fonroche is a group of 3 companies, 3 lines of business in Agen, close to Toulouse in the southwest of France, and they have 3 activities. They have Fonroche Geothermal, Fonroche Biogas, and Fonroche Lighting. So right now, the geothermal line of business is operating around 8 sites. They have drilling in progress, and they made an investment of around 400 million. The brothers from Biogas, they have about 3 to 4 plants operating right now. They have 4 under construction and a few planned. Also both on the energy production and energy supply side of the transition. The third one is a little bit interesting because it started also as energy production with solar, but they made a change because that solar panels, solar farms is a very, very dynamic and very difficult business still today. They moved their solar, their focus on solar electricity to the load side and developed lighting solutions. And today, Fonroche Lighting worldwide installed more than 100,000 streetlights, and I will tell you a little bit more about that. We have about 200 employees, and we are doing research, development, design, manufacturing, and we are present in about 10 countries right now.
Hey, Niels, just keeping a time check, so we should be opening quite soon for questions. We have a couple of questions, so this is very exciting. Keep on, but I just want to make sure we keep the time. So we have
Sounds good. Sounds good. I will go fast and get to some of and the good news is that a solar streetlight is so simple that I don't have to tell you a lot about it. But let's move to the next thing, and just a quick idea of what happened and why solar street lighting is so interesting. Both the solar panels that we use, as well as the LED light sources and storage associated, made so much improvement in terms of performance and price that right now a solar street light is such a better alternative to the conventional street light. And it's interesting because there's always resistance to change, and we've seen it in the discussion about electrical vehicles from combustion vehicles, is that there are all kinds of emotions associated with it. But right now we know that solar street lighting is as expensive as a grid-tied lighting. So let's look at the product that we installed 100,000 times on the planet. This is our smart light. It's an integrated system. It has electricity generation. It has energy storage with the battery that you see on the top, and it has the light source. We use crystalline silicon panels, and they are used for both solar lighting and solar generation processes. We have a few very exceptional features in there, specifically that our system is very efficient, so it may and it's resistant to all kinds of temperatures. So just quickly an overview, it is as simple as it looks. And the street light that needs to function every single day, 365 days of the year, charges during the day and functions during the night. It's low-hanging fruit. We have opportunities everywhere, every day, with tens of thousands of streetlights that we install every year in the United States. It is not the future, it is now. And just to give you an idea, we have about 5,000 times more incoming solar radiation on our planet than all the power we use in the world. So we have a lot of resources to tap into, and that energy comes for free.
So Niels, taking the opportunity to ask a question as it relates. So one participant, Frank from Strasbourg, is asking, how do you handle, fog or mousson or, snow? In Boston, obviously, starting soon, we'll have some interesting weather. So how does it work in that capacity?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And of course, there are always concerns about how you deal with that. Now, what we do for every single light point that we install, we look at the average sunlight over the last 10 years. And we take the worst case scenario, and we make sure that we dimension our system such that it could last even under those worst case conditions. So we guarantee that every single streetlight that we install will work 365 days per year without exception.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. So I think let's start wrapping up. Niels, a few minutes. Do we have any more questions, everybody? This was the end, so perfect. Okay, you want to go through this slide, maybe, Niels?
Well, if one thing that I think is important that I like to show is just the impact of installing a streetlight, and I hope that the municipalities, the cities that we have in our program today realize that installing a streetlight is a very complex thing when you do it in a conventional way. And it has a lot of environmental impact, trenching the cables, connecting it to the grid, making sure it works. Where the streetlights that we install are so simple. It's just drilling a hole, stick the pole in it, and you save so much cost just by not only with energy, because the sun never sends a bill, but also because you don't need to have all that infrastructural and civil work that is associated with it. And just to finish, of course, it will always work, even when there is power outages, which are way more frequent than bad weather. So the real concern should be with the conventional lighting and the power outages that makes it difficult to function, as opposed to what we do, dimensioning the system. I just wanted to give you one example to finish, which is Senegal. Senegal made a very, very bold decision. And as part of their renewable energy strategy, they decided to install 50,000 off-grid streetlights, which is fantastic. 30% of the country's infrastructure will be lit with Fonroche solar lighting, and this will be an extremely future-proof solution that contributes to their carbon neutral objectives that they have. So with that very, very interesting example, I can close my my presentation. Alistair, you see that I had a few examples there, but I think that the story speaks for himself. And I thank you very much for having me, and thanks everybody for listening to this presentation.
And then next is Jody Rose will start at 10:15. We'll talk about New England Venture Capital Association, High Diversity, the Nevies, an exciting event coming up. So in the meantime, you will hear a little bit of music. So hopefully the earphones, it's not going to be too loud. Just be careful about this, but I'm starting it. So we'll connect in a few minutes. Thank you, Jody, for being here with us. So Jody Rose is the president of New England Venture Capital Association. The reason we brought Jody today is because, you know, we have an idea of what venture capital is. We don't always know what, you know, is on their mind, what, you know, are the mission, vision, ambitions. But also, you know, we wanted to talk about an initiative which is very interesting called High Diversity. So this takes place in Boston. We have the city of Strasbourg there. We hope these stories and these missions can inspire other cities to do things that are similar. It's very important to basically think about everyone when we're, you know, doing this transition, when the technological revolution is ongoing, jobs are getting disrupted and so on. So, you know, today, Jody Rose, thanks for being here with us, and we look forward to learning about New England Venture Capital Association, the events, the initiative, and how we can help, how can we contribute and help you in your mission. Welcome to the call.
Thank you so much for having me, Alistair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect, perfect. So I want to say thank you to you and Innouvo for having me, and thank you for putting on such a well-attended and robust day. Just, you know, all that you're doing in the ecosystem in Strasbourg and here, we applaud you. So let me start by saying that I am not a venture capitalist. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not a historian, policy expert, or professor. As Alistair said, I lead the New England Venture Capital Association, which is an organization that acts and advocates on behalf of our 90+ venture capital member firms across New England, and also in some instances across the world. I came to this work having worked in the tech industry for over 20 years, close to 10 of them being in the startup space. For those of you who do not know, the New England Venture Capital Association, or for short, NEVCA, has a mission of helping to foster a more collaborative, innovative, and prosperous ecosystem with a keen eye towards entrepreneurship and community. Our work is guided by 4 key pillars: building community, regional brand evangelism, policy advocacy, and inclusive workforce development. So today I'd like to center us on a singular question. How can investors look beyond investing in companies, but also investing in communities? And as we spend the next 30 or 20 minutes or so, let's all ask ourselves, why, if at all, should this matter? So I believe historical context is key. So allow me to introduce my historical self. I promise you, I will take but 3 minutes. I am first generation American, born in the great state of New York, to a mother and father, both from Jamaica in the West Indies. Being the daughter of immigrant parents, I quickly learned that there were two key things that were paramount to my success in their eyes. One, I had to go to college and get a college degree, and I had to secure a good paying job with great health benefits. I identify as a Black Jamaican woman. My career began in New York City in the cable and telecommunications industry. And 10 years later, I would find myself working in the Boston tech startup ecosystem. As I started my role at the NEVCA, two things were abundantly clear. One, having never worked in venture capital, I had no idea what I was doing. And two, yet again, I was working in an industry where 99% of the time, I was the only Black woman navigating these corporate coveted spaces. My initial impression of this role was that it was my job to work on behalf of my constituents to ensure they were attracting more entrepreneurs, accessing stronger deal flow, and gaining increased national notoriety. Things drastically changed 2 months into my role when I was introduced to a venture capitalist by the name of Jeff Bousquet. Jeff forwarded me an article in Business Week that was entitled, "Why Can't Google and Silicon Valley Hire Black Coders?" This article went on to highlight the experience of a few historically Black college students from Howard University, an experience that they had while interning at Google, and essentially why they would never go back. It was at that time that Jeff said to me, "You know, Jody, this is not a Silicon Valley issue. It is pervasive in so many markets, but it's also pervasive in Boston. And I believe that we need to do something about it." Again, a few months in, I really couldn't understand why Jeff cared and why he was asking that the venture community take on this challenge. But to Jeff, it was quite simple. In board meetings with his portfolio companies, they'd all cite the challenge of not being able to find enough technologists to fill their open roles. And when pressed about what they were doing about diversity, they reminded their engaged investor, Jeff, that they just told him how challenging it was to find talent in general. That led Jeff, me, and a few others on a 6-month path to creating what is now known as Hack Diversity. Hack Diversity is a talent provider that connects top Black and Latino technologists with our community's leading companies, while also working in collaboration with each company to help them create the culture they aspire to have, a culture that works on helping them to retain talent, no matter what you look like or no matter what your background is. So you may be saying, yeah, great, this sounds good. We applaud the effort, but why should VCs care? Well, if we reflect on the strengths of this local innovation economy, consider this. We have some of the best colleges and universities in the world. We're home to the #1 research district in the entire world, ranked #1 in biotechnology, innovation, and venture capital investments, and have one of the world's leading technology sectors. This area attracts the best and brightest individuals from around the globe who are excited to not only attend our top universities, but to also build companies in this innovation community and work for leading early stage and later stage companies. Some would argue that the strength of this ecosystem is second to none. And with all these strengths and successes, we have one of the country's largest income inequality gaps, and our companies compete ferociously on talent because you know what? They still cannot fill all of their open roles. We know innovation and growth means nothing without people because it's the workers that actually get us there. Studies have also demonstrated time and time again that without a diverse workforce, companies will be slower to innovate and less successful than companies with more diverse teams. So as Jeff and I were on our listening tour, we realized that most, if not all, companies had a very similar talent recruitment process. Double down on top local universities to ensure they attract the best talent, which makes complete sense. I would do the same thing if I was building a company here. But they had one glaring flaw. These companies were overlooking a huge pool of talent that had the ability, the grit, and the aptitude, but didn't have the right family member, last name, country of origin, degree, or network, and almost always didn't have enough money to position themselves for opportunities that would allow them in these coveted spaces while also creating generational wealth. So 5 years later, how's Hack Diversity doing? Well, let me tell you. We tap into the underestimated, overlooked talent sources like coding tech boot camps, community colleges, and in some instances, what some would consider tier 2 universities. We recruit top software developers, data analysts, and IT professionals. We work alongside each and every one of our host companies to ensure that they are not just leveraging Hack for our talent, but that they are working alongside us and the other host companies to hack their culture. Our company approach is data-driven and includes aggressive feedback to employers and participating fellows. And that aggressive feedback doesn't just go one way, we also ask for it in return. Today, I'm happy to say, proud to say, that we're gearing up for our 5th cycle. And at the end of 2021, we will have served close to 300 talented Black and Latinx technologists at over 35 of Boston's most innovative companies, the likes of which include Vertex, Wayfair, Lola, HubSpot, Rapid7, Tango Therapeutics, BitSight, Drift, Athena Health, Boston Dynamics, Salsify, and the list goes on. So back to my original question. Should investors be focusing on investing in communities, and why? Through our program, we've been able to fill close to 200 jobs, a large percentage of which are at venture-backed companies. We've increased earnings of our fellows' earning capacity on average by $65,000, with a large percentage of our fellows making well into the 6 figures, more than they've ever made in their lives. We're tapping into the next generation of diverse leaders and entrepreneurs and are putting up a scaffolding needed to help interested Hack Diversity alums begin to learn how to pursue their entrepreneurial dreams. We are changing the face of innovation, one person at a time. So with more venture capitalists focused on community, consider this. Consider a world where the US tech force is no longer comprised of less than 6% of Blacks and Latinos, but more like 30, 40, or 50%. Consider a world where our fellows, or Blacks and Latinos and women, live in a city that has the right transportation infrastructure that now allows them to get to their new jobs in under 1 hour, or where they no longer have to consider opportunities based on the limitations of said transportation system. Consider a world where women receive more than 10% of venture funding, and where Black women receive more than 0.25% of venture dollars. Consider a world where you've now tapped into your local underestimated population who are ready, willing, and able to take on some of the world's and environment's leading challenges, and who are ready to change the world. That's the world I want to live in someday. That's the world I and the team at the NEVCA are working so hard to help create. And so I also believe that that's the world that we all want to live in today. Before I turn this over to questions, I do want to say that I want to invite everyone on this call to please join us on December 1st for the 8th NEVI Awards. For those of you who are not familiar with the work that we do, like I say, we do brand evangelism. And part of that means that we want to highlight all of the successes that are coming out of this region from the many, many entrepreneurs and also venture capitalists that help to fund that work. And so in our 8th year, what the NEVI Awards does is look back at the year and really highlights some of those outliers and those entrepreneurs that have really made a huge difference and impact in our ecosystem. So please join us on December 1st. It will be virtual because we all know that 2020 has greatly impacted how we meet up and how we do things, but we would love to have you there. I promise it will be fun and hope to see you there. So Alistair, Innouvo, and to everybody on this call, please, I would love to open it up to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you. So the link for the Navy Awards have been sent into the chat. So feel free to register. This is a great event every year. It's the best event in Boston for venture capital by far. So very much recommended. So thank you, Jody. This was really great. So any questions from the audience? I have a few questions on my end. So basically, is there any plans of internationalizing hack diversity? So here's an idea. We have a similar problem in Strasbourg, France. Of entrepreneurs and issues in diversity, not being represented and so on. So could we think or imagine of any hack diversity, international? Maybe hack Boston, Strasbourg, or to inspire further? And could that be a fit, or is that something you guys think of already?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. When we launched Hack Diversity, the role and goal was always that this was going to go beyond Boston, that we would develop a national and even a global model for how ecosystems can really leverage, all of the resources that they have in their backyard and bridge those gaps and bring that together so companies can go, be faster to market and faster to innovate. We right now have built pretty strong playbook and team that could literally go into an ecosystem and say, here is how you do it. Here's what you would need in years 1, 2, 3, and in the out years. And so I would love to talk to you or anyone interested about how we could potentially partner or help to set up the infrastructure needed for you to potentially build this in Strasbourg.
Excellent, because this is really true innovation, and it's so important. So sitting with entrepreneurs close to venture capital, clearly there's no lack of money, of cash. There's no lack of jobs, and basically these types of bridge, if you will, take people from to their next opportunity. So this is really fantastic and very much needed in every city. We're all one, we're united. So if we all suffers at the end of the day. So it's really
That's exactly right.
Redesign of this society and this future in the aftermath. I think it's really a good initiative. So congratulations for this. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We definitely believe that a rising tide lifts all boats, and that this is a team sport, and we need all players on the team to make sure that we all get there faster.
Exactly. And then one thing that was also very intriguing about this approach is many people think venture capital is just about ROI. It is, don't get me wrong, but it's also about about adding value, creating tomorrow, the future, getting involved.
That's exactly right.
And that's where New England Venture Capital Association is extraordinary. Very, very good to have you and be a member of this association for now. I think two years.
Yeah, and we are so grateful to have you as a member, and also to bring us into these international conversations. So you continue to pull us in, Alistair. Let us know how we can be helpful, and we'll do the same. And I will say, when you look at the VCs that are super engaged, yeah, they're looking to us to help them from a policy perspective and advocate on their behalf. But when you look at initiatives around how we're trying to get more women in venture, more women funded, or more Black and Latinx people funded into these jobs, so many of our VCs are passionate about this work, including yourself. So thank you for having me.
Excellent. And I do notice some nice bottle of wines behind you. So
yes, hopefully when we can see you in person, I can bring a bottle and we can celebrate together.
Excellent. So any questions from the audience? So we have a couple of questions here. So what's this role when it comes to innovating and on how equity works for employees and business? So Eric Rex. Did you want, let's open the mic. Did you get the question, Jody? Otherwise, we'll just open the mic real quick.
Yeah, maybe you can open.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Nikki, can you unmute Eric rapidly and so he can ask the question?
Hold on one second. You said Eric? Hold on.
From Atlanta. So we have Lyon, Strasbourg, Atlanta. We have people from Dubai on the call, also Strasbourg. This is international. This is great. More than 200 people have registered. We'll watch the replay, and it's really exciting to be here.
Okay, Eric has been unmuted. Eric Rex.
Hi.
Eric.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious about your thoughts on how venture capital can innovate, equity for young employees who are thinking of starting or joining a tech company. And do you see that? That's my first question. And then my second question is, do you see the clean energy or energy tech industry maybe thinking about equity different for its employees, given that there's, pretty large companies, already public companies where you can just, buy equity and buy stock into the company. And there are other sort of more interesting structures like cooperatives in rural areas that could provide equity to different stakeholders. So it's kind of a two-part question, but I'm more interested, I guess, in the first, and just like, what's the role of VC in innovating on equity for people who want to join or create companies?
Yeah, so I would say when you think about the role of VC for people that want to join companies, I think VC has figured out pretty quickly that in order to inspire and incentivize employees in these early stage companies, that equity is a key component of what those compensation packages should look like, right? So I think from an early stage perspective, VCs do a good job of really pushing their teams to think about how they're going to distribute equity across organizations from, the person on the lowest rung, if you will. So from receptionist all the way up to CEO. I do think that we're now in a time where, based on what's been happening in 2020, VCs and also public equity firms and large institutions are thinking about how do we make equity more accessible? How do we make equity more accessible to people that want to start companies, but don't have the network or the letters behind their name? And we're starting to see that in mass. I do think, I would say it's less, I would shift that question from what is the role of the VCs, but also say what's the role of the LPs, right? Because, VCs are working on behalf of LPs to put their dollars to work and to make sure they have a return on their investment. And so if LPs are saying to the VCs, we want to make sure that as you're deploying some of our dollars, here's what we want you here's how we want you to shift your investment thesis, or here's how we want you to push your portfolio companies. Here's what we want you to do around equity. Can you allot a certain percentage to diverse team founders or to people that are working on issues around sustainability? I think there's a greater role that the LP constituent can play in that area.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So next question. Thank you, Jody. So next question from Azadeh Hosseini. What can we do on a personal level or as an employee to ensure that companies create and maintain a diverse and equitable environment in the long run?
Yeah, so I would say, and this is the approach that we take at the NUVCA with all of our companies through Hack Diversity, is that the approach needs to start at the top. You need to have buy-in at the executive level, and it really needs to start at the CEO. Then it's, it starts at the CEO level where you have that executive sponsor, and then quickly should shift over to whoever heads up talent and operations, and making sure that when they're thinking about diversity, it's not just about we want to get more people into the company that look diverse. That's only one small aspect of it. The other piece is, how are we making sure that we are setting up an internal infrastructure where everyone, regardless of your race, your ethnicity, your religion, how you identify, where you come into this organization and you feel like you belong. And belonging is that feeling of, I feel like I have a stake in this company regardless of my role, and I also feel like my role is so important to the success of the organization. And that feeling of belonging needs to start and be governed by the top. You need to be super aggressive in looking at the culture to make sure the culture is such that the employees who are currently there want to tell everybody about the organization and why they should come work there, as you're also thinking about what do we do to put the right infrastructure in place to attract more people that are not white men.
Excellent, excellent. And reminds me of an experience I had in the Silicon Valley, which, really inspired me. So, for the buy-in on the top level, one thing is also to understand is, a diverse team will be way more creative than,
right.
Because when you have a
exactly right.
It's going to be harder to manage. Everyone's going to have different background, different, culture, different ideas. But when you mix this, environment together, you basically get global solution, global product.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And in Silicon Valley, I think that's one of the strengths. Boston is seeing it as well, and it's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
can't be promoting more than this. We believe in this. It's good for society, it's good for business, and it's good for
Yeah.
all. So, congrats.
Yeah, and I would say to your point, the first thought about this is the first priority should be it's good for business. It's like, yes, it's good for society, but it is good for business. It's good for innovation. It's good for returns. And that is how we should be framing this and thinking about this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then one question here about, do you see, so we believe, and you can say, no, that's not the case. We believe it's a golden age of green. It could be. Do you see some signs in the VC community you're managing, that this could be real and true?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think there is what we're seeing now, across the VC landscape is that green investing, clean energy investing is no longer happening with a few funds that are just dedicated to that investment thesis. But you're now seeing, larger venture funds that are that are investing in biotech and investing in tech that are also finding these companies that have a double bottom line kind of angle, that have an approach to clean energy, and are seeing success where that's concerned. So there's definitely more of an eye towards it, and it's just a more of an awareness of how that is going to have an impact on our globe.
Excellent, excellent. So any last questions from anyone? Otherwise, we can conclude. Jody, thank you so much for this talk, and we'll be replaying it on social media. And thank you so much for being here. Thank
you so much for having me. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. So now we're gonna start the next talk. So thank you, Jody. Thank you, Ari Glantz, also from New England Venture Capital, for helping organize this. Thank you, Mickey. Thanks to all our partners, organizations, amazing companies, Engie, CIC, We Like Startup. Hyperloop is coming at noontime, around noontime. Actually, it's 11:15. We have, just after this talk, we will have Hyperloop. Next, we will have Samit. So stay tuned, everybody. And we're very excited to have Alison in a few minutes. So we'll start in a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody. We are back. Hopefully, everyone is doing great. We have Alison Brizius as our next speaker. Alison, good to meet you for the first time. We were introduced through Sarah DeLute from the city of Boston. So we're really excited to have you, and we look forward to hearing what's the vision of Boston in terms of tackling some of the climate change issues, the environment, the space we live in, and this is very exciting. This is a revolution, and Boston is known for revolution, so it's the right place to start it. So thank you for being here and letting us know, what's next and how we can help. You have entrepreneurs, investors, other cities, launch your calls to action, and maybe people can also help you in your mission and vision. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to talking with you today. I'm going to start by attempting to share my screen, see if we can bring up a few slides to help us along the way. Can you see that?
Absolutely.
Great. Okay, so good morning. I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk to you all today, and I'd like to spend a few minutes describing our climate action in Boston and the opportunities we see to work together to achieve a healthy, thriving, and resilient city. Boston has a history of climate action. We have a city that has a long track record of commitment to protecting our built and natural environment and addressing the threat of climate change, going back to our first climate action plan in 2007 and its subsequent updates. And since Mayor Walsh took office in 2014, we've recognized that we have a moral and ethical obligation to decarbonize our city. We must actively stop contributing to what got us to this inflection point in the first place. But before we dig in on emissions reduction, I'd like to take a minute to touch briefly on our Climate Ready Boston initiative. This is our initiative to prepare the city for the impacts of climate change. The 2016 Climate Ready Boston report assessed Boston's vulnerabilities to climate change and identified citywide strategies for reducing our vulnerability. Our primary vulnerabilities here in the city today are increasing sea level rise, extreme heat, and intense precipitation. And I'm going to touch for a minute on sea level rise. Here you see maybe not the most common view of Boston. You're looking in from the harbor to the core of the city. And you can see here with sea level rise, we know much of our waterfront will be at risk of flooding during storms, and for some areas, even in high tides. Hundreds of businesses are at stake, billions of dollars of public and private investment in property and infrastructure at stake, and most importantly, the health and safety of our residents are at stake. And it's this risk that drives our commitment to investment and action. Here in Boston, we know that resilience is about layers of preparedness and protection. Coastal protection, hardening infrastructure, advancing energy systems, adapted buildings, and connected communities will all be part of a resilient Boston. But again, let's dig in and focus for a minute on one of those first lines of protection, the district scale solutions. Since our initial vulnerability report, we've been going neighborhood by neighborhood in the first line of defense and understanding how we move from vulnerability to developing community-based neighborhood-specific plans for coastal resilience. Here you see a vision of what a new harbor coastline in a piece of East Boston could look like, that's adapted but connected to the water and creates a thriving but protected new area of investment for our community. We're talking through these plans through the coastal infrastructure that we need to take on, the costs, the benefits, and the timeline. So we understand what we need to do by when to protect our city. And we're already taking action on the first priority elements in these plans. But it's not just about distributed plans, it's about pulling that work together again. So Mayor Walsh has connected this work back together to create a vision of a resilient Boston harbor. This is a unified vision of the harbor that is not separated from the water, but connected. Connected through a system, again, not of barricades, but of parks and beaches, trails, and open space for our entire 47-mile shoreline. This plan calls for 67 acres of new open space to be created along the coast, and 122 acres of revitalized open space that will connect our waterfront. It's a vision of a more connected and protected city. We've already invested millions in this plan and in the first actions, and we know from our studies that there's billions more to be invested in achieving this vision. That's why the mayor's also committed at least 10% of our capital budget going forward to implementing these coastal projects and protecting the city. But this is going to take partnership at the state and federal level, and also private partnership. Much of the coast is owned by private entities. So this will absolutely be an area of innovation, new infrastructure, and we believe partnership into the future. But now to emissions, right? Because these solutions, as important as they are to protecting our city, will not stand the test of time if we don't address the root cause of the problem. That's why our most recent work on climate change has been guided by the mayor's commitment to carbon neutrality by 2050. This builds off of our prior commitments to lower emissions by 25% by 2020, which we're on track to meet, and then by 50% by 2030. We've been tracking our emissions since 2005, and we can see that we're making steady progress, but we know from the IPCC warnings that we must dramatically accelerate our emissions reduction if we're to achieve these goals and avert the worst impacts of climate change. We can also see over here on the left that, as in most densely populated cities, in Boston, this is dominantly a question about our built environment. Buildings account for 70% of the emissions in the city, with transportation making up nearly the remaining 30%. That's why once we had the commitment, we needed to understand what it would take to achieve the goal. We partnered with the Green Ribbon Commission here in Boston University and the Boston University Institute for Sustainable Energy to develop the Carbon-Free Boston series of studies and reports to understand the pathways possible to achieve carbon neutrality in the city. And very importantly, those studies focused on the technologies that exist today. We know that there's rapid technological change and innovation, but we wanted to understand the pathway with the technologies of today. That way it's only easier in the future. We can benefit, not depend on that technological innovation to achieve our goals. We took those studies and reports, and through broad community engagement, we used them to update our 2019 Climate Action Plan. And that Climate Action Plan focuses on those critical next steps that we need to take over the next 5 years to drastically accelerate our emissions reduction to achieve our carbon neutrality goal. Now, I'm going to walk through a couple of the actions of that climate plan now, just to give you a highlight of what's to come in the future. So first is about leading by example. The city believes that we must put forth our own innovative strategies and connect sustainability and our climate goals to many of our other goals across the city. That's why last year Mayor Walsh signed an executive order stating that all new municipal buildings will be targeting a net zero standard in the city. That's our schools, our libraries, our community centers, all of our municipal buildings. We're also investing in our existing buildings through energy efficiency and renewable energy. And here you can see a use of city assets. This is a newly installed solar canopy at the Boston Police Department headquarters. So we're really trying to move to those multiple goals and multiple uses for all of our city assets. We also believe that it's about that high quality, affordable housing is sustainable, healthy housing. That's why in our most recent public funding announcement for affordable housing, we announced $30 million that would be connected to building net zero affordable housing. Again, making sure that those healthy homes and energy efficiency and those sustainability goals are built in and connected with all of the other work of the city. But we can't do this alone as a municipality. This takes the work of the whole community. That's why we're working to achieve our shared goals with the private sector as well. We're developing new net zero zoning standards because we understand that every new building that's built in the city today is a building we're going to have to turn around and retrofit unless we build it right from the beginning, unless we build it to achieve a net zero standard today. And that's why we're also developing an emissions performance standard to decarbonize our existing large buildings. This will set binding carbon targets for the large buildings of the city that will decrease over time in line with our carbon emissions reduction goals. Now, there are a lot of buildings in Boston, and that's why we understand that a critical component for these initiatives to be successful is talent and workforce development. Not only are we committed to creating training and workforce development programs for individuals and companies, but we're also building on a foundation for a sustainable economy. We're working to connect residents with good jobs and career pathways and to build a market for companies with expertise in renewable energy, retrofits, and efficiency technology. Again, we want to combine those benefits to multiply the outcome. One example here again is with our own municipal buildings. As we invest in energy efficiency projects through our city's ESCO program in our municipal buildings, we're connecting those opportunities to programs and partnerships throughout the city. One example is the Emerald Cities Collaborative Partnership for a Contractor Academy. Graduates of that program are minority and women-owned small businesses, contractors, that we then can directly connect with opportunities to bid on efficiency projects for the city's municipal buildings. That way, we believe we can move the policy of the city so it's easier for those contractors to have access to those projects, and also develop a market opportunity and test out a model that can be brought into the larger retrofit market across the city. With 86,000 buildings in the city to decarbonize over the next 30 years, to say nothing of the hundreds of thousands of buildings in the metro area, a region that all shares this carbon neutrality goal, this will be about developing the retrofit economy of the future. And it's not just about the building sector. We're moving to carbon neutrality in the transportation sector as well. Here are just a few of the actions in the climate action plan that focus on the transportation side of things. Here it's about transforming the city's infrastructure, prioritizing efficiency again, right-sizing the fleet. As was mentioned, I believe in a prior talk, fleet electrification is a big component of what we're working on today. And then trying out other tools for new mobility. This is our new electric assist e-cargo bicycle for helping municipal staff get to events across the community without needing to rely on a car. We've also recently adopted new standards for new development, 25% installed EV charging and 100% EV ready. We know that as important as electrification, as important as efficiency and new mobility and building out and expanding our transportation sector and our public transportation is the shift to EVs and the EV economy. That's why Boston's comprehensive transportation plan, Go Boston 2030, aspires to shift travelers to public transit, walking, biking, and carpooling. If we've learned one thing this year, it's that climate change does not stop in the face of a global pandemic. Here in Boston, we're lucky to have such a strong and diverse economic ecosystem and are well positioned, we believe, to come out strong on the other end. We're connecting these goals, right? And reducing energy demand and energy efficiency, switching away from fossil fuel sources and buying clean electricity with our goals of creating a healthier environment, focusing on our most vulnerable populations, developing job opportunities, and lowering energy bills across the city. As you can see, Boston's working to move forward on a bold and urgent climate action. We have initiatives that span policy areas, and we know we must invest now to protect our city, but we can't do this work alone. We have strong partnerships with the state and federal agencies and who have helped to fund a number of these strategies, and we're optimistic about what a Biden-Harris administration will prioritize, how they'll help us work to a sustainable and equitable future. But public-private partnerships are going to remain a crucial element of this new economy and to Boston's climate resilience future. So we're looking forward to partnering with all of you, to opening conversations about how our business community can align and how we can support and partner towards these new goals. So thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to a chat.
Hello, thank you, Alison. This was really great. So now let's open to questions. I'm just going to see here. I have a couple of questions, actually. So you said, how do we need to dramatically accelerate things? So how can we dramatically accelerate things? And how can we as the community also take action to help you with that? How entrepreneurs, how venture capitalists, can help in your mission specifically?
Absolutely. So I think it's going to be about those partnerships and about bringing ideas both to the city and to the buildings and the private entities and the communities of the city, right? So as we look at 86,000 buildings across the city to retrofit, if you just divide that by the 30 years to our goal, we're talking about spinning up to 2,500 retrofits a year, right? Yep. And we are not there today. So it's about bringing those new technologies to the market that will help us accelerate our emissions reductions, be they in the energy sector and connecting that for a more demand responsive system with emissions reductions to new retrofit technologies at scale, or to helping us jump back from where we are in a COVID-like sector. We need new technologies to help us leapfrog to jump back better in our new mobility and our transportation systems. We don't want to move back to the old baseline and then forward from there. So we'd love to sort of create an ecosystem of ideas and bring everything you have, and we'd love to hear about it.
Is there a specific process to do so? We contact your department, or
just reach out to Sarah or myself. Happy to share my contact information. For a lot of these policy initiatives, I think that's another place it could be really helpful to plug in that people don't always think about. As we develop these binding emissions targets or this new zoning or new transportation demand measures that development will follow, having strong voices at the table that help people understand that this is achievable and cost effective today is so important. So we'll connect you to those processes, and we invite all voices to participate in those stakeholder engagements.
Excellent. So it seems, this is a massive transformation for the city. So it sounds to me that, it's also a massive opportunity for job creation. Do we have an idea of how many jobs this can create? And what would be also the model? How is the city's going to help, these transition for homeowners and so on, or to even do the transition to electric mobility? Are there any programs there, plans? What's the idea?
Sure. So probably too many to talk about here, but I'll highlight a few. So one example would be, we know that building a high-performing net zero building is not just about the retrofit, but about having a trained workforce that can operate these buildings and good controls in place. So we've been partnering with the utilities and with commercial real estate, with the hospitals, with affordable housing to develop a series of building operator training and certification programs that help folks be ready for jobs running and the optimized, highly performing buildings of the future. There's lots of that's just one, but there's lots of partnerships like that. Also work to help, like you said, homeowners. These aren't new retrofitting a house is about insulation and a good air seal. There's not a lot of drastically new technology on the basics there. There's new opportunities to make it easier, more efficient, more intuitive, more connected, right? So there we're working again in partnership to develop things like a retrofit resource hub for the city so that residents have questions, they can come and we can help them understand how to and what are the best times to take retrofit action so that they can achieve a zero over time path for their building.
Excellent. And all throughout the day, we're going to talk about smart grid. And it seems, that it's an immense overtaking, isn't that overwhelming, in terms of what needs to happen and where we are today? And, what's your thoughts on that? Can you get sort of, sleep at night? I mean, because it seems complicated, right? So any call to actions, any specific help you need from anyone on the call or later on in the replay?
Yeah, let's get a smart grid in Boston. That's maybe a good place to start. No, I think you're right. It's in one aspect an enormous challenge, but it presents an enormous opportunity, and you can break it down into those easy next steps, right? We're not going to get there immediately, but with so many good people, obviously across your whole innovation network working on this, as well as those in cities across the country and the world. I know we get a lot of our best learning from other cities across the nation. And so just by sharing our work and our ideas, people have blazed the trail in so many of these different areas. It's about pulling it all together. So we're looking forward to working with everyone on this front.
Excellent, and that's actually give me an idea. So there's so many cities already partnered with Boston. It's actually maybe a good avenue actually to organize maybe some sort of exchanges and learn from each other, and more rapidly sort of implement some of the things. So food for thoughts, right? But I think
absolutely,
this seems an interesting opportunity for Boston specifically. Then what's your vision for transportation? So I heard, the pollution in cities in general, but Boston, there was a study made and it was mostly, automobile. So we all see, traffic, not just in Boston, every city, and we can imagine that this pollutes a lot, plus the buildings. So you talked about the buildings, in the last few minutes. Mm-hmm. What about transportation? What's the view there? How are we going to commute in Boston? What's the vision there? Yeah.
Well, maybe our next presenter can go into a little bit more detail on that. But no, so in Boston, 30% of our emissions are from the transportation sector, and of those, they're dominated by commuters in single passenger vehicles. That's the big challenge here. Is over 65% of our transportation emissions are single passenger commuters coming in and out of the surrounding area to jobs in Boston. We obviously need, in order to shift those commuters to more shared mobility and to electric vehicles, it's going to be important that we work with our partners at the state to drastically expand the scope and the frequency and the reliability and the resilience of our public transportation infrastructure. That's going to be a key component. And it's one that we've seen see some drastic impacts with COVID as people look to less of the public transportation currently. So it's going to be really about partnership and investment and building that system back and out in the way we need to see it in order to maintain a thriving public transportation sector in the city. And then again, for the rest, it's about having good access to public charging, access to shared EV mobility in the future. It's never one solution, right? It's always a suite of solutions that work together to get us to our transportation sector of the future.
Excellent. So basically, what's wonderful in Boston is the blue bikes.
Yeah.
any plans or ideas for, scooters, electric scooters, or even we saw Elon Musk release his ATV when he released the Tesla truck. So electric ATV for me sounds really cool to go to the office at CIC, with a, noiseless, pollution-less ATV that can charge at my home, with a solar panel.
Yeah.
On the side of the house. What's the vision for these 2 wheels, for 2 wheels, 4 wheels, sort of mini vehicles?
Yeah, that's a space where we're still learning and trying to pull information from other cities. As you saw, we're moving to adding electric assist e-cargo bikes to our city fleet, especially for those dense urban areas where you still need to transport something to get to a community meeting in the middle of the city. You might not want to take a whole car and park. We're looking at ways that we can create mobility micro hubs so that we can center multimodal transportation at points across the city so that you have those choices of taking the train or taking some electric small vehicle mobility solution, looking at more electric assist bikes and how they might be a part of our fleet and other fleets into the future. So still would love suggestions, ideas there for how to bring new mobility in.
Excellent. So this is very exciting. We have one last question. So do you plan for more spaces with trees, plants, and are you keeping track of certain KPIs, with regards to this? And what are maybe the other KPIs you guys track to know you're hitting your goals?
Yeah, absolutely. Green infrastructure and the tree canopy are a critical part of a healthy city, both just for the lived aspects of the city, but also for urban heat island effects and for green stormwater infrastructure. So in addition to our climate resilience plans that really focus and prioritize green infrastructure components, living shorelines, we also launched a new urban canopy master plan to build out the city's canopy and prioritize, again, those hotspots and environmental justice communities that need an expanding access to canopy cover. So we're tracking that closely and building out solutions wherever possible there.
Excellent. Any plans to use more rooftops? So the other day I was seeing, Boston from, a hill, and it's incredible the number of rooftops that are unutilized. So any ideas, there on rooftop usage?
Absolutely. I mean, I think roofs are going to be a combination of spaces, right? Of green and solar and blue. There's many solutions, and the right one it's gonna depend on each roof. What's the right one? Be it a cool roof or a green or a blue or a solar roof or some combination thereof. I know there's been a lot of innovation in that space. There's lots of new roof technologies that are coming out. So excited to see those combinations.
And so we can't help to be helping out Allyson with the City of Boston and our different partners here today. So next speaker is coming and is sort of, tailgating on your speech. So how do we connect, for example, Boston to New York in 30 minutes? Or we can go watch a Broadway show on Saturday night and come back. This could be a possible future with the Hyperloop. So thank you, Alison, so much for this speech today, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Andreas de Leon, welcome to this event in Boston.
Thank you very much, Alistair. I'm going to share my screen. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me here. Okay, well, I'm Andres de Leon. I'm the CEO of Hyperloop. I've been with the company more than 5 years. I was the previous COO. And, let me explain you a little bit about how do we how do we see the Hyperloop and what we have been doing until now. So basically, our vision is that we have a once in a generation opportunity targeting the next giant wave for transportation. So we are trying to change the way we travel through an asset-light platform, okay? And empowering a complete ecosystem, a complete Hyperloop ecosystem, our product system. So for us, passenger transportation is ready for disruption, okay? I think that it's clear that, you know, we have problems with auto, with gridlock, we have problems with the congestion at the airports, we have problems. Rail has tried to evolve with high-speed rail, and definitely they have solved some of the problems of connection between cities in a, I would say, quite green way, but the problem also is about the speed. No, you have a speed limit. If you wanna go faster, you need to use a lot of energy. So it hasn't been a good solution. So here we are. You know, we are in a situation that a completely outdated infrastructure impacts the quality of life because of its inefficiency, the noise pollution, the time that we lost. Impacts also the economy. The air pollution is not free. You know, it has a cost. You know, and affects the total cost of air pollution in the EU in 2016 has been calculated like 66.7 billion. Okay, and also we have a transportation system that in generally, especially land transportation, rely on public subsidies. Germany used more than 22 billion a year for subsidies in his rail system. And of course, the cost of congestion, no? When you are wasting your time, also that time is money. And at the end, everything is. But even more important than that, the current mode of transportation impacts negatively the environment. No? We're talking about 8.8 billion tons. You know, transportation contributes 23% of the global CO2 emissions. Okay, we're talking about 4.8 million work days lost per year last year in 2000. And of course, the energy consumption. We are creating systems that are not energy efficient enough. It's not only about powering the system with alternative energy, it's also about creating systems that are fully efficient in the way that they are. So this is the situation. And with this situation, we in Hyperloop transportation technology, we thought that we had a huge opportunity to put together the interests of the governments, of the users, and of the environment, okay? So we are trying to create a system that is profitable, has a logical return of investment that allows private companies to fully develop the infrastructure without the need of public subsidies, change completely the passenger experience. So basically we have an enjoyable experience when we travel, something that doesn't happen today. We love to arrive to destination, but nobody enjoy anymore, you know, the experience of traveling. And it's sustainable, it's emissions free, and it's very, very conscious with the energy consumption. And that is our Blue Ocean strategy, to put all these three pillars together and create a solution that we believe that the Hyperloop is a high-speed capsule transportation system inside a low vacuum tube. So what is the Hyperloop? For the ones that doesn't know, let me make you a small video about it.
Imagine a capsule. Imagine a capsule that can carry people. Placed inside a depressurized tube, the air removed to eliminate resistance. Not traveling on rails, but actually levitating above them. Capable of reaching airplane speeds and beyond on the ground. This is a Hyperloop, and it is amazing. Even more amazing, at Hyperloop Transportation Technologies, we haven't been imagining it, we've been building it for the better part of 5 years. And amazing is where we started. We're transforming the passenger experience, putting comfort and safety at the center of everything we're doing. Our reimagined linear electric motor is powered by sustainable solar energy, propelling the capsule on a completely new, incredibly efficient passive levitation system. With these two breakthroughs, our system is capable of giving energy back to the grid. And when something didn't exist, we invented it. Introducing Vibranium, a composite material that monitors speed, capsule integrity, and atmospheric condition in real time, a new benchmark in passenger safety. And we're not done. Our team of over 800 strong, a worldwide intellectual ecosystem of thinkers and problem solvers, tackle each day with the humble goal of changing the world. With its speed and efficiency, the Hyperloop will rewrite the rules of travel and mobility. But that's just one side of the story. There's another side that will have a far greater impact. It's the side that redefines how we connect with one another. Where distant friends become neighbors, countries become neighborhoods. And everybody who inhabits this big, crazy world of ours grows a little closer together. Just imagine that.
So what defines this next era of human mobility? For us, we are trying to develop a system that is high speed, it's efficient and profitable, is safe, is sustainable, and is frictionless and passenger-centric. So that are basically the main characteristics that we have tried to develop in the Hyperloop. Let's go one by one. Let's talk about the speed for a moment. Why speed is important? Everybody is obsessed about the speed. Probably it's not the most important thing, but you know, everybody's obsessed about it. Speed is important because we break the limit of continental distance. Basically, we could go from city center to city center in almost all continents in no more than 4 hours, you know, almost, okay? So what does it mean? We destroy the barrier, the psychological barrier today that has the high speed rate. When people travels and when you connect a city from city center in less than 2.5 hours, between 2.5 hours and 3 hours, Madrid-Barcelona, 600 kilometers, Barcelona-Paris, 900, you know, people takes the train. But, you know, then basically more than 3 hours, the people at the end goes to the airplane, okay? But also don't think only about the travels, think also about commuting. Imagine living 300 kilometers outside of the city center and being able to be in the city center every, you know, in 20 minutes. So that will change drastically the way we think in how do we live. Or imagine, like Alistair was saying before, you live in Boston, you go to New York for dinner, you know, and you come back to Boston later on. So that's really, really important. But of course, speed is important, but safety is a must. In safety, we have been lucky because Hyperloop by definition is a very safe system. You are in a closed environment, so you are immune to weather. You don't have the possibility of having external interactions with the track. That are most of the problems that you have normally today in high-speed rail. And of course, if you compare with airplane, you know, if you have a problem, you are in the ground, you know, you are there in the ground, okay? But in addition to that, we have been lucky because we didn't have a legacy. So we have been able to develop the Hyperloop without the legacy and with all the things that you would be developing a system, a transportation system of the 21st century. Structural health monitoring, smart materials with sensors integrated to allow, you know, a complete monitoring of the structural integrity and things like that, you know, things that was not possible in the past, but now are possible for us. And of course, in this pandemic time, no, the safety starts with the health of the passenger. And on that, we were also lucky because at the end of the day, you think about it, Hyperloop is moving more or less like in every capsule, we are moving between 28 to 50 passengers. It's not, you know, you have a problem of contamination, you are not going to contaminate 400 people in a plane or things like that. But even more important than that, from the beginning, we were working in trying to create a seamless experience. So we have biometric sensors, we have contactless automatic ticketing and security. We also work in the advanced air purification, in rapid disinfection. And this is not because we knew that this was going to happen, but we kind of knew, you know, because on this crowd that we have people that are expert in different fields, you know, that the risk was there. You know? So one of the most important things of the Hyperloop is also to be profitable. And why is it important to be profitable? It's important to be profitable because this allows rapid deployment of a quick deployment of the technology, and also that rely in private companies. If rely in public companies means that countries in Africa could have access to this technology. Here, just one data. No? In the last feasibility study that we did, Great Lakes, it has been a feasibility study that we conducted together with NOACA, the Department of Northeast Ohio, Department of Transportation of Northeast Ohio. Normally, when you have a land transportation system, you arrive to a ratio of benefit cost ratio around 1.2 or 1.4 maximum. With more than 1.2, you are eligible for public funding. Here we are talking about 2.26. To put this in perspective, you are talking that in 25 years, you recap the investment. That means that a private company could be interested in doing this without public subsidies. And to put it in perspective, the most efficient system in the Western world, that is in Spain, in Madrid, Barcelona, you are talking about 100 years for the return on investment. And of course, sustainability. You cannot develop a system in today's world without taking in consideration the sustainability. We produce more energy than we consume, and all the energy that we consume is based on the solar panels on top. So we can say that in terms of operation, we are a zero emission transportation system. Okay. We have a technology developed in the 90s in Lawrence Livermore Lab that allow us to levitate without having to electrify the track. So reduce drastically the cost of the CapEx, and even more important, the cost of the OpEx and the consumption of energy. We are talking that the Hyperloop system is among the lowest emission transport option available, with under 20 grams per kilometer, okay? And, here you see a comparison with other systems that you are talking. But of course, sustainability is not only about CO2 emissions. Sustainability is about not creating an infrastructure that solves one problem and creates a lot of more. So we need to adapt the infrastructure to the terrain. So we have different opportunities. And one of the things that we do is that normally we go in pylons. And this is important because we don't cut the neighborhoods on two. We don't cut the countryside on two. We allow animals to go around our infrastructure. So we have been thinking also in integrating the Hyperloop in the middle of the cities, like a river. Like, in the Arctic times, in the past centuries, the river was the center of the city, and the life. And it was not dividing the city into, it was the center of the city. And that is kind of the concept that is behind our. And of course, we are trying to improve the passenger experience. We have been developed a lot in developing multi-uses space where different people, it's not about that we want to travel in business or we want to travel in tourism. No, we are completely different people when we are traveling with friends, when we are traveling with the family, when we are traveling for business, okay? And we have developed things like augmented windows, that is a multi-viewer system with motion tracking that allow you to have the experience that the same that if you would be seeing a window, but based on augmented reality and virtual reality. So also allow you to be able to see what is outside or to see that you are in the middle of Jurassic Park. So this is about the Hyperloop. We have explained what's the problem. We have explained our approach to the solution. But one of the things that we are more proud, and Alistair was talking about that before, is how are we building? How are we building the Hyperloop? So HyperloopTT believes from the beginning that the only way to do this was in collaboration. When Elon made the white paper and he published it, and he said that he had no time to develop it, we were part of an incubator funded by NASA and Gibran Institute to build companies in a completely different way. To build companies using crowdsourcing means people working in exchange of stock options. So at that time, we put an exchange of equity of the project. We put the project in our platform. We immediately have 200 people around that wanted to collaborate on that. And just to make the long story short, today we've got more than 800 contributors around the world collaborating in exchange of equity. We have more than 50 companies, and we have defined a completely new way of building companies. Harvard Business School has defined it like the new way of building companies of the 21st century. And when the challenge is big, and you cannot do everything by yourself, you need radical collaboration. So experts, people from all the other fields, at the end we are bringing visionary people together. Here you see some of the samples of the 50 companies that has been collaborated with us, and you have companies of all kind of companies. You have Munich Re, that is the biggest reinsurance company in the world. Artificial, that is one tier 2 manufacturer that manufacture the capsule like an in-kind investment in the project. They manufacture normally for Airbus, for Boeing. You have Dark Group, is the biggest civil engineering firm in the Middle East, and companies, a lot of samples. And we always work with them in the same way. We identify what is important for them, what is the areas in his strategic planning in the future that they want to be involved in, and that they feel that they can add value to Hyperloop. And we start the collaboration from down to top, not from top to down. And we define the product, we define the part of the infrastructure of the technology that they are going to be our technological partner, and we develop it together with them. We have been awarded like Technology Pioneer by the World Economic Forum. And what is also very important to understand is that Hyperloop is happening now. It's not that it's something that will come in decades, Hyperloop is happening and will be here in years. So we have built the world's first full-scale Hyperloop system in Toulouse. It's our test and certification center. We are testing the technology. We finalized the integration of the vacuum system. We are integrating the propulsion and levitation system. And it's like a test bench of 320 meters, full scale, with a full scale capsule. Here you see a small video of the construction of of course, is the first prototype of the capsule. It's a complete fuselage made with aerospace requirements, and made full in composite. 85% is on composite, and with sensors integrated with a technology that we developed that we call vibranium. Okay. So here you see more pictures of the capsule, pictures of the tube, the valves. Every 10 kilometers you have these valves, so if you have any problem in the system, you can close this section and you can repressurize in seconds. And the container that we developed with Label. Label is the inventor of the vacuum pump, is the ones that they did the vacuum system of the CERN, the Hadron Collider, and we work with them and we develop the whole technology with packetizing containers to make it easy to implement and easy to maintenance, and it's ready for production. And of course, when you are trying to advance in the technology, you cannot forget about regulation. So, and about safety requirements and things like that. So we work with Munich Re, that they did a complete risk assessment, because you can have a great technology, but if it is not insurable, you are not going to be able to sell it. So they make more than 1 year ago a public statement saying that the HyperloopTT technology will be insurable. We create the first certification guideline with TÜV-SÜD, and we have shared that with the Department of Transportation of US and with the European Commission. And it's been kind of like the first draft where we are now working all the Hyperloop companies, to define the final regulation. And, the Department of Transportation has recognized Hyperloop like a technology of the future. The European Parliament is asking the Commission to take seriously in consideration Hyperloop like an alternative to short-haul flights, and that's where we are. So here you see more pictures of the product. Okay. In addition to our work in passenger and our work in Toulouse, we have formed a joint venture with Hamburg Port, with HALA. They are one of the best consulting firms in terms of port operations, to create what we call Hyperport. What is Hyperport? Hyperport is the Hyperloop for containers, but it's also the interface between the Hyperloop and the port operations. Okay, it's a system that could be applied in every seaport or in every dry port or logistics center worldwide, with a full integration with the containers, the capsule, the tubes, and the crates. Okay, and here you see some of the. On this, we finalize the concept design. We finalize also all the commercial analysis of the solution, with an idea also to have a last mile. We call it last mile, but it's the last mile of the container, of course, you know, to be able to go also from the logistics center to the factories, or from the factories to the logistics center with an autonomous truck. And in addition to that project, we are also working in our commercial prototype in Abu Dhabi. What is Abu Dhabi about? Abu Dhabi is about showing to the world not only that the technology works, but works in a reliable way, works every day, can move the people, the CapEx, OpEx that we have in our business plan is what it is, the levels of availability of the infrastructure is what it is, and the levels, the ratios of maintenance, and all the things that are our assumptions. So here we are creating an advanced mobility center with a 5 kilometers. We have finalized the concept design, we are starting the detail engineering, and we hope to be able to breaking ground next year. Here you see some of the center. You will see you have like the Oasis of Tomorrow. This is an area that is near the Expo. It's in the Abu Dhabi Emirate, but near the Expo. And of course, in addition to that, we need to progress toward commercialization. And one of the projects more important that we have right now is the project of Great Lakes. Is our first US route. Is the first feasibility study that has been made in US with support and with the interaction with the public sector, with a Department of Transportation. And this is important not just because they pay and they finance the study, but it's also important because that they guarantee, you know, the quality of the study with independent assessors, with people that, you know, that are completely independent. So all our findings has been reviewed by them, has been reviewed by the independent assessors and advisors, and also, and very important, we have gone through the process of the peers review. Here we have found very good findings. No, we have 3 possible routes to go from Chicago, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh. At the end, probably the one that we will use is the blue one that you see there, the toll road road. And you know, again, we're talking about a system that could increase drastically the income, could increase the property value, could increase the and expand drastically the tax base in the area. But even more important of this, that is the social economical impact. And these are numbers that normally in normal infrastructure, land transportation infrastructure, you are going to have not the same numbers, but similar, or maybe less, but similar. The most important thing is that, again, this system could have a return of investment period of 25 years. So it could be fully funded by private money, by the same companies that can find it a toll road. Okay. Well, we have a global presence. No, we are not. We like to say that we are global. We have projects and interactions with different governments, different things. It's true that we are very focused on the 3 development projects: Toulouse, Abu Dhabi, and Hyperport, and on our commercial line in US. But we have had multiple interactions around the world. We have offices in US, our headquarters is in LA, we have office in Barcelona, our digital labs in Barcelona, we have our test center for certification in Toulouse, we've got an office here in the Middle East, so we are there. So the future is coming. You know, for the ones that think that Hyperloop is something that will come very, you know, in decades, no. The future is here, it's coming, will be here in decades. I cannot say today if we will be having our first commercial route in 2 years or in 5, but definitely will not be in decades, okay? And I would like to show a small inspirational video, you know, for the ones that, you know, to make us understand what is the power of humanity when we work together, okay?
Je m'appelle Henriette Ardois et j'habite à Bagnères-de-Buchon. Je suis l'une des femmes les plus âgées de France. J'ai peut-être un peu de compétition. Je suis né avant que les hommes se déplacent rapidement. Je me rappelle des premières voitures. J'ai assisté à la disparition entière, le mur du son, l'Américain qui a planté le drapeau sur la Lune. Tout ça, je l'ai vécu dans ma vie. On m'a dit qu'il y avait du nouveau bientôt, comme une nouvelle manière de parcourir la Terre. Et on vous emmène dans un tube à 1000 km/h en lévitation. Et ça marche avec l'énergie solaire. L'avion à l'époque aussi, c'était un grand défi. Je me rappelle de mon père. Cet engin ne va jamais décoller du sol. Cette machine, vous l'avez construite, n'est-ce pas? C'est quoi son nom déjà? HyperloopTT.
Well, thank you very much to everybody. It has been a real pleasure, being with you guys, and that's all.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Andres. This is very inspiring. So now we're going to move to a few questions. So I don't know if you see the questions on your end. I'm going to read it. So basically, one of our participants called Damien Lassalle says, it seems that the capsule can go faster than an airplane. Is there any impact on the human body?
Basically,
people, for instance.
Yeah. Should I answer to this one, for instance? Well, Damien, basically, the capsule, what affects to the human body is the acceleration, not the speed, okay? And basically, we try to keep the same acceleration that you got in an airplane when you are taking off, so it's not like, and you are not in constant acceleration, of course, okay? So basically, it's, the sensation of riding an Hyperloop, it's not going to be like riding a roller coaster, okay? We have a mission profile that goes based on acceleration. Of course, you need also a distance, to arrive to the maximum speed. And we try to have an experience very, very similar to the one that you have when you travel in a train or you travel in an airplane.
Excellent, excellent. And then, what's the ROI of the Hyperloop? So let me maybe scope the question. So if you look at, past crisis, after every crisis, there's sort of a new deal to create new jobs and so on. Do you guys have a sort of like algorithm in terms of, the ROI on job creation, return for the city, how much people it would attract for tourism and other things, So if you're a city leader and you're hearing this pitch today, what's your ROI on putting this together with you guys?
Well, okay, we don't have an algorithm. Well, we have a way of calculating, of course, like every time that you do an infrastructure, okay? But you need to do a feasibility study. So if you are in a city and you want to know how this is going to affect to your city, I would say that, the most important thing is to do a feasibility study, okay? To be serious. Okay, because every situation is completely different. Hyperloop, I'd say that address most of the situations, at least the ones that we have studied until now. Seriously, the pre-feasibilities and the feasibility studies has also give us very good numbers. Again, not only on the socio-economical impact, but also, and very important, in the financial viability of the project by itself. Because the first thing that has to be worried if you are the mayor of a city is how much money you are going to have to pay to subsidize your metro system, your rail system, and things like that. No, and that thing we try to put it out of the equation, okay, with the Hyperloop. But also, of course, in the socio-economical impact. But the right answer to that is that you need to do feasibility studies to really analyze case by case, what is the impact of the Hyperloop system.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Andres. So we have Nick Anderson, President of Keiretsu Forum for the Boston chapter. so one of the largest, most active business angel group on the planet. He seems very excited because he's asking, what do you need to help? What type of help you need to make this happen in the US?
Well, I think that we are analyzing also the possibility of the US. It's a complex regulatory environment, but we are advancing a lot with the Department of Transportation, and they have been very proactive in the last year, especially, and even during the pandemic time. I would say that the biggest challenge always is the same, no? For a startup like us is the fundraising, no? We are in continuous fundraising mode, okay? And of course, that's always the biggest challenge, no? But, we are now in this process that we are raising the funds that we need, to be able to build the prototype. We definitely have also a very nice opportunity in the US for building a prototype there that we are analyzing seriously. But again, the biggest challenge is always fundraising.
Excellent. So in Boston, we have more than 90 VC firms. Nick Anderson is one of the business angel prominent here in Boston. So we'll see what we can do to help.
Okay, so happy to receive a mail or anything, and any contact, you can put him in contact with me, and happy to discuss about this opportunity. Okay.
Excellent. Any technological hurdles? So Boston is the place where we have MIT engineers. Any technological hurdles? A call to action to these engineers on the call today, and who's going to be rewatching the replay?
Well, we are in continuous improvement of the technology. Is when we say that we are ready to build, the Hyperloop version 0, but we are continuously improving the technology and continuously working. Our chief engineering officer is an MIT guy, okay, by the way, okay, and we are continuously. We have been working with the MIT in some things, I think in the past. I don't know exactly what projects, but I know that there has been some interactions there. But again, we are continuously in a continuous development of the next version of the technology, in all the areas.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to the next question. We're having quite a few here. So let's see. Do you have any idea of the environmental impact of such infrastructure? So you talked about it, that you guys are thinking about the environment when doing this, but what is the net impact? We're saving on pollution from the unclean energy, but then you're building a lot of infrastructure. So what's the thinking here?
Well, we have the numbers that I have shown before, that demonstrate that from the point of view of operation, Hyperloop is probably is going to be the most environmental friendly solution, okay? And it's going to reduce drastically. We have a data in the feasibility study, if I don't remember badly. I don't want to give a data because I don't remember exactly, but we reduce drastically the emissions, in the corridor. I think that is our biggest contribution, but of course that's not only what we are trying to do. We are trying also to analyze the possibility, especially in materials. We have been studying a lot about materials, about the possibility of having composite materials, that are based on natural resources, on the possibility of having a steel material for the tubes. That is a completely new technology that reduces also drastically carbon emissions. So we are trying to analyze all the value chain, to see where we can help. Okay, you cannot do everything, and sometimes you have some limitations, but sustainability is part of our core business from the beginning. We've got a sustainable team from the beginning, working in every area, and is one of the cross checks that any technology on any solution, need to pass, so we can take it seriously and we can think about implementing it in Hyperloop.
Excellent. We have a quick question from Nikhil Ray here. Is the technology different from maglev tech that is in Shanghai, China? Do we really need a capsule versus open maglev?
Yes, maglev is a great technology that has a huge problem. That is the consumption of energy. You need to electrify all the track, and that generates a lot of consumption of energy. In our case, we are using a technology that was developed in the 90s in Lawrence Livermore Lab by Richard Post and his team. Richard Post was one of our first contributors. We took the technology, we improved it, we solved some of the problems that they have, okay, and we adapted to the vacuum environment. And that technology allows you to levitate over a very simple aluminum track. You don't need to electrify the track. You have permanent magnets in a hallback array. You create an induced current, okay, and with that you are able to levitate. And as more motion as you have, as more speed as you add, as easier is to levitate. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Andres. So what is your vision of where the Hyperloop will be implemented first?
That's a very good question. I think that first could be the Middle East, that they are taking it very, very seriously. But I think that the huge opportunity of Hyperloop is US, US. At the end of the day, in Europe, for good or for bad, you've got all the high-speed rail network, okay, that works. Doesn't solve you the problem to go from Madrid to Paris, but you can go from Madrid to Barcelona quite well, you know what I mean? But in the US, that you don't have a good land transportation system, that is the biggest opportunity. And I really encourage every time that I'm in the US, that I have meetings with the officials to understand, that this can change drastically, the way you think on that country, the way you think in mobility in that country.
No, excellent, excellent. And then what is the energy consumption per seat compared to our Airbus A380, for instance?
Wow, that's a very technical question that, being completely honest, I don't know. I cannot answer today. Okay. I can try to answer later on, okay? And I'm sure that we have done comparisons, okay? But I don't have the answer today.
Okay, no worries. So Andres, what have you learned from bringing such exciting and inspiring innovation, a big leap innovation to market? What, 4 years roughly you've been working on this, right?
Yeah.
5 years. What have you learned, and what are the hurdles? What keeps you up at night? And how can everyone help you guys, be more successful and accelerate? Because we want this, we want Hyperloop. So what can we do?
Okay, so first of all, what I have learned that this is a marathon. This is not a 100 meters race. Okay, this is a marathon, and you need to have people around you that is resilient, and that they understand that in a marathon, like always, you've got great moments and you've got bad moments, and you need to come back and all of that. And every day you do like this, but you grow, and you are closer and closer and closer. But it's a marathon. Needs resilience, needs very big work ethics, and also needs passion. Okay, so that's really, 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 really important. Other thing that I have learned is that there is nothing more powerful than radical collaboration. No, the idea of collaborate. How can you collaborate with companies that at the beginning, sometimes you could think, oh, this could be a competitor. No, but you collaborate with them, and then you find ways. You always find ways to collaborate if you are open-minded enough to see how do you align the commercial interests of one company the other time, and of course, the collaboration of our individual contributors. How can you help? Well, I think that there is a big responsibility in the people that is in the financial world to help, to really, really help to this impact ideas. I'm very critical with this, sorry about it, but you heard a lot about impact funds, you heard a lot about how all the companies need to invest in sustainable solutions and all of that. But I think that at the end of the day, when you arrive to the reality of the market and the truth of the market, there is not so many people that has the guts or the interest or the capacity to really invest thinking in the medium and long term. Okay, so I think that we need to create this environment of companies, financial institutions, venture capital, to think a little bit more on the long term. Not all the projects can be, I go there, I finance, in 3 years, I go out. No, we need long-term vision funding. And that, I think, that is a change in the ecosystem that needs to happen, still needs to happen.
Excellent, Andres. Thank you very much for this. So we're also on the marathon today. Maybe final question. How does it help in Boston? We have high rent because, you know, the city attracts a lot of people. So basically, how does the Hyperloop also help maybe, you know, spread the population? And is that also one of the value proposition you're putting forward in terms of helping, you know, with rent increase and so on?
Definitely. Because at the end of the day, thinking Silicon Valley, thinking Boston, thinking in the middle of New York, you know, areas where renting is very, very expensive. And also the quality of life of the mega cities is decreasing, you know, the quality of life of this. You're talking about Boston, but imagine Rio de Janeiro, that is crazy, you know. So yes, that's one of the big value propositions for the commuting solution, you know, having small cities 300 kilometers away in a very nice environment in the middle of the countryside, and still you can be in 20 minutes in your office working every day. You know?
Excellent.
That's very interesting value proposition of our system too.
Excellent, Andres. So, you know, congratulations and good luck with the rest. We're here to help also here in Boston. We'll diffuse the message and we'll look forward to connecting soon again. Thank you for participating.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Has been a pleasure, and thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Andres. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Jay, welcome to the call.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. So we've been knowing each other. Jay has been actually a source of inspiration that has created Innouvo to some extent. I read his book, was 3-4 years ago. The book is called Disrupt You. He was one of the first guests in our YouTube podcast at the time, and he literally shared some wisdom, insight from his amazing career as a serial entrepreneur, working with anyone from Richard Branson to Bill Gates, the Pope, Justin Timberlake, in the music industry, seeing basically the disruption of the music industry and using this experience basically to evangelize and help all of us in other industry to be careful and to react and to act on basically what's going on in the today's accelerating environments and accelerated innovation. So Jay, welcome to the call. We look forward to have your speech today, which is from now until 12:30. We should leave about 10 minutes for questions.
Excellent. Honored to be here, honored to join you all. Today's talk is really interesting. Especially coming after Andres, where he talks about the need for passion and what passion will do to get you there. After the success of Disrupt You, I really tried to study why some people are successful at implementing their ideas and why some people have challenges that they don't overcome. And I gathered that all down to 12 truths. If you base your business on these 12 truths, you'll be successful. And it's the basis for my new book, Future-Proofing You. And to prove my premise, I wanted to do something that no other author had done before. I wanted to try an experiment. So I took a young man from Europe who grew up on welfare, and I mentored him 1 day a week for a year. I provided him no contacts. I provided him no capital, and I didn't make any introductions. So it was a complete fair test. And by don't want to wreck the ending of the book, but by the 11th month, he had become a self-made millionaire. Now, I've taught how to build high-tech startups in universities, but this was different. This isn't a university student. This isn't an engineer. This is someone just who can discover their passion. When I worked with, his name was Vin, when I worked with Vin and tried to figure out what are the basic elements that have to be achieved to be successful. The second thing that I wanted to look at was what has changed post-pandemic. And it was interesting following again, Hyperloop, very passionate. We'll talk about that in a second, mindset and passion. But one fundamental difference is that the role of cities will become less important. We're not going back to a pre-pandemic life. What the pandemic proved was that you can have a remote workforce. Up until the pandemic, since the 1970s, people have tried working from homes and remote, and many companies have done it successfully, but it hadn't come mainstream. And once it hit mainstream, that genie doesn't go back in the bottle. And by that, I mean, for most of mankind, when you were starting a business, most throughout history, who were the best people that you could find within 5 or 10 miles of your business? That was your pool of talent. Now, the tools are good enough, the infrastructure good enough that you can hire the best people on the planet. And if you start your business with that mindset, you'll have a huge advantage over those companies that are still trying to have a headquarters and have everybody in there. And there's many advantages. One, workers are happier. All the studies during the pandemic, people that work at home are more productive, they enjoy their job, and there's less turnover. More importantly, you can live in less expensive areas. Up until 20 years ago, the majority of people that traveled the world were my age, over 50. Now, millennials are the #1 traveling group, and they're realizing that they can work their job from anywhere. So they don't have to wait till they're old to see the world. They can travel the world and do their job, live a month here, a month there. So that becomes a whole new approach. So given that our time is short, I'm going to breeze through these. There's more detail, there's more of the science behind them. But the first one is so obvious, and most people skip it, and that's mindset. You really have to foster a growth mindset. If you look what's in common, and I started no different than anybody on this call. I wanted to start a new business. I didn't know what I was doing. One day you wake up and dozens of friends become billionaires. And we weren't smarter. It wasn't the right moment in history. It was a different mindset, a mindset that you can make change, a mindset that will carry you through the roller coasters of the up and down. The second thing that I realized no one talks about is fear. Everybody talks about these platitudes. You can overcome your fears. Don't overcome your fear. That's a horrible advice. The only reason you're on this call today is for thousands of generations of your ancestors, they had fear. Some guy in a cave was afraid of the saber-toothed tiger, and that's why you're here today. Now, what you don't focus on enough, and what I learned in looking at those that have become successful, is you have to accept that the other people that you deal with in business also have fears. And our fears are controlled by our lizard brain, which is basically fight or flight. And so if you can learn to communicate by leveraging and accessing the 3 primary fears that people have in business, suddenly you can flip the equation. And a great example that comes to mind is 8 years ago, I wrote a white paper that said that social media would pick the next president of the United States. That seems obvious nowadays, but 8 years ago, not a single presidential candidate was advertising on social media. And they were spending $2 billion on television, and I had a digital agency and I wanted some of that money. So what does this have to do with fear? I set up meetings with each of the campaign managers of the leading 4 candidates, and I told them I was meeting all 4 of them and told them what we could do for them in digital. But I framed it in a way that they realized that their competitors would be using me. And if they didn't, and one of those other candidates won, they would never be hired to run a campaign again. So by the time I finished my journey to the 4 candidates' offices, I had all 4 as clients. Because fear of losing your job, fear of your boss, fear of many factors. So you got to break down those fears. The next thing that many people are afraid of is failing. You are going to fail. If you're sitting with somebody else, look each other in the eye, you're both going to fail. You cannot succeed your way to the top. You have to fail your way. You have to figure out what doesn't work. And you have to figure out that what doesn't work before you run out of capital. And that is the game of a startup. And so the faster you can iterate, the faster you can try different ideas before you raise a lot of capital with the least amount of capital and prove your thesis, the faster you get to the end. And I've taken stakes in over 100 startups in my career, been involved in many that you use all the time, LinkedIn, which we'll get to in a little bit. And each of these was destined to fail if they followed their business plan. But as they hit those things that they got wrong, that they predicted wrong, that they planned for wrong, they could quickly work through them and come up with a better business model. So Twitter was a music service. YouTube was a dating service. I mean, many businesses pivot because they figure out. And so what they're really doing is embracing failure. And if you talk to serial investors, they'd rather invest in a CEO who has failed than a first-time CEO. And so that's really a key thing. The fifth of the 12 truths brings us towards passion, but it's a different way of looking at it. Every one of us has a superpower. Now, you might not be able to fly through the air, you might not be able to bend time, you might not be able to do what Marvel Universe superheroes can do. But there is something about you that is unique and better than most. And the way to figure this out is next time friends are asking for advice or asking for your help, you'll notice a pattern of what they ask you about. Nobody ever asked me to come over and cook them a dinner. Don't have that skill. And it turned out a lot of years of my career to realize no one, and I've worked, I mean, Google's a client, Microsoft's a client still. I just stepped down from running a company that did $44 billion in consulting. No one ever hired me when they were having a good year. No one ever's first choice was, wow, we're doing so great. Let's call in Jay. It was usually, we've tried everything else. Let's call in Jay. My superpower happened to be figuring out new business models for businesses that couldn't. And so once you can identify your superpower, that gives you a huge head start, because in a world where people are so interconnected, where your phone is one click away from 6 billion other people, anyone can work with anyone, which means people are only going to work with you or hire you if you are the best in the world at what you're doing. So you have to narrow what you do and define your brand by that one thing. And that one thing is what will attract the customers, will build your business. And that applies to anyone. Now, that brings me to the next example. If I went to a construction site and there were 3 bricklayers, and I asked them, what are you doing? And the first guy says to me, I'm laying bricks. And the second guy says, I'm building a church. And the third guy says, I'm making a house of God. The first guy has a job. The second guy has a career, but the third guy has a calling. And I don't mean your calling has to be religious. I mean, what motivates that person, they're all doing the same task, is completely different. And one of the great examples are when you look at how many, especially in the US, how many major successful startups that become billion-dollar unicorns are founded where at least one of the partners is an immigrant or the child of an immigrant. The number is astounding. It's more than half. You go, well, what's different here? And the difference is somebody that came to another country to start their life over has a different motivation, whether they came because they were fleeing something, as in a refugee, or rather they were coming because they were seeking something like opportunity. Their motivation is different and their children's motivation is different than someone that's just maintaining the status quo. So those people have a calling. They have something that drives them. And so what you have to figure out real early on is how to take that perseverance and turn it into a passion. So I'll give you an example. My passion for the past decade has been, how do I teach people to be successful entrepreneurs? I'm not trying to make any money out of this. You don't write books to make money. I want to shorten the journey for others. I like a world that has democracy, and democracy is based on a middle class, and a middle class is created by entrepreneurs that create jobs. It's as simple as that. And I work with governments, and I've worked all over the world. I write books in tons of languages. But I realized that there were other issues out there. I wasn't that motivated to run another company. Been there, done that. Been a CEO of NASDAQ companies. But somebody came to me with a major problem. Our planet is overheating. In the lifetime of my granddaughter, there may not be humans on this planet. That's terrifying. What could I do about that? I'm not a scientist. And somebody came to me with an idea, and the idea was this: 25% of greenhouse gases don't come from factories or cars. The number one source of greenhouse gases is agriculture. Tilling the soil releases carbon that was sequestered. So you have to go to no-till and regenerative agriculture. And the downside of that is it actually uses more herbicides and pesticides. So more poisons in our food. So how do you get the poison out of food so that you can sequester more carbon so we can cool down the planet? And we can do this very, very quickly. And the answer turned out to be robots. Little robots, think of the size of a goat, that go in and eat all the weeds, but not the plants. So they came to me. I'm not a robot scientist. You remember, Steve Jobs created a $1 trillion company, the world's first $1 trillion company, without writing one line of code. He's not an engineer either. You can hire that skill set. So we started a company called Greenfield Robotics, and we're actually achieving it. What's driving me is not to make more money. I'll make more money for the investors. What's driving me is to solve a giant problem. So that's what it's really about. The next thing, which I completely overlooked in Disrupt You, and I realize is key to a world that's changing this quickly. So we're in a dynamic time where the norms of business, the norms of how we all interrelate, the tools that we have are changing faster than big companies can adapt and faster than most people can adapt. So you can't make it alone. No one built a unicorn company that was a one-man company. So that passion that you create will attract investors. That passion you create will get customers, will get employees, will get everything happening. But there's still one thing missing. You don't know everything. No one does. And as the world changes so quickly, you're going to need new skill sets, not that you can learn in the time, but that you can leverage extreme amounts of expertise and knowledge. In other words, mentors. So the era of the Middle Ages where you'd be an apprentice to somebody that was the blacksmith or the leathersmith or whatever and spend 7 years and learn that skill, that era is gone. You need a series of mentors for each stage of your career. And so I don't have time today, but I map out how to get them, how to get millionaires and billionaires to work for you for free. And Alistair knows the story because it was my first book. When I was just a kid starting out, I had an idea that I thought would really help Microsoft, but I needed some help. I wanted to put music in video games before there was music. And so I literally reached out, wrote to Bill Gates, somebody I didn't know, I had no way to know, and asked him if he would introduce me to another billionaire, a guy named David Geffen, who was the biggest guy in the music industry. And Bill did it. And David, of course, took the meeting, and fast forward, video games have changed. Now, Bill could have said no. I'd be the same place where I was. So you have nothing to lose, but You don't go on LinkedIn and say, hey, will you be my mentor? It doesn't work that way. And so there's a technique that works, it's been proven, and I really walk through that because don't fly solo. It's not achievable, and you're a fool if you think you can do it. The next big mistake that is the number one reason why businesses fail, and we could play the game and everything, but I'll save it, is people don't understand what business they're in. Whether you're starting a restaurant, a clothing line, anything, your business is high tech. You are in the tech industry. The last purchase you bought, where did you find out about it? You looked on your phone, you looked on the computer. If I had you in a room, I would ask you, what is the number one best performing tech stock of the 21st century on NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange? It's probably globally, but it's a US company. And you'd think, well, Apple or Microsoft or Zoom, or you'd all be wrong. The number one tech stock that you should have bought in the year 2000 was Domino Pizza. How's Domino's a tech thing? Domino's created an app that lets you order, that lets them track you, that lets them give you special promotions. They have more people working in IT than any other part of their company now. They are a tech company. The fact that their product is pizza is secondary. And if you're not running your company tech-centric, if you're not thinking of it in those terms, your competition definitely is. So huge, huge issue to think about. The next one is really not a truth that you have to follow, but if you want the quickest way to create wealth or to change the world, it's the only one to follow. And I have a system called MOVE, M-O-V-E. First, you have the mindset, which we talked about. Then you find an obstacle that you're going to solve, okay? And then the V is void. You have to fill a void in the market. Yes, you can come out with a car when everybody else has a car. Kind of tough to sell. A lot of competition. You can come out with another protein bar. You can come out with another pair of shoes. But unless your business solves a void, you have competition. I hate competition. All the companies I've done, eBay and LinkedIn, nobody else was doing it. So you didn't have to be the best in the world. If you're the only one doing it, you are the best. So it's that simple. Now, when you fill a void, everybody else is going to follow, but you have such a head start. And where do these voids come from? Problems that you already have, problems that mankind has, problems that have already existed, but there's a new technology that can solve it in a new and novel way. So going back to my robot example, people have been growing cotton and corn and soy for 14,000 years. Bugs have been there for 14,000 years. Weeds have been there for 14,000 years. And for the past 100 years, we've used poison. If you want to launch a new poison company to go up against the other guys with the deadly poisons, good luck. You're never going to get there. But nobody at the poison company knows anything about robotics. They weren't looking at a different way to solve the problem. And now if you're the only one, here's what was interesting. If you don't have to buy the poisons, you end up making 40% more per acre. So every farmer wants this. And if you're not using poisons in the food, and there's a lot of crops that are grown in the US that we can't sell to Europe because the poisons that are in them, Europe has outlawed, rightly so, because they cause cancer and kill people. So if now the farmer's making more money, but you can tell the consumer, you could buy this safe flour or this flour that kills you, you're going to buy the safe flour. Third is you don't have poisons running off in the US down the Mississippi. The Gulf of Mexico has no fish anymore because of all the poison. So now you bring back the oceans. And fourth, you're not releasing carbons, all because we found a void that no one was focused on. 10 years from now, there'll be a lot of robotics companies, a lot of people in the space. And if I'm still around, I'll be solving a new problem. So really focus in terms of a void. Here's the other thing that you have to realize. Silicon Valley, the real venture capitalists, only back monopolies. That's how they make their money in their obscene returns. Think about it. The second an Uber comes along, it's an idea that could have been done everywhere. And Uber raises $1 billion in capital. Who's going to give capital to Lyft or number 2 or number 3? They fade away. So for 20 years now, 30 years almost, Silicon Valley's played the monopoly game. So if you find a void and you can prove that it's a void and you're the first one out there, you'll have no problem raising a ton of capital. Which leads me to the 10th truth. There is a $1 trillion opportunity out there that no one has a head start on, and no one is looking to do what you can do. And this opportunity hits in 24 months from now. And it's augmented reality. So spatial reality, whatever you want to call it. We're all going to be wearing glasses, heads-up glasses that change our life. Instead of spending 4 hours a day looking at our phone, what we need is going to be up here. And if you don't think you'll read glasses, in the US this year, 50 million pairs of glasses were sold that cost more than $150 a pair. They came with one app, Focus. Another 30 million were sold. It came with another app called sunglasses. So people will wear glasses to solve a problem. And my clients, Microsoft and Google and others, are building the glasses. So let's think through this problem for a second, because this is the best advice you're going to get today. Google makes more money than anybody ever thought of by monetizing search and advertising. If you're no longer looking at your phone or your computer and Google isn't here, Google goes out of business. If you're not taking your phone out and Apple doesn't sell you these, Apple goes out of business. And if social isn't here, Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. So these are existential threats. So these companies are spending billions to make sure that they own their slice of this future. But here's what they're not worried about. They're not worried about making millions. So let's go back 10 years. 10 years ago, when the iPhone came out, Apple changed the world. We all use smartphones. But Apple didn't focus on apps. They focused on the ecosystem. And the first year, let me tell you, 2 of the top 10 best-selling apps in the world. One was the fart app. That's it. You get to your 10 different farts. The other was a game with cats. And you go, why am I telling you this? Because think of all the apps that have become billion-dollar businesses that you could have started anytime. There were voids in the market. Now, what are the voids that people aren't focusing on here? So yes, LinkedIn will be here. I'll be able to walk up to you in a meeting. And if I don't remember your name and you're one of my LinkedIn friends, I can see your name above you. I can see the name of your wife and your dog and go, oh, how's Rover doing? Yeah, don't think of those. Think of other use cases of problems in your life, your industry, your field. Your field is moving to here. The 11th truth.
So
Working hard does not make you rich.
Jay, we have a couple of minutes, so 12:30 is the end. We'll need a bit of space for questions.
Okay, let me just finish these 2 real quick.
Okay.
Deal structure. Deal structures will make you rich. Bill Gates' father, being a lawyer, helped him figure out a licensing model for DOS, which led him to become a billionaire. And I go on and on. So study deal structure. That's more important than anything else you can do. And the last one is remote workers, which we talked about earlier. Taking the best people that you can from wherever you can. So I hope that was helpful. That was the truncated version of my new book, which I'll plug while I'm looking up questions. You can get it right now on Amazon. Okay, questions.
So
maybe why am I not seeing questions?
So a question for you, Jay. So today is an event about the EcoCity Revolution, the future, the next gen technologies. What are companies you think investors, entrepreneurs should be looking out for maybe, buying a stock. We're not no financial advisors here, but, looking on the stock market, companies you really think are moving in the right way, disrupting, changing their business model, and could lead tomorrow in the new era we're about to go into.
And you want that answered in a couple seconds? So first of all, I'm super bullish, as I mentioned, on spatial reality and everything that's going to happen. VR, not a big field. AR and what that's going to do, completely change every aspect of your life. Anything that can be automated will be automated. And more jobs are disappearing. Half of all jobs will disappear in the next 5 years. I was thinking about the other day when I was watching somebody shooting a movie here in LA, that to get that nice aerial shot, you used to have a cameraman and a helicopter pilot and a helicopter. And now it's a few $100 drone, right? Those jobs disappear, that expertise. This is happening everywhere. My favorite automation right now in California is a self-driving pizza delivery truck that figures out how many minutes it is to your house, turns the oven on in the truck when it knows it's the right amount, so it gets to your house right when it's done piping hot. The roof opens, the drone takes it up, and you put a little QR code wherever you want the pizza delivered, and it comes right down. Mwah! I live for pizza. So focus on these new fields. That's where the opportunity is. You don't have to be really good if you're the only one. You'll figure it out. So that's the advice. And look at those companies that are trying to change these things, that are solving real problems.
Excellent.
Next question.
We have a question from Nick Anderson. So he's the president of Keiretsu Forum, one of the largest, most active business angel group in the world. And Nick is asking, this is awesome. So first, he's ordered your book. This is great. Could you elaborate on AR a little bit more and the opportunity for investors? Any directions you can give Nick and his group?
So let me make sure I understand the question. Just to elaborate why I'm bullish on AR?
Yes.
So here's the thing. None of us thought we'd become addicted to our phones. And by moving the phone, just like you got Apple Watch to your wrist, it really didn't change anything. But heads-up display changes everything. If you're a realtor, you can walk down the street and see the price per square foot of every house that's on the market. If you're in a new city and you want to say, how do I find, a vegan restaurant? You can see a green line and just follow it. You can go into supermarket. The doctor just told you you have diabetes. You can't have anything with sugar, or you want to be on the keto diet. The supermarkets have 40,000 products. Say, show me the things that are keto. Everything else disappears. I worked on this for the largest retailer in the US. This is not fiction. This is coming. Or heart disease. Nobody can read all those little labels. Show me those things. Here's a bunch of wines. What was the wine I had last week? Show me the wines just from France. Whatever it is, show me the wines from France in my price point. Our whole world will now have context. So it's no longer searching. The era of searching for information will go away. Information will come to you when you need it. I have a self-driving car that I love and am in love with it, that I drive around in. But now, imagine it knows my eating habits and viewing habits and everything else that Google and Facebook know about me. And they know it's 2 o'clock. I've been doing a speech, so I haven't had lunch. And I'm a mile away from a McDonald's, and they make a French fries float in the sky. If I touch them, my car will drive there and I'll get a free French fry with my order. So marketing changes. Everything becomes from advertising to completion of sale in real time. And that's just the beginning. Self-diagnostics, we have a shortage of doctors. So AR will be part of that. And I can go on and on. It will impact every field. Firemen can be in smoke and see where the walls are and where the stars are. I'm just obsessed. Time for one last question, I think.
Yes, so basically Adam Finkel, who challenges since this morning in different talks, so he says, why not just use a search engine?
Because when you're walking around, do you really want to stop to do this? You're going to see voice and thought being the new interfaces. And sound in ways that we haven't thought. So you'll think, I want vegan food, and that line will appear. So the idea, I mean, typing's wonderful, but if you don't have to, why? And just as with Netflix or everything, AI has figured out recommendation engines to anticipate your need in that one activity. There'll be a range of AI tools when we have edge computing and 5G out there, anticipating every aspect of your life. So that's the reason.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely exciting. I can see a lot of, even in conferences like CES, for instance, where, you can be guided.
And low cost glasses that do what I talk about. And one company has contact lenses, which is insane. 2 Christmases from now, these will be common objects that people buy for unbelievably reasonable price points.
Okay, I was about to ask the timeline. So two years from now, impressive. Okay.
But
great.
Now's your time to start building that app, building that solution, getting in these developer programs.
Well, Jay, thank you so much. So I really encourage everyone to buy, both of Jay's books. They're really great. Trust me on this one. The first book inspired us at Innouvo to actually take a leap of faith, take what Jay talked about, courage. The second book is also ordered on my end. So thank you so much, Jay. I'm looking forward to reading the books and talking to you real soon.
I wish you all success. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bringing to you this amazing company from Boston that started at CIC. Nimit Sawhney, welcome to the call. We are excited to have you present a little bit what you guys have been doing, the progress, the vision you have, and also maybe tell us a little bit about the why. What is it we're not seeing, anything that keeps you up at night and you really think this is, the way to go?
Thank you, Alistair. Great to be here. And thank you to your team for organizing this great gathering. So my name is Nimit, one of the co-founders at Voatz. Voatz is how we like to describe it. It's the youngest elections company here in the US. We got started a little over 5 years ago, purely by accident after winning a hackathon at South by Southwest. And the theme of the hackathon was Hack to the Future. What's the one thing you would do in the future and how would you do it? And so we ended up prototyping a new election system from scratch that essentially used smartphones, biometrics, real-time ID verification, and then logged all the ballots on a blockchain-based infrastructure. And to our utter surprise, we ended up winning the first prize. So that kind of led to a whole series of things. And in 2015, we formally started the company. So I'm happy to share a little bit about the progress we've made over the last few years, and also kind of look at where we are going from here, including our participation in the most recent election here in the US, and then address some of the questions which Alistair raised as well. And so I'll just share my screen.
We have a couple of investors, a few investor groups on the call today. I really encourage you to pay attention to this presentation. I believe Voatz is definitely a company that could be the future for the next gen cities, next gen communities, giving a voice to everybody. Nimit, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. So can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So yeah, we believe that the future of voting is mobile. It's almost inevitable in our humble opinion. And the reason is because we are doing pretty much everything else on our phones these days compared to a few years ago. And the complexity of these devices, the sophistication of these devices has increased manifold, both on the usability front as well as the security front. And so we've taken a very mobile first approach in terms of how we built the system from scratch, and have been fortunate to have some very unique opportunities in this space. So Voatz was the first smartphone app-based election system to ever being used in an official government election here, starting in 2018. And since then, we've been carefully and methodically piloting the solution with small voter demographics and gradually increasing. And some of these elections have actually been, attacked by threat actors. And so we're collecting a lot of security data as well, and creating a level of transparency through a system of public audits. So we pioneered the whole idea of citizen-led audits with our elections with Denver County last year. And since then, it's been used for every election we've done. And earlier this year became the first remote voting system to be tested against official election system standards. Even though there are no specific exact standards for remote voting, we use the set of standards which exist for in-person voting machines, and used whatever was relevant to come up with a kind of a first baseline. And also the use of blockchain, we feel very excited about that. It's not a cure for everything, but it's very useful for auditing and for removing a single point of failure and adding more resiliency to the system. So far, the system has been used successfully in 5 states in the country, in the US, and 30 counties. And the focus has been on voter demographics who have traditionally been very disenfranchised. So if you look at military voters and citizens overseas, historically only 7% of them vote. And so our goal has been how to make it easier for them, because the traditional options don't work for them very well. And then this year, we've also added voters with disabilities and voters who've been impacted by COVID and very high risk of getting impacted by that. And to give you a sense of where it's kind of spread across the country, we started with West Virginia, then Denver County in Colorado, then Utah County in the state of Utah, and then Jackson County in Oregon, and Pierce County in Washington State as well. So overall, we've done 70 plus elections so far, both sides of the political spectrum, as well as some nonprofits and obviously governments as well. Coincidentally, both major political parties use our system, so it does have some element of bipartisan support, and they've used it for their internal elections, for the state conventions, and for their party voting. We did multiple state conventions this year where the entire voting process was virtual, obviously because of in-person events getting canceled. And the feedback has been largely very positive. Some of the testimonials we're very grateful from. This is one from the head of the Utah Republican Party, and then similarly from the head of the Michigan Democratic Party. Both sides have loved the system and have used it for their voting as well. In terms of our focus, obviously security is top of mind, given the very sensitive nature of the space. So we've had that as a core philosophy right from the very beginning. We've been collaborating with the Department of Homeland Security here, done a couple of assessments. We talked about the federal testing lab, so we completed that earlier this year as well. We are in the process of finishing our ISO 27001, which helps us to mature as an organization, given that we're a very small company right now, and also compliant with the NIST 863 remote identity verification standards as well. And in addition to security, another focus area for us has been the accessibility. So we spoke about voters who can't vote the traditional way, who can't hand mark a paper ballot, who can't go vote in person. And for them, the traditional choices have either been not to vote or to give up their right to privacy and seek somebody else's help. And so by taking advantage of the great accessibility features we have on both Apple devices and Android devices these days, we've incorporated that into the ballot design and to make it really, really accessible for voters with disabilities. So we recently had a blind voter who voted completely hands-free using voice and voice authentication. And we've similarly had voters with motor disabilities who've managed to vote with, huff and puff device or a double tap, triple tap. And so very, very excited about that to kind of enable a secure and private option for this additional voter demographic, which has traditionally been ignored in our humble opinion. So quickly talking about the most recent election here in the US, we had a small role to play, although it was very pioneering. So for the first time, a smartphone app-based system backed with a blockchain infrastructure was used in the US presidential elections. It was used in a couple of states by a few counties, and the most prominent was Utah County in the state of Utah. They've done 5 elections with us already, so this was their 5th election. And they've seen a really interesting increase in turnout in these 3 demographics: the military voters, citizens overseas, and voters with disabilities. And so with this specific election, they had record turnout compared to the previous elections they've done with our system. Another jurisdiction which used our system had 2.5 times increase in turnout, and this was their 2nd election with us. So we're clearly seeing a trend, an early trend in voter preferences in terms of voters preferring this over, other traditional methods of voting, giving us very good feedback on how we can improve and, make it better and more sort of accessible for them as well. So we already talked about that. We've been fortunate to have a couple of small pieces of history attached to our work, and very grateful and humble for that. And looking forward to a few more opportunities in the years to come in other parts of the world as well. And coincidentally, this weekend would be our first foray into the international space. The government of Brazil actually invited an international, it was a call to showcase remote voting options, internet voting options for their citizens, so they can decide how they want to proceed for their big election in 2022. So we are one of the entities who are invited to do a proof of concept election this Sunday. And we're excited to do this in partnership with AWS as well. And the reason it's very exciting is because it's the first time a national government has taken such a leap. And Brazil has traditionally been one of the leaders in electronic voting. They gave up paper a long time ago, like India, but their machines are obviously not connected to the internet. So this is kind of the next leap of faith, and we're excited to participate in that. We talked about what kind of makes our platform unique. It's essentially the 4 pillars. There's the smartphone. So we're not doing this on a web browser. It is a native smartphone app. You have to have a certain kind of a phone. If you have, there are some classes of Android phones which essentially are not supported because of security reasons. And we're constantly trying to add more devices. On iOS, it's pretty much all devices after Model 5S or newer. There's biometrics, there's the ID verification piece, and then the blockchain infrastructure. And essentially from a user perspective, you sign up to be an absentee voter. If you're vetted, you get an invitation, and then you go through an ID verification process. You take a picture of your photo ID, a live video selfie, so it matches your face, make sure your data matches the voter registration system, then digitizes your identity, locks it on the secure element on the phone with the help of your biometric, and deletes all the documents for privacy reasons. And then you get access to your ballot. And then once you vote, you actually get a receipt as well. It's an encrypted digital receipt with an anonymous ID on it. And we feel like that receipt is really important because it lets you audit your vote, which is unlike previous attempts to do online voting. So here you can audit your vote. You can actually, and here in the US, we still generate a paper ballot for tabulation of the jurisdiction's end. So you get to see the image of your eventual paper ballot and the record on the blockchain as well in a very anonymous manner. So other people don't figure out that it's your ballot, that it's your vote, only you know. And that we feel is really important to build transparency and auditability in the system, and at the same time, letting independent citizens audit the system. So we actually have a couple of audits for the recent election beginning soon. And if you would like to participate as an independent citizen, independent auditor, let us know. We can, get you set up so you can audit the election as an independent citizen as well. And just to kind of summarize why we feel this approach is different from historical approaches to online voting, and we talked about why mobile is key here. There's the whole idea of using hardware-based security on your smartphone, which is not available for the most part on desktop computers at the moment. There's the whole idea of doing remote ID verification, which is not used in, as far as we know, all other forms of voting on a web browser. And then the other aspects which we are really, really excited to be on the forefront of the innovation is the ability for the system to detect threats. So unlike web browsers, the smartphone app can detect if your device is compromised, if there's malware, or if there's some other suspicious app running to a very high level of accuracy. Similarly, it can detect if you're on an unsafe network using unsafe Wi-Fi, and it can force you to switch. And those are very, very essential because as we move to commodity citizen-owned devices for voting, we want to make sure that that environment is not compromised. The use of blockchain and distributed ledgers gives us that resiliency. There's no single point of failure, and it's incredibly hard to insert a fraudulent vote. So we can do it. The election officials can do it. The government can do it. An independent person can do it because you immediately get detected and blocked. And the only theoretical way for you to be able to insert a transaction would be for everybody to collude, which would be highly unlikely. And so that's really key. The idea of having voter verifiable receipts, public audits, making the system accessible for voters with disabilities, and then ensuring one device, one vote. I think those are key principles which make this unique. And as we already spoke, there's a certain group of voters who really need this. And so we focus on that as a first step. And then eventually, hopefully this technology will be available to much wider populations in the years to come, in the elections to come. And that's, I'll pause there and open it up for questions. But once again, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for having us here.
Excellent. Thank you, Nimit. So we have a couple of questions. I think Nick Anderson, president of the Keretsu Forum chapter, wants to ask a question. Let's unmute Nick. Mickey.
Okay, he's on here twice, so I'll try the first one and see which one works.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Nick, is your mic unmuted?
I am unmuted.
Okay, you can ask your question.
So great presentation. I'm getting feedback. I don't know when everybody else is getting feedback. So great presentation. I just wanted to ask you what you think the adoption rate is going to be in in the US particularly, which is your major market, I assume.
Yeah. So the US, the adoption rate, we expect it to be slow and steady. And the reason for that is it is different from most of the countries. Almost every other country has a central election commission or a central election management body which manages elections. Here in the US, the federal government doesn't run elections, as we all know, it's the states. And even at the state level, it's the counties and the local.
Right.
So it's 4,000 election jurisdictions. So it's good and bad. It's good that, they all can make their own decisions pretty much based on certain guidelines. But then there's also a lack of standardization, like even ballot design, everybody does it on their own sweet way, processes, procedures. And so in a sense, change is, we have to sell county by county. In some cases, we can sell it to a state and then they can do a top down. But in most cases, it's kind of a bottom up. So it's a more time consuming, gradual process. That's one. And two, there are legal restrictions as well. Some states don't allow any form of technology to be used right now. And so our strategy is to get our foot in the door, focus on the demographics, like we said, the military voters, citizens overseas, voters with disabilities, get them to help them first, and then slowly expand access. So we think things will start to get kind of more from an adoption perspective with the 2022 cycle, 2024 cycle. I think the next demographic is local elections.
So to make it more concrete, you're talking doubling the number of counties that you're going to cover. You're going from 4 counties to 20. You're going to 4 to 1,000. I mean, so that's the first question. Second, but just a little bit of advice. With a new administration, I suggest that you really go in there and try to help out. There's going to be you may not know, the U.S. Constitution does, even though there are, the states have jurisdiction over their election, the U.S. Constitution actually mandates or says that there can be national standards for federal offices. So, and then there's also the carrot and stick that there can be, funding for such technology. So I would strongly suggest that you try to get a federal presence. Somehow, I know you're a small company, it's hard to do, et cetera, but you might start actually where I suspect your best point of contact would be in the U.S. Digital Service. We should probably take this offline, but U.S. Digital Service is probably either there or Homeland Security is a place to go. You can get enforce federal standards, and if you force them to do it with the military, then that's your end. So, but anyway, how many on your present course? What are you expecting? You're expecting 10 counties next time, or 100 counties in the future?
Yeah, I think next year we are targeting 10 counties, and then for the 2022, kind of close to 25, and sort of gradually doubling. We are seeing a lot of interest from international markets as well. And so we talked about Brazil, Philippines, and the market where we've been shortlisted to do a mobile voting pilot soon. And so it's very likely one of the international markets will kind of, lead first and, do a much wider adoption. But definitely our goal is to at least, double the number of counties, if not faster. And in some places, as we spoke about, do a top-down approach where we get the whole state to adopt with a, cooperative licensing agreement, and then every county can, just do it without needing to sign separate contracts. And so, yeah, trying a level best to do, and would love to kind of hear from you offline on, further collaboration with the U.S. Digital Service. So that sounds like a good idea.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nimit. So this is exciting stuff, it's definitely needed. So if you need help with Europe, we can maybe connect you with some folks in the city of Strasbourg. The European Parliament is there, so it's a good place to visit once we can visit again. And we have a couple of folks on the call today from Strasbourg and others that's going to visualize this presentation later on. So if there's any European ambition, just let us know as well, and we can take it offline.
Yeah, we'd love that. I think it'd be cool to try and do something with Strasbourg and the European countries. Yeah, especially there have been, Estonia is one of the leaders in online voting. And then we know Switzerland has had some experience with their, they have a lot of local voting in the cantons. And so we'd love to explore opportunities in France and other areas as well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Would love any help there.
Excellent. We'll make the intro. And, I'm a bit surprised of the lack of momentum that, governments have on solutions like yours, because, I'm quite worried actually of, the impact of social media, digital video, these algorithms, on democracy and, also foreign forces using the freedom we have here in the US to sort of, have, freedom of speech and so on. But then how does it influence, basically people? And I do find that this is sort of something that keeps me up at night a little bit. And I'm sort of worried we're using tools like Facebook, which was not built for that, right? And so how come the governments are not pushing more, for more solutions like this? It seems to me to be a matter of like national security.
Yeah. As we're all aware, governments are, typically very risk averse. And in this year, because of COVID, I think a lot of their attention has been diverted. And it's a lot of times selling to government has been, meeting in person multiple times, getting warm introductions, doing a lot of demonstrations. And that whole in-person activity has gotten disrupted today. So I think everybody's adjusting to this new world of, remote meetings, remote conversations. So I'd say that probably is one reason, but it's more recent, where you're right about, the threat of some of the, social media misinformation, and that's getting worse day by day, and it's a very big risk to our societies.
Yeah, because you're saying they're risk adverse. I'm saying if they're risk adverse, they should use such solution, because today it's sort of we see it in Europe. A lot of people first don't vote because they don't go vote. It's not even going through the right channel. So a lot of people are left out. We saw this with the Brexit in the UK. I think there was some data around that a lot of people discovered, Brexit the day after it was elected, right? And so, but this is a major threat, I think, for democracy overall. So, I'm just surprised, that governments are not more reacting fast to make sure everyone has a voice. But then my other question is, did we do any projection if everyone was to vote, right? How would it actually influence also who gets elected, right? So now if it's really easy to vote, it's on the phone, there's no barrier for voting. Have you guys sort of thought about this as well?
Yeah. So one of our kind of goals over the so our 2024 goal is to have up to 200 million voters on the platform across the world. And so some of the early trends we are seeing, like specifically here in the US, there's a perception that if more people vote, it'll help, one side over the other. But the data actually says it's pretty even. I think people on all sides will benefit if more people vote, if more people have access to voting. And I think people want it. That's what we are seeing. I mean, we had a military voter who voted on the recent election who hadn't voted for 17 years. He's serving the country, he's living overseas, and he just wasn't able to do it in a way which made him feel like his vote would count. And this year he did. And so I think there's a lot of hunger for it, and hopefully, like you said, governments will start to react faster and help citizens who really need it as a first step, and then eventually offer it as a choice to everybody.
Yep, excellent. Well, we're big supporters of what you do. We think it's very necessary, and we'll do our job to make sure we evangelize and let the right people know that you exist and that we need this. Thank you, Nimit. So this closes the talk. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and thank you for organizing this session.
Excellent. If anyone wants to contact Nimit, let us know in the chat by email to Innouvo, and we'll make an introduction. Thank you. Thank you, Nimit. Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Olivier. How are you doing? Can you hear us?
Fine, perfect. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely. Welcome, Olivier.
Thank you.
Here today, so you can go ahead. The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share my screen. Tell me if it works.
Thank you. In the meantime, I'm thanking you for being here. This is really great, trying to together to move to the next era in which we're in, finding the new opportunities. And Engie is definitely one of the drivers of the golden age of green, solving some of the key problems we're all facing. So looking forward to this panel. Please, everyone, feel free to ask a lot of questions, and we'll do our best to answer all of them. Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Olivier.
So that's fine. So yeah, thanks a lot for having me with you today, guys. And I just wanted to take advantage of the short presentation to discuss the revolution of the energy sector. And according to the topic, which is the EcoCity Revolution, how city could be part of that energy revolution. So let me start with very high-level figures according to again what we are talking about here. Really, I just want to focus on the fact that I do believe that we do all agree about the fact that we do need to tackle with the climate change. And most of the time, we can hear that the energy sector or maybe the cities are the problem. My personal belief is that obviously the energy sector is responsible for emitting lots of GHG emission. This is for sure. 50% as well of the GHG global emission are produced within city. But let me assume something. Let me say that the energy sector and cities could bring as well lots of benefits and solutions in the frame of the fight against the climate change. And this is really what we, when I was in Boston effectively 2 years ago, something we are focused on, and really we do say that cities could help us to meet our target in terms of carbon footprint reduction. So let me start saying that if we want to fight against GHG emission, the two fundamental components of lower GHG emission are definitively reduced energy consumption and energy decarbonization. And if we do want to achieve those two targets, we can do that through serious levers. The first one being energy efficiency, where the potential for energy savings is huge, and it could be up to 1/3 of the energy consumption globally. The second one is definitively to be able to inject more and more renewables for the power generation, but as well in other sectors such as industries or transportation or heating and cooling, and we will be discussing that point later on. I'm sorry. And the last one, and maybe one of the most important, is really related to energy sobriety, since I totally believe that we will be able to face the rise of temperature, and we will be able to limit the impact of the climate change if we do change our behaviors and maybe some mentalities and practices that we do have so far. So let's start with a first table with indicators coming from the Internal Renewable Agency. Those indicators are very high-level indicators, but it gives you an idea of where we are heading, and where we should be in the future if we want to, again, to limit the rise in temperature below the 2 degrees C. So you can see that in that table you have indicators related to energy-related CO2 emissions, energy demand, fossil fuel, and the change in fossil fuel demand compared to 2016. What you can see in that table is that the energy-related emission kept growing till the last years, and it is expected to slightly decrease, but just a little bit if you look at the two top figures in yellow, very far above where we should be if we want again, to limit as much as possible the climate change impact in the future. The energy demand kept growing and will keep growing in the future. We know that, but we will have to limit as much as possible the increase in terms of energy demand, and we will have to be working on energy efficiency. I'll come back on that later. And in terms of fossil fuel, the good news is that it increased a little bit throughout the last years, and it's gonna decrease, but slightly decrease in the future. But again, the bad news is that we are still above where we should be in order to limit as much as possible, once again, the impact. And if you look at the switch, or maybe the shift in terms of fossil fuel demands, the very good news is that coal is reducing, or the use of coal is reducing, is decreasing almost everywhere. It's not totally true, but almost everywhere. But the bad news is that the coal so far is replaced by gas, since we have to transition. Let me say that that way, we have to transition towards renewables, and to transition from coal to renewables directly might be, depending on the sectors, very difficult. So the bad news is that the fossil fuel is still far above where we should be, again, in the frame of the fight against climate change. Those figures are coming from Bloomberg, so those indicators are slightly different. You will see that. I know that the numbers may be a little bit different, but again, it's very difficult to have figures totally aligned from one database to another one. But the trends are more or less the same. And if you look at the final energy consumption by fuel between now and 2050, the main key learnings of those two figures is that the energy demand keeps increasing, as mentioned. The electrification of end uses is gaining momentum quite significantly. We will see that later. Oil demand will reach kind of a plateau, as we saw that in the international renewable table previously. And gas will continue, to play a key role for decades. And again, we do assume that gas is going to be a kind of a transitioning energy, and green gases will gradually replace natural gas as technology improves and costs decline in the future. And if you look on the right of the slide, the primary fuel consumption in 2050, you still can see that the fossil fuel will play a major role, and the share of renewables, if we keep working or living as we do right now, will be around 30%, which is not enough in order to fight against the impact of climate change. So let's focus right now on energy-related CO2 emissions. I mentioned the fact that we have to reduce globally our GHG emission, but most of the time, in fact, we are talking about electricity and power generation. If you look at the graph and the curves, you can see that according to what we have done so far and all the effort made in terms of renewables for power generation, you can see that the curves related to power generation and GHG emission related to power generation is decreasing quite significantly. So we can see that all the efforts are valuable, and it's going to be profitable for us, again, in order to reduce the GHG emission. But if you look at other sectors, like industry, both for processes or heating or cooling in industry, transportation and buildings, you can see on the graph that we still need to focus on that in order to be able to decrease globally the GHG emission, and globally meaning worldwide as well, but all over the different verticals where we do use, where we do need some energy and where we are producing some CO2 emission. And if you look on the right of the slide, and again, according to a scenario which is a sustainable scenario issued by the international agency, energy agency, you have the levers on which we should focus on in order to be able to curb the curve which is related to CO2 emission. And again, what we can see, we will have to work on energy efficiency, renewable, fuel switching. Nuclear is going to be part of the mix of energy in the future. And in France, it's obvious, but it's going to be the case almost everywhere. CO2 capture is going to be an emerging technology, but we will see that in the coming slide. So my point is that if we want to tackle the GHG emission, and if we want to succeed in the transformation, we have to go beyond the power generation, and we have to focus on heating, cooling, and transportation sector as well. So at the very beginning of the presentation, I did say that, according to me, cities, are part of the solution and are part of the problem for sure, but are part of the solution. This is definitively my belief. So as you can see, we do expect that 70% of the population will be living in cities by 2050. And 50% of carbon emission are produced within city. 50% of the final energy consumption is due to heating. So again, this stresses the importance of the heating and cooling sector. And regarding the cooling, we do expect that the cooling demand will increase in the future by almost 200% between 2016 and 2050. So the heating and cooling sector are very significant, and we have to pay attention to the sectors in addition to industry and transportation. And when we meet with mayors or authorities within cities, and when they do express their concerns for the future, you have most of them on the left of the slide, and again, it's always related to CO2 reduction and the carbon footprint reduction for a campus, for a city, or for an hospital, for instance. Energy efficiency, since we do know that we could reduce quite significantly the thermal losses. How to inject renewables in order to meet the demand of the citizens. How to inject renewables, but as well local energies. And we will get back on that to discuss a little bit about how to talk about the circular economy, and how to offer to citizens safe and resilient infrastructure in order to meet the demand. Again, to bring to the citizen or the population cost savings and competitive solution, high satisfaction, since the service need to be delivered whatever it takes, and the COVID situation that we have been experiencing for quite a long right now, I think demonstrated the needs for resilient infrastructure. The role of digital is going to be crucial in the future. This is something that has been stressed, if I recall correctly, in the previous presentation, but the role of digital is going to be very important in the future. And another topic which is more and more important is really to bring back nature within the cities. So more and more we have to think about as well nature-based solution in order to reduce what we call the heat island effect within cities. And those solutions can deal with that heat island effect, which is due to the human activity, which is due to the transportation, but which is due as well to the cooling, since when you do want to chill a building, you are producing heat that you reject on the outside. So my job is to promote and to assist people that would like to implement what we call district energy systems. To be honest with you, this is a very old technology. This is not at all technology, but this is a technology, and this is a topic which is of interest right now within cities due to the benefit that they can bring to cities. And more and more mayors and more shareholders within cities are paying attention to those district energy systems. So what is a district energy system? Basically, it's a system where you transfer thermal energy in the form of steam, hot water, or chilled water from a central energy plant to buildings in order to deliver to the buildings heat and cold to meet the needs for comfort, but as well maybe for processes within industries. So this is very basic, and again, this is not really new. We will see that in the next slide. But what we can achieve with this very old decade technology is that we are able to deal with energy efficiency, to bring more and more renewables, and to meet the demand of the citizen of a city. So why I was saying that this is a very old technology, and again, this technology appeared at the very beginning of the last century. So this is not new at all. And at that time, this technology was very simple and composed by, let's say, one central plant fed by coal most of the time, producing steam delivered to buildings in order to meet their demand in terms of heating demand, I'm sorry. And what happened throughout the years is that we have been able to adapt ourselves to the new trend and to the new needs of our customers and adapt our technology. And the good news is that when you look at the graph, the progress we made are tremendous, to be clear with you. So we have been able to lower the supply temperature of our systems. And the main benefits of this is that this increased the energy efficiency of the system. So again, we were at almost 200 degrees C 1 century ago, and we are talking right now about very ultra low temperature district heating with a supply temperature of, let's say, something between 50 to 70 degrees C. And the main benefits of that is that you are reducing the thermal losses, so you are increasing the energy efficiency. You widen all the applicable technologies that could feed those network, and you can see on the top, on the right of the slide, that right now we are able to feed the network thanks to lots of different technologies. The last one being maybe heat pumps, geothermal solution, renewables, solar panels, biogas, biofuel. In the future, it's going to be certainly hydrogen. So the good news is that, again, we are widening right now all the technologies which are applicable to feed this network in order to meet the demand of a city. So this allows us to use more and more renewables at a city scale, renewables that couldn't be used if you had to use them for a standalone solution at a building scale. The good news here is that we are able to use large amount of renewables, so we are able to inject lots of renewables within a city, avoiding lots of GHG emission. It allows us as well to mutualize the means of production, reducing the life cycle cost, the capex and the opex cost throughout the lifetime of the asset, to be clear with you. And the future of that activity is certainly on what we call sector integration and sector coupling. And my belief is that district heating systems and cooling systems enable sector coupling in the future, and this will bring more synergies and more energy efficiencies measures. So if you look at the trend of district energy system in Europe and globally, so if you look at the graph, you can see that the use of fossil fuel is decreased and keep decreasing quite significantly. So the amount of renewables is increasing again, or increases quite significantly. And that table is dated of 2015, if I recall correctly. Just to give you an idea, right now in France we do have 700 systems of that kind, and the renewable share for those systems is around 60%, with a target to be able to reach 65% of renewables of the primary energy use, in order to meet the demands of all those systems. So my point is that those systems allows us to decrease quite significantly the use of fossil fuels, and to switch from fossil fuels to renewables. And if you look at the global trend, the pace is not the same, but you can see that the trend is the same. And according to all the plans, the urban energy plan that we can see worldwide within cities, we do know that we are going to inject more and more renewables into cities, thanks to the system. So we do expect that even if the heat demand will slightly decline a little bit due to energy efficiency, the district energy systems are going to produce around 30% of the energy consumption in terms of heat, compared to 10% today. And another emerging technology is definitively heat pumps. Due to the electrification of the heating sector, heat pumps are going to increase in terms of number of heat pumps installed in the world, and this is already ongoing. If you look at the US, the table may not be totally complete, if I can say that, since the data that I'm showing right now are based on only 660, if I recall correctly, district energy systems installed or implemented in the US, and you can see that natural gas is the main energy used so far in the US. But according to what I saw, I'm not really concerned. I do know that the share of energy renewables will increase in the near future. To me, this slide shows what I call the sector integration and the sector coupling, and to me this is the future of our activity. And if you look at that activity from an investment or an innovation or research and development perspectives, you have here some of the topics that maybe you should be interested in the future, or where it might be interesting for you to invest in the future. And again, sector coupling is really refers to planning and operating the system as a whole system across multiple energy carrier, infrastructure, and consumption. And it's going to create lots of synergies and energy savings. And this is really something that we promote at the European level right now. And we do want the sector coupling to be part of what we call in Europe the Green Deal. According to me, something which is missing right now on the diagram is the storage. Thermal storage, to me, is a key component to enable the sector coupling in the future. And the technology of thermal storage it's not that well developed, and this is certainly a technology in which we should invest in the future in terms of research and development, innovation. And this is the missing component right now to totally enable the sector coupling.
Olivier, we are We're 5 minutes away from the end of the talk, so I don't know if you want to open up for a few questions. Otherwise, you can continue until the end. You decide.
Okay, I'm just going to give a few words, to give a few numbers about the market size, just to give you an idea of what we are talking about, in fact. And I just wanted to focus on the current trend and the market drivers for cities, according to again to that kind of technology and district energy system and the interest that cities could have regarding those systems. So you have here the main drivers: urbanization, value for building owner, and long-term partnership for cities and with cities. And I mentioned at the bottom of the slide some of the recent deals that we concluded. All of them are long-term deals, so 50 years, 35 years. All of them are valued above $1 billion, and all of them are related to energy efficiency, modernization, and operation and maintenance throughout the lifetime of the asset. I'm gonna switch that one if you allow me. But you will have the slide if you are interested. This is the investment, the global investment worldwide, and the trends of the investment in power generation, renewables in power generation. And regarding the DES, I mentioned the fact that, again, this is for us a revolution. Again, we came from steam and coal, and now we are talking about blockchain, artificial intelligence. So I just wanted to have a very short list of domains, if I can say that, where we are working on right now, where we should focus on in the future, to be clear with you, and according to me, where it could be very interesting from an investment perspective to invest in the future. And I mentioned most of them already. Energy management is key. This is tied to digitalization. This is also tied to artificial intelligence, machine learning, for predictive maintenance, for predictive for pollution forecast. And this is gonna be key for us. And with machine learning, we do expect to generate more and more energy savings in the future. Decentralized on-site generation. Again, new technology are going to appear. Solar heat pumps are some of them, but again, we do expect that most are going to appear in the future. Thermal storage, to me, it's a key component which is missing right now. And again, this is something we discussed with the European Commission, to be transparent with you. And I think they totally agree on the fact that we should focus on thermal storage and to allocate some R&D cost in the future in order to promote the technology that will enable, once again, the sector coupling. Blockchain as well could be an emerging technology for us. To be clear with you, we are already on that, but this is more related to the certification of the origin of the energy, if I can say that. But let me assume that in the future, and based again on the sector coupling, that peer-to-peer exchange will appear, and peer-to-peer monetization of the exchange will appear in the future, and blockchain technology might be an enabler for that. And the last one, so CO2 capture is going to be an emerging technology. It's already existing, I know that, but again, we will have to improve the technology in order to industrialize, if I can say that, at a very large scale, the CO2 capture. New cooling technology to get rid of refrigerants. I do believe that this might be a disruptive topic to focus on and to investigate. Green hydrogen, I already mentioned that. Hydrogen is expected to play a key role in the future, and maybe not to replace natural gas, but to replace part of the natural gas used so far. Financing, we will need to invest in a new business model, to find new business model in order to promote what we call the net present value approach. So the net present value approach is ready to assess the value of a project throughout the lifetime of the asset. And we do believe as well that we do have to change the criteria selection for projects and to bring or to take into consideration the external positivities that district energy system could bring and could provide to a city in the future. So this is as well a topic on which we will have to investigate and to improve.
Okay.
My last slide, just to give you a few figures about the investment which are needed in Europe. We do expect that we should triple the number of DES. We expect 47 billions of investment in order to again to promote those kind of solution. Heat pumps is going to be an emerging technology, and this is certainly something you should look at. And all the green package and the recovery plan are going to dedicate a bit investment to the greening of the energy sector. So pay attention to that. And again, this is a very old technology, but to me, a very promising technology.
Excellent. Olivier, thank you so much for this.
Hello, everybody. I hope that you're all doing well. First of all, I'm really happy to participate in this event organized by Innouvo. So thank you for the invitation, Alistair and Michel. I think it's in a rather gloomy context. It's very exciting to see how entrepreneurs can change the world in a sustainable way. So my name is Marie Delozon. I'm the COO of 2CRSI. I know the name is quite difficult to remember and to pronounce. But to give you a trick, usually English speakers pronounce our name too crazy. So maybe with too crazy will be easier. And why too crazy? I think because we are proud to say that we are able to design and manufacture IT servers that others have never dreamt to make before, or maybe even never dared to think about before. And I'd like to talk to you today about the way we can combine IT and sustainability in each city on the planet. I read that before a hurricane, Walmart would fill their stores with strawberry Pop-Tarts. This is the result of their data mining and finding that stores sold 7 times more strawberry Pop-Tarts before a storm than usually. So this big data is very useful data for Walmart indeed. And incidentally, it also whets my curiosity as I never tasted Pop-Tarts. But beyond that point, talking about big data, we see it's quite useful in a commercial way. It's also quite useful for good. Of course, no need to say that these weather data can also be very useful to anticipate hurricanes from a practical point of view in order to protect the local population. I know I heard Olivier before me mention that before. I think there is no need to emphasize how the IT capacity to compute and store all that data requires a lot of servers and power, which means a heavy carbon footprint. And I won't elaborate either on how pressing this environmental issue is. Fortunately, I'm an optimist and I have faith in mankind. And I fully agree with British historian Toynbee, that you probably all know, in the sense that new civilizations are born in environments that are unusually difficult. He wrote that the greater the challenge, the greater the stimulus. And I think that given the climate challenge that we're facing today, today must really be a new dawn. In this environment, 2 crazy teams promote a new approach to IT. First, with a lower power consumption. This is something we'll go back on. As you understood, we are talking about sustainability. Then with a tailor-made approach to customer-specific needs, as opposed to the general trend promoted by many manufacturers that say that who can do more can also do less. We want to make sure that you're not using a Formula One to drive to the bakery. So this may sound trivial, but it's not the usual approach to IT today. And we think it's really part of a sensible, cost-effective, and environment-friendly approach. Then third, also with outside-the-box solutions. I wrote here mutualizations of components, because these are outside-the-box solutions are literally outside the box, because we mutualize some components, such as power supply or fans, outside the servers. And by putting them outside the servers, it allows us to have more space inside in order to increase computing density, which is what many customers are still looking after. And it's also a way to make those elements more efficient outside the box. For instance, if you take fans, we remove fans from inside the servers, and we use much more efficient fans at the back, at the rear of the racks, and those fans at the back are much more efficient than the smaller ones that you could have inside the servers. And also, last, we also promote local production. Today, with 6 production sites, 4 in Europe, 1 in the US, 1 in India. And this local production means less transport, but also more local skilled jobs. And this is something we think important to develop, to really grow a local ecosystem. So the first point was to lower power consumption. And the first way to lower power consumption is to find more efficient cooling systems to dissipate the heat produced by the electronic components. So here we're talking about, for instance, the processors and graphing cards mainly, which are the ones that produce the most heat. And 2 CRSI teams have started quite a few years ago to make major progress in air cooling, thanks to the mutualization of fans that I was referring to at the rear of the rack. And since then, they also have developed 2 other technologies. One is immersion, where you have servers that are fully immersed in a tank filled with a dielectric fluid. So you have servers that are set vertically in a very large tank. And the second one is what we call direct liquid cooling, which means that a fluid in a pipe goes through the servers in order to cool them. And so here on this slide, you can see a rack equipped for DLC. So you can see some pipes in blue on the left-hand side, bringing in cold water, and also pipes in red evacuating warm water. And you would have noticed that there are also some big fans that are here to dissipate the remaining heat that was not dissipated by the fluid. And so the double benefit of those technologies with direct liquid cooling and immersion cooling is that first, by cooling down components directly, they improve their performance level, and also they reduce the probability of an issue on the component. So it also reduces maintenance. And then the second benefit is that cooling technologies allow huge savings in power, as we don't need much or any at all air conditioning anymore in the data center. So because these type of cooling are just self-sufficient, and you don't need to add extra air conditioning. So this is good for the planet, but it's also good to make savings when you think that electricity is the first cost item in a data center. So I think usually, I think it's good when you think about sustainability. It's sustainable means good for the planet, but it also means that it's a good solution going forward in the long term. And also, I would say that the beauty of immersion and even more direct liquid cooling is that they allow an efficient reuse of waste heat. We've been talking, Olivier has been talking about waste heat mainly from industrial production. Obviously, data centers produce a lot of heat themselves. And so this heat can be used for instance, for domestic hot water, can be used in swimming pools. For instance, one of our clients has today won the contract to bring servers to heat the swimming pool for the Olympic Games 2024, for greenhouses, or even for district heating that also we were talking in Engie's presentation, if you further increase the temperature a little bit. So practically speaking, you can see here just a few examples of projects that were carried out by some of our partners. And these projects demonstrate that we have existing solutions today. This is not looking at the future. This is looking at infrastructure that is already working now. These projects are, for instance, for schools and universities, which could then benefit from additional computing at scale for their students and scientists, as well as obviously hot water and seasonal heat. Projects in hospitals and social centers. So beside heat and an increased computing capacity, it was also interesting for hospitals to be able to have their data stored on premise. So this is one additional element to take into account. And last, another example for use for urban farming, which is, so it was a project using IoT in order to optimize the crops. And this IoT used computing capacity that was on premise also, and generating the heat necessary to grow the plants. So these were projects where the beneficiaries of heat and compute were the same. But these systems mean that we also have the ability to grow these edge data centers, use for external customers. So if you link them all together, it can make a huge network of data center. Today we're talking also for energy. People look at solar, for instance, solar systems. We know we have large solar plants, but also more capacity that is remote and located locally on the roofs, for instance. So this is more or less the same approach. So today, what we know are the large data centers, and we are used, when you mention the name data center, usually you would think about a large operation, so in a very big building and very modernly equipped, and also quite big in order to benefit from economies of scale in terms of air conditioning, in terms of cybersecurity. So it can be on the equipment side, but as well on the software side. But beside those large data centers, we see a new trend emerging, and that trend is the trend of edge data centers, which are smaller, which are closer to users and data sources, therefore providing lower latency. And they are also quite flexible, as you can add, if you need extra capacity, you just add one more location, one more edge data center. So scalability is much bigger when you look at these data centers compared to the large ones, where basically once you're full, and you have to think about a new investment in a new infrastructure. And then last, the edge data centers also allow to make a very efficient local reuse of waste heat. So this is something quite interesting. Obviously, large data centers can also provide some heat, but then it's not the same thing. You would have to build a very specific infrastructure to be able to use that heat in a district heating system, for instance. So this picture looks very much alike the one that was presented by Olivier before. I think this is more or less what sustainable digital cities would look like tomorrow. And I hope that if we still have some friends from Boston, I hope this is something we can talk together about, because it would be great to see Boston looking like this. So obviously, this new sustainable city would use renewable energy, would also have a combination of large data centers providing heat, and also small edge data centers that can provide computing power, decentralized computing power, as well as a local heat source. So I think I managed to keep the time. Just as a summary, I think it's really, we all know that it's really critical for human growth and development, that it's really important to be able to still continue developing capacity in IT to allow human growth and development. But I think that with technologies allowing lower energy consumption and the reuse of waste heat produced by servers, we could avoid millions of tons of carbon emissions each year. And as you could see with the projects I mentioned before, this is not a dream, this is not a vision of the future. These projects already exist, so technology that can be used to implement similar projects are already existing today. And so I count on you. I know we have many people connected online, so I count on you to promote this idea as much as you can, because I think it's good for us, it's good for both human beings and for the planet. So I hope that people can promote this, and so that it becomes as obvious as recycling paper, for instance.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Marie. Thank you very much for this great presentation. A couple of questions. So, I'm digesting all the information we got from this morning. It's amazing. So it seems like quite a huge undertaking, a major transformation, a revolution. What are some of the companies maybe you see that are very promising, game-changing, disrupting, that you think the audience should be knowing about, maybe getting close to, that you think, besides, your company, Too Crazy? I love the name. I finally can pronounce it very well. And I love the name. So what are the companies, you think we should know about that are driving that transition? Who are going to be the leading companies tomorrow?
I think the leading companies driving this trend tomorrow might not exist today. And actually, running the risk of upsetting also my predecessor, I think even in energy, the leading company in tomorrow's, for instance, for renewable energy, might not even exist today. So it's a difficult question. Of course, we're working with many partners, but today I have to say they are rather small. So it's on the French side, people like Tresorio, for instance, who have developed really a great technology. But not only, we mentioned before, so basically the project people that were involved in the various projects I mentioned were so Tresorio, Steam Energy, sorry, and then WindCloud was the promoter of one of those projects. So, but actually there are many companies today who are involved in this. I think none of it has a critical size today, because as I said, also it's an emerging trend. People are still used to think about data centers as large operations, but it's not. So I think it's really time that we get started on this type of projects.
Excellent, excellent. And what are you missing? What is, we heard this morning, radical, acceleration is needed. So, what are you missing to really push this forward and make your projects go faster? And in general, voice for also, we had Olivier from Engie, we'll have, Schneider Electric later on. How do we push this forward more faster, given, what everyone's been saying, that it's so critical to us all humans? That, so what can we do? I feel it's too slow.
I agree. And I think what we are fighting for today is really to get more recognition. And when I said I count on people to spread the word, it's really that. Talking about Too Crazy, because this is what I know best. When I meet some people, investors, or because we are a listed company, when I meet some potential partners, and we meet for the first time, then so first we get introduced. They come to us, they come to visit us to understand what kind of technology we're able to offer. And then sometimes they tell me, look, but I don't understand. This is great. This is really how IT should be. So why don't newspapers talk to you about you all the time? And so I think Too Crazy is also a young company. We are today 350 something. We have on the manufacturer side, we are roughly 150, and also we have some distribution. So you see, if you look at the manufacturer side, 150 to compete with the giants in our industry, it's not much. So I think what we need is also to have decision makers who dare, inviting new companies such as Too Crazy at the table to at least present the solutions, and then they can decide. But if they stick to the usual ones, the usual suspects, nothing will change. So it's really at least have the awareness, and then not be afraid of inviting smaller company to talk to.
Excellent, excellent. So I do think, for me, this is all exciting. We should have a celebration. I think, a bit like South by Southwest, having sort of a conference. I think Boston is the right place for that, because we have every city is connected to Boston in some way, shape or form, other countries. And, maybe that's what we need to do. It's sort of an event like today, but, bigger, physical. I can see mixing maybe, all of you, but also things that are more popular for the,
yes.
More people like artists and so on. We have Mickey from Atlanta. There's a lot of artists over there, and DJs who are also promoting this type of energy. So, I do think, there's a need of really bringing people together around a new opportunity that creates jobs. There's a great opportunity for entrepreneurs, for startups, for venture capitalists, because if the transition is going to happen, you're right, some companies are going to lead tomorrow and not known today, right? Which means there's exponential value to be created and to be made. So the golden is exciting, yeah.
And sorry, if I may add, we have always tried to, we have this strategy to source our components as locally as much as we can. Obviously, there are some components we cannot source locally. But I think it's also from a strategic point of view, it's important that we try supporting local solutions, because at times of crisis, such as the one we had with COVID, I think we would be more independent. And I think it's important that we have, when I said the skilled jobs, we need to have control over that technology locally. So that's also why we think we have this mission to show what we French Too Crazy people, and we Europeans, and we also Americans are able to do.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Any questions? I have a question if no one has a question. So for me, one question, maybe, the smart grid is great. If I'm not mistaken, one of the vision, or, what people are imagining is basically solar panel on houses, battery chargers, on the houses to store basically the energy, some sort of blockchain system to exchange energy between the community, and basically shifting from what we know today, electric mobility. But then how do we do when there's a cyber attack? Is that also a concern, and maybe technology that needs to be sourced, or is it an opportunity for entrepreneurs to think about maybe building some sort of solution for that arena?
Yes, of course, we need to think about the threats, but I was talking before about having a mix with large data centers where in which you can really benefit from economies of scale, and also edge data centers. So when you look at large data centers, they are able to really build a strong shield around them, and to be able to face cyber attacks. Of course, probably more than the smaller ones, but they're also more exposed. So I think overall, having this kind of a grid with edge computing does not represent an additional risk, I think, because when you have, of course, you would also have a redundancy. So basically, you have your data somewhere, but there is a copy somewhere else. So there is not a huge threat on that side. But to come back on the other element you mentioned, I'm not so sure. I agree with when you say also having storage and basically with this view to be self-sufficient. I think we are not there yet, because storing electricity is still quite expensive. So I believe more in changing the way, for instance, changing buildings, and maybe that's a good introduction for the next speaker. But if you have buildings that are better isolated, you can then use renewable energy, which I think is really this energy is really the future. Actually, it's today's energy already. But if you use renewable energy, which is the cheapest energy on the planet today, you use it when it's, of course, there is intermittency. But if you use this renewable energy when it's available, and then you obviously, since your building is isolated, then you can increase the temperature a little bit more when energy is quite cheap, and then you can let it go down progressively. So I think there is a more sustainable way even to manage energy than using storage. But that's another topic. But I'm very interested in renewable energies as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Marie, for this speech. We don't have any more questions, so I think we can resume the call. Thank you. This was
Thank you for invitation.
Thank you. Speak soon.
Bye, Alistair.
Bye-bye. And we'll be, for those who hold tight until the end, we'll have a little drink and networking session all together. It's party time. Welcome to Chris Sowa, the Global VP of Schneider Electric, for this presentation that's going to last from 2:15 to 2:45. Please feel free to ask any question, and then we'll have one more session and we'll go into networking for those who will be there with us, and we can exchange on the day and how it went. We're very happy to have you today to share with us what you are envisioning for the future of cities. And we have about 200 registered participants, about 50 participating right now. People will be rewatching the presentation, and we'll look forward to learning how we can help, what type of technology, entrepreneurs, what can we do as investors, as cities, to help you achieve sooner this vision that is very important for all of us in humanity. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing from more of the participants and the other speakers. Just get myself powered up here. So very excited to be a part of the EcoCity Revolution here today because Schneider Electric, we're really all about powering and digitizing the economy. And we think that that's really key to making the next generation of buildings and sustainability possible. So a lot of people, misunderstand what Schneider Electric is. They think that we are a company that's focused on providing electricity, which ironically, even though that's in our name, that's not what we do. We provide the solutions that make, electric and digital possible. And I'll describe a little bit more about what that means, and then I'll talk a little bit more about Schneider Electric energy management software and how we think that that can be a key part of the EcoCity Revolution and the digitization of buildings in particular. So just a little bit about Schneider Electric, based in Paris, a truly global company with about 110 countries that we do business in. We do about a third of our business in North America and very large in China, almost equal in terms of the size of the geography. Western Europe, 26%, and the rest of the world, 16%. So 135,000 employees strong, providing core electrical products and solutions, solutions that help make sure that the digitized solutions that we have today stay on. So we're very focused on resilience, and then also the next generation of digital solutions to enable efficiency. So, a lot of companies today, will talk about, their goals related to carbon footprint reductions and improving efficiency. At Schneider, it's really core to our DNA. We have a very high sense of urgency on this issue, and our management is very focused on being part of the community and the global solution on addressing climate change. To the point where I like to say, we put our money where our mouth is. Myself and all the executives at Schneider Electric have our carbon reduction goals built directly into our compensation. So it's a very substantial portion of our compensation is helping us reduce our own carbon footprint. We're looking to go carbon zero by 2030, and also helping our customers increase radical improvements in energy efficiency to offset the trends and the concerns that we really face as a planet in terms of energy use. You can see that if things continue in the as is, there's a potential for a 40x increase in the amount of electricity consumed as we continue to digitize across the world, and places like India continue to their rapid development success. So if we continue doing it the same way that we have with a fossil fuel based economy, it creates this massive inefficiency that, from an energy perspective, we believe that electric energy is a highly efficient form of electricity. And even better, we're supporting the transition to renewable energy as a key focus of the future. So we want to have enabling electrical infrastructures that power solar, wind, and also take a look at how we can leverage these solutions more efficiently with new storage solutions. but also help design the next generation of buildings and help those buildings be constructed in a more efficient manner and operated once they're built in a much more efficient manner. So the key disruptions really, that we see as actually opportunities are this energy transition that we're seeing. I like to talk about the state of Texas for as an example. People think a lot of times Texas oil, but it's interesting to note that Texas, if it were a country, would be the 6th largest producer of wind power in the world. So we're really seeing this massive shift of potential for energy transition, even in places where people don't realize it's happening. And then certainly, digital, being a key part of managing these new grid environments with artificial intelligence and softwares, as well as, starting to digitize what we say is one of the last great undigitized industries, which is construction industry. Beyond kind of the CAD and design solutions, a lot of what takes place from a planning process and actually on site within a construction site are still very much manual processes. And we're a part of helping to digitize that world with our ecosystem. So some of the potential savings and things that we see that are possible are radical improvements in electrification, decarbonization, and generating high performance for our customers and productivity really across the board at a global level. So when we say EcoCity Revolution, really one city at a time, but really making efficiencies in buildings from between 30 and 50% possible. Increasing electrification of things like heating, because it is much more efficient, up to twice as efficient as other sources, and really driving that renewable world that I mentioned before, helping to decarbonize anywhere from 6 to 40% by leveraging wind and solar by 2040. So those are some of the focus areas we have. And what I'm going to talk about a little bit more in detail is where my focus is at Schneider Electric, which is within the energy management software domain. And this quote here is, I think hopefully excites a bit of the imagination. What else could I do? This is the foundation really for anybody that's thinking about construction. How can we change the world, change our cities and buildings in completely new ways? As we think about this kind of a process, that means, really thinking about the full BIM 6D process. We started out the BIM and digital efficiency and construction, thinking about two-dimensional designs of buildings, the architect's building, typically in softwares like a Autodesk or a Nemetschek software, but driving a lot of that initial design in those solutions, then moving to three-dimensional views and renderings. And then ultimately, it's starting to include in the build process, marrying those digital representations to the costs and also the time and technical specification for each and everything that goes into a building, every material, every piece of equipment, actually starting to digitize and manage that process completely, and then adding time as an element of that process as well. So managing the schedule, when the goods and services arrive. And then once a building is actually operational, taking that digital twin or digital copy at this point, because it's not actually running, of all of the as-built things that are in a building, and then transitioning them to the owner operators. And as a part of the operations, not only optimizing that process for things like heating and cooling on an ongoing basis, but then learning about that process and feeding that learning back into design. So if you could imagine, a new way of designing and building, which is very different from today, in the very beginning of the process, rather than kind of relying on rules of thumb on how much a building might cost, like a hospital in Atlanta, what might that hospital cost be based on the specific functions, the types of equipment that are going to be in that hospital, the specific uses of that hospital, but also thinking about how can I leverage all of the other types of hospitals that have been recently built in Atlanta and around the world that had similar types of objectives, and then also adjust those objectives further by fine-tuning it for carbon reduction and energy efficiency objectives, and then using artificial intelligence, generative design solutions to very early in the process up front, rapidly generate architectures, and in our case, electrical architectures automatically, and giving a full bill of material to somebody who's doing that design process that is very close and accurate to what will be the as-built later in the process. And then, as we step out into the construction domain, rather than having, pieces of equipment arrive at all different times and be scattered around the building site, actually plan and use digital solutions so that the things that are needed, like the electrical solutions, arrive exactly when they're needed in the project plan. We make sure that there's no overlap in the service personnel that are coming on board. So if somebody's installing electrical wiring, they're not doing it at the same time that somebody is supposed to be doing plumbing or something else on site. And they're literally taking the equipment off of the truck that's been pre-tested and pre-configured, matching it to the design, and making any adjustments for what they see actually on site, taking it off the truck and plugging it right into the building process. So eliminating a lot of the inefficiency in terms of storing equipment on site, potential quality issues because the equipment and materials of a building are not matching what's actually happening within the site. And then transitioning further from a digital perspective, once a set of equipment is installed, rapidly electrically commissioning that equipment, sending all the information about that equipment up to the cloud, and providing electrical and automated permitting processes, and sending information to the different government bodies that requiring it throughout the world. And then on an ongoing basis, we want all this information to flow into operations, as I mentioned before. So we'll want to make sure that that information is obtained by the building owners, all the detailed costs, detailed technical specifications, where it's easily found within the building in the operate domain. So a real opportunity to radically reinvent this whole process. And it really is a circular process from our perspective, enabling things like collaboration as a part of this process. Also focusing on, resilience and security. So cybersecurity has been a very big topic during the elections, but it's also a big topic within critical infrastructure. And as more companies start to add things like solar and wind and microgrids to their infrastructure, they're taking on more of the responsibility that our grid operators have traditionally to make sure that the electricity is always available and that it's totally secure, both physically secure as well as cyber secure. So that's also a part of the important journey that we're on as we think about how do we digitize this building life cycle process, and think about the potential for leveraging previous projects, the detailed technical specifications and architectures, and having the ability to use AI to more rapidly adapt those architectures so that you can use it on a new project and get a much better sense much earlier for some of the cost trade-offs that we should be thinking about on all projects between cost and energy efficiency and carbon reduction. And then as we move into operate, actually building that true building operation system across a building's environment, where we're gathering IoT data from our HVAC and our security systems, our air circulation systems, all of the key sensors that are located throughout the building, and bringing that together for intelligent maintenance, but also compliance and better control and efficiency for those buildings. And for companies that sign up for things like carbon zero, make sure that we're able to track how are we doing in our buildings and facilities toward our goals for carbon reduction. And where we're off track, rapidly be in a position where we can take action and make recommendations on how to take action on toward our journey of reducing carbon and driving efficiency within our facilities. So just to kind of recap, what we see within Schneider Electric, and we want to work closely within our ecosystem partners are really around those three key domains, especially within software. One is radically reinventing this efficient design process, and we've already made some acquisitions in this area in the electrical domain, and we're going to be continuing to partner with companies that help to optimize this next generation of energy landscapes, solar, wind, and storage. But actually thinking about how we can do this, leveraging artificial intelligence and really optimizing it for carbon footprint at scale. As I mentioned, everything Schneider Electric does is at scale. Bring all of this information together so that people can, and not just experts, can start to get a sense of what's possible in the design process, optimizing that building process, helping people collaborate, across all those 5 dimensions, the CAD dimensions, the cost, the project management time dimensions, the technical specifications, and allowing all the collaboration of the key stakeholders throughout the whole project plan of that construction process. And then once we move into operations, as I mentioned before, it's really about leveraging the data to make sure that the building is being optimized, not only from a cost perspective, but from an energy efficiency perspective as well, and a carbon reduction perspective. And that's a really fast overview of how we're thinking about digitizing buildings. I wanted to open up the floor to some discussion and questions at this point. Are there any questions?
Yes. Hi, Chris. So thank you very much for this presentation. So basically, any question for Chris from the audience? Any questions in the chat? So I have a couple of questions, Chris. I just want to make sure, people don't have any questions. So basically, can you depict us maybe a little bit, you showed us, many slides, in your head, what's your vision of, for example, Boston? In 5 years, what is it going to be looking like, right? And us, having our houses, how is the house going to look? How is the energy going to flow?
So there's a couple, as we think tactically, the next couple of years, toward this goal that we have to reducing carbon footprint, let's say by 40% by 2040. There's a couple things that I'm thinking about as we coming out of COVID. One is really repurposing existing buildings. Now, what the buildings are going to look like, is still becoming clear. So there is a lot of malls and retail space that are closing down and might never open up the same way. At the same time, we have major needs for housing in a lot of our big cities like Boston, San Francisco, and other places. Where do we get that affordable housing? So how can we take this excess of space, whether it's office space, because now companies are moving to hybrid offices potentially, whereas they spend some time in the office and some time in the home. And then, retail spaces, perhaps in some cases going away or taking on new forms. So repurposing these buildings, both existing office buildings, making them more collaborative environments, as well as finding ways to, from an energy efficiency perspective as well, reuse what's there, so that we can build that next generation of affordable housing. So I look at existing infrastructure revitalization as being a really exciting opportunity that we see coming out of COVID and helping us solve some key problems. And number two, as we start to build that next generation of energy efficient buildings with solar and wind in places like Boston, there's some beautiful buildings that have been going up, not far from Copley Place that are LEEDs compliant buildings. But we not only want to to design buildings that are to make them compliant, we want to monitor them. How are we doing in that building design for the comfort of the people in those buildings, as well as how we can learn to make them even more energy efficient going forward. And then the last part of that equation is the increase in electrification and use of renewable power. So we think about EVs, micro charging stations, being placed throughout the city, potentially maybe 10 years out down. I'm not going to be the one that's going to guess the timeline, but we can imagine fleets of more automated cars coming through their electric powered vehicles that need to be recharged at various points in time, as well as robots. So, there's this opportunity to create new networks and logistics that are, going to come into being around these three areas. So again, big opportunity in existing buildings to improve them. And then we have the opportunities for greenfield buildings to learn, what we've done already operation wise, and then create that next generation of microgrids and efficient energy infrastructures to power all this cool digital stuff that we've taken for granted now for some time.
Excellent, excellent. So what are the hurdles to get to the end states? Because maybe I'm going to add another question in that, how important is it also to go to that end state in your eyes?
Well, I had that one, the one slide on there, an increase of 3.5 degrees in climate change is, what we're projecting with our Schneider Electric scientists and teams, if we stay on the as is. And so, global warming and climate change, we don't see as a debate. It's happening, right? We literally have the state of California on fire. So people attention, the attention is here. People that are paying attention, and if you're close to these areas, you pay attention. So I think that's the urgency level for us to change. I don't think we have a choice. And I do expect that, even in places, like I said, where, people don't think about Texas as a leader in, carbon reduction, right? Because it's Texas oil. People think about New York, New England, and California because of the regulations that we've put in place to help drive toward that. But because of the lowering of cost in this new energy transition, we now see that wind is actually becoming cheaper than coal in many instances from a 30-year kind of timeline perspective. And the tax credits and other things have made Texas the biggest wind power in the United States by far. It dwarfs any other state. So I think that this is, the potential is for, whether you are a red or blue minded person, there's an opportunity here for you. So if you're in a traditionally red state, like a Texas or a blue state, we should be coming together on carbon reduction solutions. It makes economic sense, and we need to do it from a climate change perspective. And the sooner that we start acting, the better. And like I said earlier, my compensation, I would say about a third of my compensation is linked to bonuses. And if we don't make our carbon reduction targets within Schneider Electric, I lose some of that bonus. So we take it very seriously internally, and we want to be a part of helping to digitize areas like buildings. That's my focus. We can't do things the same way. People are, as always, we're the opportunity and the obstacle. So I think that people need to change the way they do things. This building process that I outlined before is still a vision. This isn't, I guess I should have said that, it's not reality yet. We're enabling one piece of it at a time, not only by ourselves, but with key partners. And people are going to need to be, starting to use digital design solutions much more than we do today. And I don't mean PDF files, right? We want to move past PDF. We want to start sharing digital information, learning from projects that have taken place, and doing so at a much more rapid pace. So the good news is that the tech is here, right? From a tech perspective, I come from technology for over 20 years, Accenture at IBM before Schneider, I was an artificial intelligence leader at Accenture prior to joining Schneider. So I know that the artificial intelligence capabilities for things like generative design, to rapidly bring together sensor data to operate buildings, this is there. What we need to do is to get people to think differently and to collaborate and share information. And we need government policies where possible to help get that ball rolling in some cases, right? Whether it's, happens to be tax credit favorable, for larger renewable energy, opening up the grid, in some places where it's more constrained so that we can have the ability to more easily sell back renewable energy that we put on our roofs. So I think that there's a number of things that need to happen. I think the first thing that we need to do is realize it's possible, and really all of us start to evangelize, the need to leverage digitization as a key part of this, and the new transition to renewable energy as a key part of it as well. So I would like to see, similar to Europe, that we start to look at the carbon footprint of every single building and manage it on an ongoing basis. I know New York has some targets around this already, but beyond just the ongoing electrical usage or energy usage within a building, but actually understanding what is the carbon footprint of all the materials going into that building when you're building it, and then tracking it on an ongoing basis. I speak with partners I have in the UK, and they joke a little bit in jest, but they're quite concerned because people design buildings in one way, and they get it approved from a government compliance perspective under one set of guidelines. And then when it's built, it's actually used for something very different, right? Which makes it much less energy efficient. And so I think that, that's what I meant when I see this cycle, and we need to move beyond just designing for efficiency, which I think is extremely important. We need to actually watch the function and monitor it on an ongoing basis. So, using these energy indexes that are available, actually monitoring in buildings with sensors as to how they're operating, and holding people, at the end of the day, is people and companies accountable for how they are being good corporate citizens as it relates to energy efficiency and carbon reductions, which, again, to go back to that climate slide, it's an imperative, right? So I think that the time to debate and talk about it is over. We really need to act and to be bold. And I think that, we need to force in our process people to think about, not only the cost of buildings and efficiency of buildings, but how can we better utilize our spaces that are already built, because a building that's already built is going to be less carbon intensive to build because it's already built. And how do we revamp that building to make it more energy efficient?
Excellent.
The way that it is. So does that help?
Excellent. Yeah, very much, Chris. So we have two more questions here from Aliza. Thanks for asking this question. So the USA is ranked #2 in carbon emission, as we all know. Do you think this new administration will still pursue exiting the Paris Agreement?
No, I mean, they've come on record. I mean, I think that the words that they used was on day one, they're going to re-enter the Paris Accords, right? So I think that we can expect a more engaged process at a federal level, and continued hyper engagement at a state level, which we're already seeing in California, for example.
Excellent. So then another question from Aliza again. So Singapore has been the eco architecture for a while now, and they are thriving. Do you think the West should learn from them? And maybe I'll piggyback on that question because it's the topic we talked on earlier. And Boston being connected to so many cities internationally, does it make it also the hub where maybe we can have that sort of dialogue, exchange, and what's your thoughts on this with Boston specifically, and then Singapore, and how can we learn from each other and to accelerate? If it's so radical and it's so important, I feel we need to make drastic measures to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Singapore is doing a lot of fantastic things and use cases, and we have operations there, so we're actively involved in some of those next generation building buildings and also improving the efficiency of existing buildings. So, beyond what I call beyond leads buildings. So yes, I mean, we should certainly learn from Singapore. I think that Boston, because of its, I like to call it an idea capital, right? There's a lot of people who are within the universities who can help try out new things. And I think that, we need to move beyond those ideas into an action capital. And if we do that, I think that, we can not only learn from others, but we can become one of those leaders ourselves, right? So a lot of potential with the assets we have in Boston.
Excellent. And so with the perspective you have, what cities would you say, your top 5 cities that are really role models, that are inspiring you and thinking it's going really well in the right direction?
I think that Singapore is an easy one, but I'm not sure that I'm wholly satisfied with the way any of them are actually running. So I think that we need to do a lot more in terms of measuring and managing the existing building stock within developed countries. So I think like 80% of our stock is going to be here. It's not going to be going away. Whereas in places like India and China, there's a whole new building stock that's being developed. So I would look at it, through the lens of what they're doing with buildings. So in the United States, we really need to be in places like Boston, thinking about how we can make our existing building stock more efficient. And I don't think that people have really opened up this idea of how do I need to change regulations and my permitting processes and things to enable that reinvention of buildings. So that's really important for it to happen. And I think that people don't think about the importance of innovation and regulation, right? But this is a fantastic opportunity. It kind of goes back, in Calgary, they saw this opportunity with excess office space when the oil bust happened to potentially move to housing. And the ideas were there, but the regulatory environment didn't make it easy, right? So the ideas are there. That's where we have to be more bold and creative in the developed, stock of buildings. When we're building the next generation of buildings in Asia, and particularly in China, there's a lot of really good things that China is doing at a massive scale, right? They're trying out all kinds of new electrical architectures and energy efficient architectures at scale. So I'm optimistic that we're going to learn a lot from some of the cities in China. Singapore is a very unique case in some ways. Maybe Asia is a little bit different because of the ability to capture and manage data. We saw in Toronto, not all cities are as excited to have that kind of digital, some of the privacy issues that come up with that also need to be considered. So I think that there'll be a cultural bias and things that we may need to make some decisions on as society. But I unfortunately don't see anybody as a shining model who's doing everything right just yet. I think that even in Singapore, we can do a lot more to help them toward their vision and goals to operate their buildings more efficiently, and yeah.
Excellent. So maybe last question. We have investors on the call today, including, Nick Anderson from Keiretsu Forum. What would you say to investors? Is that a good time to invest in entrepreneurs in the green tech space, smart city, resilient cities, and so on? Is this the golden age of green?
Well, first I'll say, Schneider Electric, we are an investor too. So our innovation at the Edge team, we have a 500 million euro fund. And we're actively investing. We haven't stopped during the COVID period. So the short answer is not only do I think that, we're doing that, right? So this is a great time to be investing in things like innovative storage solutions, for example, for renewable energy. We're actively looking into if there are any startups on the phone, to partner with startups and with VCs. If you have companies in your portfolios that are in this area. I'm actively focused on partnering with those companies because we want to scale this. So I think that it's going to be in some cases, a startup kind of corporate strategic partner to help us scale some of these technologies more rapidly. And I think that's a great potential. So yeah, let's invest together and let's partner to scale it as fast as possible.
Excellent. I think that's a perfect way to end this discussion, and a perfect message. Capital is here. If you have a great idea, submit it to Chris Soa or to us, and we can help you achieve these objectives. Thank you so much, Chris, for this great talk, and we look forward to more interaction. We are planning also a speaker meet and match after the event, and if you're willing also to stay up to the end of the event, we'll open the floor also for some networking.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. Pleasure being here today.
Thank you, Chris. Bye-bye.
So my name is Adrien Chaussinand. Today I'm Head of Innovation and Partnership for Paris & Co, the Economic Development Agency of Paris Metropolitan Area. But before that, and when I met my friend Alistair, I was working for Bouygues, a conglomerate company that owns a lot of different businesses in the smart city. For example, we had construction, real estate, telecommunication, and media. During these 5 years working for this big company, I was in charge of innovation projects, and I helped the company, the real estate part of the company, to follow the trends of the district transformation. That's perfect. Thank you, Alistair.
No problem.
Okay, so you can just go to the first slide, please. Excellent. So yes, and as I said, yes, I was working for Bouygues, a very large company that was working on many businesses, and I was in charge of innovation projects that helped the real estate part of the company to follow the trends of the district transformation and to try to work and create businesses into this city. Of course, at that time, we were speaking a lot about smart homes, smart buildings, energy efficiency, technical problems that face the construction companies in this daily activity. But the truth is that after working 1 year in the company, you begin to understand that there is problems that are not directly, these problems are not impacting directly the life of your clients and the citizens. So my first question today is, what is the Smart City mission statement? And I think you can go to the next slide. Yeah. So when I was thinking about it, and it's, I think, a very hard question, you can think about the Apple mission statement. Apple says it's not about technology at all. Apple is dedicated to the empowerment of man, to making personal computing accessible to each and every individual, so as to help change the way we think, work, learn, and communicate. How to compete, clearly. And actually, I think this statement could work also for smart cities. Just changing the words personal computing with the word common space. So yes, smart cities are here to make, let's say, the common space accessible to each and every individual, so has to help to change the way of they live, of course, they work, we learn, we communicate, and maybe more important, we live, because we are living in cities. So for startups that hearing us tonight, I wanted to share with you this message. Do not forget to build your missions with those thoughts. Every day, your technologies will impact the life of humans, change their behavior, and you have the responsibility to make them smarter, more creative, selfless, happier. or becoming the slave of your invention, control the way they make decisions. And that's the one biggest challenge cities we have to face in the next years. You know, in Europe, for example, I was thinking about GDPR, the protection of data, personal data, and I think this subject of controlling people in the city is born with this idea to protect citizens from big companies or little companies that change the way of choosing stuff inside the cities. Okay, after showing those thoughts on the purpose of smart cities, let's talk a little bit about the main trends of city transformations. First, population is growing, and clearly people will continue to converge into mega cities. Cities will have to face and to invent new ways to let people going from a point A to a point B. And for example, co-working is one of the major answers we have seen in the last years. I remember the growth of WeWork. It has been really amazing the last past years. And we have to remember that their clients, they are not only startups, but also big companies, because they need to change the way they offer spaces to their employees. So it's about happiness. It's about, you have to grow, but you have to organize your growth and to make it smooth for everyone. Buildings also need to be renovated in this in urbanization, because we face also that some buildings have more than 100 years, and then you have to change them. We have plenty of materials that when we made these buildings before, and it's very interesting today to see the growth of recycling business, the way startups recycle these materials and create new value. And it's, I think, a trend that we have to look into the next years, because it will be interesting. We hope to see in the next years a huge amount of business created in the circular economy in terms of construction materials, but also in managing the waste generated by the user of the cities. Some cities aimed to halving the quantities of waste that they generate. Yes, I just came back to Paris a few months ago, and I saw in the streets many advertisements about throwing your waste, your green waste in new garbage. You have plenty of initiative of people that try to work with restaurants to bring the waste of restaurants into gardens and try to make compost with that. Really interesting trends. And business model, of course, we have to think about it too. The second part is also about the global warming and the impact on the cities and the infrastructure itself. And I think I remember, Alistair, when I was with you in Boston, the government was working on a strategy to adapt the city with the rise of the ocean level. I think a quarter of Boston space could be surrounded by ocean in the next years. A big challenge for Boston. Cities we have to offer the opportunity.
Actually, Adrien, they did cover this. The city of Boston was a presenter, and they did show us, how it would affect actually the city. Yep.
Okay, great. Good to hear that. Yep, and cities have to offer the opportunity to people to change their behavior, the way of using services, and even the way of owning things. And again, a big example, when we think about Uber, it would have been crazy to explain to our grid parents that we don't want to own cars anymore today, but only to use the service of moving from point A to point B. Okay, so you change the way you use the city, and you reduce the impact of your life on global warming. So city could be a big answer to this big challenge of climate change. Third, it's all about technologies and the way we receive the information. We share emotions in the city. We get access to services. Personally, I clearly think that the infrastructure will have to react to the revolution of using stuff and using this data. So it has to be connected too. So I mean, infrastructure, buildings, roads, everything's in the city have to communicate with your phone, and with you. So it has to be, this is the way we call smart stuff, smart city. So this is, we hear more and more about infrastructure that is able to answer the pace of internet, the speed of internet, and 5G will, I think, be a kind of acceleration in that transformation. Okay, we can of course use IoT to change the smart city and generate data that needs to produce the services expected by the new generation. And finally, it's about taking good decisions together, because building smart city is also working together to build a place to live together. People expect to live customized experiences. So technically, it means product flexible and adaptable services. And it's a real challenge because we are in the age of standardization. We need a system more and more safe, and in the same time, more and more customized. And this is where the two big, I think one of the big challenge of the next years is. And we need also to make this process or these services scalable. So I won't see a future only with robots. That's not the future I see, but more services led by humans and helped by AI and machines. Okay, speaking about human solution and initiative, I wanted to follow my presentation with a few examples that I crossed along my career. And I think the organization of the urban organization of Paris is one of the answers to these main challenges. If you see the map of Paris, you see that you can do everything with only 20 minutes walking. And it means that you can almost live all your life in a 20-minute walk cycle. And this is a crazy answer from a city to the way we should live our life. And it's also an answer to the COVID crisis, actually, because people, they are almost, the clusters of people are only, you can walk along this cycle and find everything you need for living your life. Really interesting. And co-working, if you see the map of co-working places, are just placed in the center of each cycles. Okay, next. So for mobility, Paris organized its urbanization. About sustainability, it's an example from the US and from Canada. I chose to show you Sidewalk Labs districts. It's a full wood district. So when they thought about this project, they said, okay, we need to organize the production of the buildings itself. So create business by creating districts. In Canada, they have a lot of wood, they have plenty of forests, and they don't have the capacity, the factories to transform this wood into buildings. So when Google won the district's call of tender from Toronto City, they offered, they also explained to the cities and to the citizens they will create jobs, and they will build this building by creating factories to build this building and to improve the capacity of Canada and of Toronto to create smart and sustainable districts. So it's not only creating districts, it's also creating the way to continue to build the city in a sustainable way. Third example. Thank you, Alistair. A really nice initiative from Boston, from MIT. I think, Alistair, you know these people. It's about BioBot. BioBot, these guys find a way to learn from the sewers of the public sewers to make public health observatories. So you can detect pandemic situations, you can detect drugs, and you can say that this district is in a good health or not. And that was a very nice initiative. I think today they are trying to open more cities, more districts, because there is a lot of problems about GDPR, privacy of people. You can work only on one building, only on one district, but you can see the impact of public policy. For example, they try to reduce the drug consumption of a district, and you can see the results in live. And I think it's a real nice tool for the future of the cities and for the health of the population. Okay. You have two more examples. Perfect. I think it's about also the safety of the streets. I wanted to imagine a little bit the future of using image recognition. So using AI, you can see the traffic, you can manage the traffic of people, but you can also change the way people live the experience of a street. And for example, in Paris, but I think in Boston too, sometimes you close some roads to let people walk along the streets and on the roads, and you can see if when you close a street, you can count the people, you can try to have statistics to know if you made well or not, if people came, if people where the people like to walk, where the cars and the people are too close, and it creates dangerous situation. And we will see in the next years, I think, many initiatives like this to understand better how people walk, how the people move into the city, and how people interact into the city. That will be very interesting. And again, we will have some questions about GDPR on these topics. And finally, you have also the question of governance in districts, how people choose the city they want to be inside. So Co-Urbanized it's also startups from Boston, and they are thinking about how to let people express themselves on projects the city wants to build, or a realistic developer wants to build. At the first time I met this startup, I was thinking they are dreamers. They think they will let people say everything they want. And for example, real estate developers, they don't want to understand, to hear all this criticism. But at the end of the day, if you let people express what they think, you can change a little bit the project. You can speak with them and change maybe the next building you will make with their recommendation and with the ideas, and letting people speaking always create new ideas and always makes better projects. And I think it's the last slide that will explain much more better how I see the smart city. It's about Venture Cafe. One of the mission that I will have in Paris next year, I think it will be to create the same kind of place to meet and to connect people together, create better interactions, but also the way to let people have built new businesses. And I think this is the way of building smart cities. So yes, Boston is very inspiring, but I think come to Paris, startups, and come to build the future together.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Adrien. Thank you very much for being there so late on your side. This was really good, great examples. We have a couple of questions for you. So one question is for why urbanize when we can work from anywhere?
Excellent question. I think don't say that to a real estate developer. First, I think people need to separate their housing life to their office life. So I heard some projects to try to build offices in the first floor of buildings, and then you have the flats, the housing, but it's only a way of answering the question. I think, yeah, you can work everywhere from the world, but in terms of human contact, you will need sometimes to see people, because you build project not only with sharing ideas, but also to sharing moments, emotions. And even we know that we can do many things on internet with Zoom and by speaking just together. Sometimes you need also to see people, to see how they interact with you, and creating big groups we need to be closer. Yeah.
Excellent, Adrien. And then one question for you is, what companies have you seen the last 2-3 years that have blown your mind, that are in sort of relation to what we're talking about today, which is the EcoCity Revolution?
That's a good question, because I think it depends on the topics we are speaking about. If we speak about the entire city vision, I think Sidewalk Labs from the company from Google is one of the best answer to many technical questions. But in terms of best organizations to think smart cities, Boston is really managing the growth of its infrastructure, and in the same time trying to mix the population. Many initiatives are very interesting in Boston, clearly. So yeah, trying to think about other startups or stuff that are really blowing my mind.
There was a company you talked, and I don't know if you can reveal the name, but there was a company you told me this is going to change the game in building houses and buildings.
We are speaking about Catera.
Catera, okay.
Yeah, Catera is kind of WeWork for builders. Yeah, so it's half of the company is building a software to replicate very quickly the way of building stuff, And in the same way, they are building factories to produce the buildings and the infrastructure. So they are beginning to make scalable something that was for the last centuries not scalable. Creating a building, it's always something very local, and they are thinking how to replicate the way of making buildings everywhere in the world. And that's a way to reduce the waste of when you do a building. It's a way to reduce the energy. I really want to see Catera in 5 years to see if they are able to reach their goal.
Excellent, excellent. And so we are going to enter now in a networking session, and maybe any last thing to save humanity, something to inspire us, to go into the networking session. I'm just going to show a couple of slides to inspire you. So basically, we started the day saying we want to go back to places like Venture Cafe, CIC. We want a healthier world. We want to see new transportations, helping us be closer to our loved ones, have fun maybe on new types of transportations in cities, see clean energy so we don't have pollution, no health issues. What's the future of our housing, the smart grid, and so on? Can we collaborate between cities to make things happen faster? How can we give everyone a voice to get a better chance in fixing what's broken? What can we do in Boston? How can we fix things? How can we leverage cities? Adrien, please finalize us today with some inspiring vision of yours. Tough question, loaded question, but no pressure.
I think the only city that I can see when I close my eyes is the city of everyone, without the shape of the buildings, the shape of the city, but only working together to learn how to live together. So yeah, I really think solving the problem of cities is first solving the problem of living together.
I think I agree with you as well, Adrien. Thank you so much, Adrien, for being here. You can stay with us. We're going to open the floor now for those who want to network. We'll also have a post-event speaker-only meet and greet gathering because it was asked. They did find synergies possible to do together to actually advance things. Maybe we can do another event, number 2, bigger, bit better, stronger, maybe physical next year when things go back to normal. So please feel free to raise your hand if you want to stay in the networking session, and then we'll promote you to a panelist, and we can quickly do a round table, get to know you, and then go from there. Otherwise, see you next time.